Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 3 of What If a Ruthless Civilian Became Infected by the Nightmare Spell Obtaining the Omnitrix. Let the tale begin. Chapter 51, Primus. 3 days later. Hugo stood in the center of the ship's main chamber. Having assumed his stone saint form, he moved with a fluid grace truly worthy of being a true warrior. Nothing swirled in his grasp, its gray mist coalescing into the shape of a long blade. Against him danced 7 smaller, cruder figures of similar stone, with eerie darkness inside their rocky skins. These were the minions born from his own stone saint form tyrant ability. He had severed shards of his own saint form, imbued them with a spark of his will and essence to animate them as mindless dormant beasts. Hugo had reabsorbed all of the minions created from his other tyrant ability in hopes of creating slightly stronger minions, but that sadly didn't work due to his current strength. As an awakened tyrant, he could only create dormant creatures, but once he progresses in rank, he will be able to create stronger minions. Similarly, once he forms his terror core and becomes a terror, Hugo would gain the ability to create minions of the same rank as him, gradually increasing his powers. But as of now, the minions were terribly weak, to the point that the negatives of using them far outweighed the positives. And so the current spar was not much of a spar. The minions lacked any true intelligence or skill, their attacks predictable and incredibly clumsy, but for Hugo, it was still a necessary exercise because of the fact that it honed his control over this form's unique balance of immense strength and surprising agility. It also tested the limits of his multitasking, as maintaining his own combat flow while subtly directing the minion's movement was a bit straining on his mind. He deflected a clumsy hammer blow from one minion, sidestepped a lunging stab from another, and used the flat of his nothing blade to parry the third's wild swing, sending it stumbling back and slamming into its fellow minions. From the sidelines, his 2 skeletal passengers observed with an air of detached amusement, their empty eye sockets tracking his every pivot and strike with strange interest. To them, millennia-old ancient figures, he was a fascinating novelty of sorts, which was deeply embarrassing for Hugo. Azarax mused, his bony fingers tapping on the crystalline table where he sat. Your battle style in this form is interesting. It carries the echo of Nether's children leveraging the Stone Saint's precision and endurance. Well, it makes sense, considering what you are right now. Hugo didn't even look at the Ancient Supreme as he kept fighting. Is that a bad thing? His voice in this form was strangely cool and seductive for some strange reason. Bad? No, Azarax clattered. From what I see, you possess an innate affinity for combat in this form, call it muscle memory if you will. It means you could absorb and master external battle arts with relative ease, well, in this form at least. TSK. You have it rather easy, don't you? A different perfect body for every problem that comes your way. Hugo dropped his center of gravity, letting a minion's charge pass over him, and swept its legs out with a low kick that sent it flying. Oh, believe me, he said, his tone dry even through the saint's voice, this aspect has brought me more trouble than anything else in my life. But still, I wouldn't trade it for anything. The complications were sadly a part of him now, even though he did not like them. Azarax let out a booming laugh. It makes sense to grow attached to your chains if they are gilded. Ah, it makes me miss my own aspect. That shadow-casting bastard, did he really have to seal it away along with everything else? There was a genuine grievance in Azarax's tone which was quite uncharacteristic of the ancient supreme warlord. Hugo felt an unexpected pang of pity for him, for both him and Yuri's. Despite their likely monstrous histories, deeds that had warranted divine punishment, the eternity of imprisonment they described seemed a cruelty beyond any crime. But then again, who was he to judge? Perhaps Shadow God was not a benevolent deity, or perhaps their punishment was perfectly fitted to their sins. The morality of gods is not something that he was equipped to navigate, but he still felt that the punishment was too harsh. After all, even Shadow God was dead, and yet, the 2 skeletons remained, centuries later. Hey, Azarax, Hugo said, dismissing the minions into his body. They instantly crumbled into shards which flew back to him, reabsorbed into his stone skin. He remained in his saint form. Its humanoid shape and calm demeanor was the most comfortable for Hugo. You said you were a mighty king, So what did you do that pissed off Shadow God so much that he made you immortal? Azarax went still for a long moment. The boisterous energy he emitted faded, as he seemed to gaze into a distant past. I told you, he finally said, his voice softer this time, lacking its usual bravado. I was king known for his pride and strength. My arrogance made me believe that my kingdom's destiny was mine alone to carve, answering to no higher power. And so, I waged a war against the gods. Well, I wasn't the one who waged it, but I still participated in it. Either way, you can see how that turned out. My kingdom and domain are probably destroyed by now. He shifted slightly, bones clicking, although I wonder where the bones of my city lie now. Probably ground to dust or swallowed by another collapsing realm. Hugo walked closer to the table, sitting on one of the crystal seats. Perhaps he could comfort the skeleton a little. Do the names Ravenheart or Bastion mean anything to you? They're human citadels in the dream realm. Azarax tilted his skull. No. Should they? Never mind. I thought one might have been your kingdom. Hugo felt a bit awkward due to the sudden question, but then again, he couldn't really blame. After all, the dream realm was a patchwork of graveyards, so it wasn't impossible that Azarax's kingdom might have become a city doll somewhere. The supreme skeleton hummed, thinking about something. Tell me, child, are there any kings in your world? By kings I mean supremes humans. Hugo shook his head. The nightmare spell alongside the dream realm descended only a decade ago, and so the strongest humans are transcendents, those who have conquered the third nightmare, but even they're rare and few. So no, there is no human supremes, at least not yet. I suppose that makes sense, Azarax nodded. In my age, the emergence of a supreme was a historical event, as all of them were special, and somehow, every time a new one emerged, something very bad would happen. But I am surprised no mad, ambitious bastards have thrown themselves at the fourth nightmare to force that ascent. I know I would have. He paused, then added casually, it's how I killed my father, after all. My grand act of defiance to rise to the supreme rank. You killed your father? Hugo asked, not even surprised anymore. Yes, it was a messy ordeal, really. He was a sentimental fool, clinging to Godsa and their worship while our enemies sharpened their... Azarax suddenly cut himself off, his jawbone clacking in irritation. You scoundrel! You tricked me into revealing that. From his seat, Yuri's let out a loud chuckle. What did you expect from a child of war? Cunning and deceit is what they're best at, after all, well aside from enslaving and murdering the innocent. He turned his skull slightly toward Hugo. And as for the lack of supremes in your realm, I would not be so sure that there are none. Hugo froze, turning fully to the cryptic skeleton. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. I doubt humanity has produced 0 supremes under the spell's relentless pressure. It is more likely they exist but choose to remain hidden. Otherwise, I question how your fragile civilization has endured the corrupted tide for this long. So you're saying they're hiding? That doesn't make any sense. Why would a supreme hide? Yuri's laughed again, this time more mocking. Naive child, there is a million reasons for powerful individuals to conceal themselves. Fear of competition, a desire to suppress rivals and control the ascent of others, or perhaps to manipulate events from the shadows. The games of the powerful are intricate and eternal, even in our era. A spark of genuine annoyance flared in Hugo as he took in Yuri's WLRDS. The idea seemed only selfish but catastrophically stupid. But it also seemed so human. Why would anyone waste energy on that while the world is literally being invaded by corruption? Boy, Yuri said, his tone shifting into one of genuine hatred. The children of war have played this game since the dawn of time. If they are not fighting external civilizations or invading other realms, then they are scheming against one another. A supreme, by nature, seeks to dominate, and so their very existence creates factions, invites challenge, and demands control, especially if there was multiple of them at the same time and place. As if you spirits are any more virtuous. Azarax snarled, his sadness disappearing as the title of Supreme was being slandered in front of him. We have our own flaws, Yuri said with a shrug. But it doesn't matter anymore, let the children of war get each other if they want, I don't care about their petty dynasties anymore. The two ancient beings fell into their usual bickering, but Hugo's focus drifted as their words sunk and replayed in his head. Were humans truly that self-destructive? Was tribal stupidity so hardwired into their brains that even an existential threat couldn't override it? Hugo desperately wanted to refute that statement, but evidence he had come across said otherwise. For example, there was the existence of the outskirts, where the desperate preyed on the desperate due to the government shortcomings. There was Gunlog's Bright Castle, where countless acts of cruelty were committed between sleepers despite the fact that they were all together in hell. Even the greatest warriors of the waking world weren't exempt from this. In fact, they were the core problem. This terrible chain of thoughts proved that Uri's was right about his hatred for the children of war. Surely this statement didn't just apply to humans from War God realm. The thought was deeply unsettling, making Hugo feel an incredible amount of frustration. And at the same time, he was starting to feel glad that he could become another race, even for a couple of hours. Really? You are phenomenally bad at this. The scene had shifted. Now, Hugo sat in his diamond head form, his crystalline body reflecting the soft light of the chamber. Uri's and Azarax were crowded close around the crystalline table, which had been transformed into a strange board of sorts. Its surface now etched with divided regions, upon which stood dozens of small, finely detailed figurines carved from crystal by Hugo's own hand. This was the death game. Hugo had gotten awfully bored these days due to the fact that their journey was extremely long and above all very silent. The lack of food amplified this boredom, making Hugo slowly revert to the state he was in before meeting the skeletal dew. Uri's and Azarax were used to this boredom due to the fact they've been hung up on a tree for ages, but Hugo certainly wasn't. And so he had asked the duo if they knew any interesting games from their era. And sure enough, they did. The death game was a complex, strategic board game which mixed in multiple ideas such as chess, role-playing, and territorial warfare. Firstly, two players each created a tyrant piece, defining its attributes and abilities within the game's rules. They then designed a domain for it and populated that domain with lesser pieces, beasts, monsters, demons, and devils, each with their own simple stat sheet. The board represented a contested region, and the goal was total domination over the area or slaying the enemy's tyrant. The rules were quite simple. The tyrants would always be equal in rank. You gained strength in your own territory and weakened in your enemies. And lastly, the loss of your tyrant meant defeat. Hugo, thinking his modern strategic mind might give him an advantage, had thrown himself into it. He was obliterated by Uri's in under 20 minutes. This game is terrible, and you're definitely cheating. Hugo grumbled, the unnatural petulance of his diamond head form coloring his tone. Uri's chuckled once again, looking at Hugo with a slightly excited look. Somehow, don't feel too diminished. This was a game created and played by the demons themselves. I once had the pleasure of challenging the demon of dread himself to a match, and I won. Hugo looked at the sacred skeleton in front of him with a deadpan expression, resisting the urge to punch him in the face. Of course, this entity had not only known demons, but he had also gamed with them. And won. Although Uri's continued, this is but a pale shadow of the game. The true death game was played with higher stakes. What do you mean? The demons did not use figurines. Instead, they would trap real, living creatures in a pocket realm. The players would then influence them indirectly, guiding their fates, stirring wars, and engineering calamities for territorial gains. The losers were bound to grant the winner a single wish, of any nature, no matter the cost. You can probably guess how much of a terrible idea that is when divine beings are involved in the bet. Hugo felt an alien revulsion appear in his mind. His diamond head form had a childlike fascination with creation, the kind that included growth, structure, and beauty, and so this casual cruelty toward life through such a brilliantly crafted game was disturbing to him. Why would anyone create something so vile? You cannot judge the demons by the morals of humans, or even noble creatures, Uri said, his tone devoid of judgment. Our concepts of vile or sin are rarely applied when it comes to such creatures, although I somehow agree with the fact that they were despicable, them and the gods, of course. Enough yapping. Azarax suddenly shouted, shoving Hugo aside. Yuri's, you ossified relic, bullying an awakened child like this. Let a true supreme show you how strategy is done. The two ancient beings squared off over the board. 30 minutes later, Azarax's forces were in disarray, his tyrant cornered and all of his territories taken. Son of a bitch. Azarax began, raising a bony finger to point accusingly. Although he never finished the myriad of curses. All three of them, Hugo, Yuri's, Azarax, suddenly snapped their heads toward the viewing wall of the ship. Outside, the endless expanse of white sand stretched to a stark horizon. To the south, a harrowing black pyramid stood sentinel, but luckily, they were not headed that way. Directly ahead, to the east, a new landmark dominated the view. A wall. It was not made of stone or metal, but of strange translucent green energy that rose from the desert floor and vanished into the upper atmosphere, extending to the left and right as far as the eye could see. Hugo somehow knew what this strange sight meant. After days of travel through the nightmare desert, they had finally reached the boundary of this cursed realm. As the ship closed the distance, Hugo dismissed his diamond head form to let the Omnitrix recharge. He stared at the colossal energy wall with a strange expression on his face. It was less a border and more a cliff face of some sort of alien force. I'm sorry, I had to add that in. Hugo looked at his skeletal companions. Yuri's, can't you tell me anything about Primus? Pretty please? The ancient skeleton was silent for a long moment as if shifting through millions of memories from a long-gone era. I do not know its current state, he began, clearly not interested in the subject. But I knew of it, once. It was an artificial realm created by the First Thinker. Hugo's grimaced at the mention of the First Thinker. The figure named Azimuth never failed to surprise him. How a being who was not even sacred managed such a feat. I never understood. Nothing was ever simple or logical when that frog was involved, but I knew that this place was conceived as a sanctuary where life, in all of its myriad forms, was meant to exist in a state of perfection. So this is the origin of the Omnitrix. He thought, recalling, Primus, trait description. Primus, trait description, the Omnitrix can guide its master to its origin. Hugo's felt a mix of awe and dreadful anticipation by that fact. After all, this was the realm of his aspect's creator. It would either be a preserved paradise, or a literal hell. Given the nature of the dream realm, he knew which was more likely. The ship finally reached the wall, waiting to pass through it. Thud. A deep shockwave rattled through the vessel as it rebounded, stopped dead by the impassable green energy. A sudden wave of doubt and fear suddenly crushed on Hugo's shoulders. A dead end? After sailing through 2 death zones, escaping the clutches of a great terror, was this a final cruel joke? Then, a familiar mechanical voice spoke in his mind, but to his shock, it was not the Omnitrix's voice. Scanning authority. Omnitrix signature recognized. Granting entrance. A pulse of emerald light, identical to the original core of the Omnitrix symbol, erupted from Hugo's wrist and enveloped the entire ship. The resonant thrum of the wall changed pitch, then, they passed through without any problem. Hugo gasped. Primus was not what he expected. Hugo had thought he would come face to face with a hell infested with thousands of monstrosities. But the result was the direct opposite. It was a garden, pure and true. The sky held the soft, bruised purple of eternal dusk, lit not by sun or moon, but by the gentle, ambient phosphorescence of the world itself. It was a light that cast no harsh shadows, only a beautiful soothing glow. The ground was a living carpet of deep blue moss, from which grew structures of shimmering, crystalline wood resembling the ones generated by his diamond head form. There were buildings. Ones that were intact and mixed between trees and technology. They were organic yet undeniably beautiful. The most shocking part was the fact that life was everywhere, and it was breathtaking. The Laticus biopsis, creatures like delicate dragonflies crafted from stained glass and gossamer, glided between the crystalline trees, their wings catching the twilight and scattering rainbows. They carried strange seeds that glowed like embers as the flying creatures implanted them into the ground. A four-legged creature with purple fur and silver eyes paused to watch the gigantic ship that had appeared out of nowhere, its gaze intelligent and calm, untainted by corruption. There was no wrongness here, which made it even worse for Hugo. And at the heart of it all stood the volcano. It was a menacing dark peak, but still oddly majestic nonetheless, its obsidian stone decorated with glowing emerald veins. The volcano seemed to have erupted thousands of years ago, but there was no detestation anywhere. From its wide caldera, pure green liquid was nestled there instead of the usual magma. That same liquid was spreading across the entire region, forming rivers. Hugo felt nothing wrong. He didn't even feel corruption anywhere. Instead, he felt the opposite. He felt pure divinity radiating from the heart of the area. But then, before Hugo could wrap his head around the strange sight, the same voice from before resounded in his ears. Unauthorized activation of divine relic detected within Primus biosphere. Containment protocol engaged. Vehicle's power being neutralized. Unsummoning sequence initiated. What was all Hugo managed before the world exploded into a myriad of white sparks? Hugo quickly realized that with it wasn't the world that exploded, but instead it was Azmatha's ship being unsummoned. The divine memory was somehow being forcibly deactivated and at the same time, getting pulled back into his soul sea against his will by Primus's own ancient security systems. The white sparks finally faded, causing him, Yuri's and Azarax to fall to the ground at a terrible speed. Chapter 52, Beast Realm. Shit! 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 The wind tore at Hugo's face as he plummeted downward at an alarming speed. Hugo cursed his luck as he clicked the Omnitrix dial to activate it. The device shot up from his wrist, but instead of the holographic display of alien silhouettes, the faceplate displayed a single blue loading symbol. It was cycling slowly, not showing any of his imprints. What? Hugo yelled in disbelief as he tried spinning the dial, slapping the device over and over again. Nothing. His aspect wasn't responding to him in the slightest. Yuri's! Why the hell is it doing this? He screamed toward the two skeletons tumbling through the air beside him. Azarax was flailing his limbs, comically trying to fly, while Yuri's fell in a comfortable position, not caring in the slightest. The sacred skeleton managed to turn his skull, his empty sockets somehow conveying supreme indifference to their terrible situation. How in the hell am I supposed to know? It's your aspect, not mine. Besides him, Azarax let out a rattling laugh. Performance issues, boy? At your age? Hilarious. These little shits. Gritting his teeth, he summoned nothing. The transcendent memory materialized in his hands in a shower of white sparks. He poured a massive amount of soul essence into its enchantment, turning it into a sphere. The mist moved around him, condensed, and finally solidified around him. Hugo could have extended the sphere to catch Yuri's and Azarax, but he was currently too peedy to do that, and so he decided they could damn well handle their own landing. Serve them right. Crunch thudwump. The sphere of nothing hit the soft, blue moss like a meteorite, digging deep into the pristine garden floor for several dozen meters before grinding to a halt. Inside the cushioned interior, Hugo was thrown around violently, but he was alive. Groaning, Hugo pushed himself up from the crater while commanding nothing to turn back into mist. Every bone in his body ached and his head was ringing from the impact, but he was in one piece. A fall from that height would have killed most awakened even with a transcendent memory's protection, but he was a tyrant, or at least half a tyrant, in his base form. He climbed out of the crater, his boots sinking into the impossibly soft moss. Before him stretched the impossible jungle of Primus, with the most notable thing in it being the river of vibrant green liquid which seemed to be the life force of this place due to its sheer quantity. How strange! Hugo couldn't help but compare it to the dark sea. That terrifying force of nature must have left a lot of trauma for the Forgotten Shore survivors, well at least it did for him, and so encountering a strange mass of water in the dream realm. Hugo felt a little tense. Although that traumatic memory did not last for long, as Hugo noticed something inside the green liquid. About 50 meters downstream, a skeleton was splashing and flailing helplessly in the river, being pulled along by its current. Hey! You overgrown tentacled mollusk! Get me out of here! Azarax the Mighty, conqueror of 100 thrones, the Plague of Steel himself screamed in panic. Hugo Barrett suppressed a laugh as he looked to his left. There, wedged perfectly in the crook of a glowing blue tree branch, was Yuri's. He was missing his left leg from the knee down. He gave Hugo an empty look and simply said nothing. Hugo sighed as he sent a tendril of nothing streaking toward the river. The gray mist morphed midair, flattening into a wide, raft-like carpet that slid under Azarax and unceremoniously hauled the sputtering skeleton onto its bank. Meanwhile, Hugo scaled the tree. The bark was warm for some reason, and carefully extracted Yuri's from his strange prison. Regrouped on the mossy bank, the trio stood there for a moment looking at each other awkwardly. Azarax was dripping with green liquid which looked disgusting while Yuri's leaned on Hugo for balance like an old grandpa. Now what? Yuri's broke the silence. Hugo, once again, had no answer. His original plan had been simple: find a second nightmare seed, challenge it, ascend and find a way home or at least out of the immediate frying pan. And in a way, he did succeed in escaping the Great Terror as he doubted it could pass through the green barrier. That said, he had never planned on picking up 2 ancient skeletons and he had certainly never planned on actually finding Primus. Hugo knew this place held answers about the Omnitrix, about Azimuth, and about the corruption in his own soul, but that was more akin to a grand goal. For now he just wanted out of the dream realm. Maybe there's a second nightmare seed around here somewhere. He muttered to himself. The 2 skeletons couldn't come with him into the nightmare, which was a bit sad, but he couldn't help it. Leading them here was better than leaving them in the desert. The thought was pathetic, but it was all he could afford. At this point, he'd risk entering third nightmare if it meant escaping. The odds were suicidal, but staying here felt like a slower, more uncertain death. This place, for all its breathtaking beauty, made his skin crawl more than the desolate desert had. Its perfection seemed like a lie, especially considering how hard the entrance was. Hugo tried summoning Azimuth's ship once again, but to no avail. The divine memories simply refused to leave his soul sea. So that's gone too. Great! The fact that he couldn't use the Omnitrix or summon his greatest asset was disturbing. He turned east, his gaze drawn to the majestic volcano in the distance. It was the source of the pure green river, and so it was likely to hold something important. I guess we should start walking that way. A shadow suddenly fell over the trio. Something massive and impossibly fast dropped from the sky. Hugo had a fragment of a second to register its appearance before it landed squarely on his back with the force of a mountain. The impact plowed him through the dirt, his body becoming a surfboard for the entity attacking him. It dragged him violently across the moss and the ecosystem of the jungle. At the same time, Hugo tasted dirt and all sorts of strange flora Primus had to offer, but then, the entity on his back suddenly jumped off, causing the momentum to send him slamming shoulder first into a moss-covered boulder. Thud. The pain finally registered in his mind, nearly causing him to faint. His ribs were broken and his slickly green flesh was a messy of blood, stone, and dirt, causing his wounds to swell unnaturally. Painfully, he pushed himself up on trembling arms, spitting out blood and dirt. Strong. So strong. The thing that just hit him was the most powerful and painful attack that he had ever experienced, and that was saying much considering he fought against 3 corrupted creatures in the past. He blinked, trying to clear the grit from his eyes. He saw nothing but blurred greenery, but he heard a voice. Shockingly, it was a human voice. Vilgax, you son of a bitch. You're actually still alive. The voice was mature and manly, but strangely, it was oddly familiar. As if he heard it once a long time ago. I don't know how you found this place, but I'm going to make you regret ever crawling out of whatever pit you died in. Wiping his eyes with a torn sleeve, Hugo focused on the source of the voice. It was a man tall, towering over even awakened rock. He had a build of dense corded muscle that spoke of a lifetime of brutal conflict. He looked to be in his late 20s with a strong square jaw marked by a distinctive cross-shaped scar. His hair was long, black, and wild, falling to his shoulders. He also wore a form-fitting suit of jet black leather, traced with gray lines that added a sense of fashion into his attire. Around his neck hung a simple, metallic locket. The man's eyes locked onto Hugo's with murderous intent. Surprised to see me, huh? You're in for more than surprise. Hugo opened his mouth to say I'm not Vilgax, but the stranger gave him no chance. The man simply bent and touched the ground, and in an instant, the skin of his hand and forearm changed, morphing in color and texture to perfectly match the iridescent blue moss and crystal beneath him. Then he moved, although his movement wasn't instant teleportation like the Great Terror. Instead it was simply overwhelming physical speed that closed the gap between them in a blink. A fist, now a solidified mass of crystal and earth, reached Hugo's face. Thud. The punch lifted Hugo off his feet, sending him flying through the jungle. Thud. His flight was arrested by the trunk of a tree, which splintered at impact. Thud. 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 He became a ragdoll, bouncing and breaking through the pristine jungle, finally coming to rest in a ditch, half submerged in a puddle of his own blood. Hugo gasped, feeling the blood inside his lungs. Blood frothed on his lips, showing his broken teeth. Amidst the drowning pain, one coherent thought formed in his mind. A transcendent. That guy is a saint. He was not even considering how it was possible to encounter a human transcendent so deep within a death zone. They didn't matter. What mattered now was that the mysterious man was attempting to kill him. With a groan, Hugo summoned the sunlight rings. Their healing enchantment washed over him, manifesting as a warm light that knitted his shattered bone and torn muscle painfully. He staggered to his feet just as a shadow fell over him again. He saw a blur, a human-shaped mass of rock and crystal, hurtling toward him like a cannonball. Saturating his body with soul essence, Hugo threw himself sideways. The transcendent shot past him, and the boulder he'd been leaning against suddenly pulverized. Hugo ran, as he fumbled with the Omnitrix again, trying to activate it. The damned loading symbol was still showing up with no signs of returning to normal. Just why was his luck so terrible? Abandoning the device, he threw a command to nothing. The gray mist flew from him, forming a wide, concave shield just as the saint slammed into him again. This time, the impact was a deafening gong, but the transcendent memory held against its attacker. Although, the force was still transferred, sending Hugo skidding backwards slightly. He heard the saint's grunt in surprise, followed by his voice, which seemed to be confused. Is that a memory? You bastard, did you somehow get infected by the spell? And why are you this weak? Last time, you were a... He couldn't hear the last parts due to the fact that the transcendent started hammering on his face. He was not even using a weapon. Instead, the saint's own hands had shapeshifted into grotesque spike mauls of granite. They rose and fell with a sucking rhythm, delivering dozens of blows to Hugo's abdomen and face. Hugo raised the nothing shield, but each strike sent shockwaves through his arms, rattling his teeth, clouding his vision with bursts of white light. The saint's fighting style was brutal and overwhelming, devoid of finesse but utterly effective against weak foes. Hugo was launched again off the ground again. This time, as he flew, he grasped at nothing with a wild idea. He willed it to morph into a suit of armor, encasing his body in a shell of swirling gray mist. It was his worst mistake. The saint didn't pause, as he immediately closed in, grabbing Hugo by the leg, then sending him flying downward. Thud. Hugo impacted with the ground violently, but before he could get up a kick that would have leveled a building connected with his armored chest. Crack! A spiderweb of fractures appeared in the mist armor, then, a follow-up kick sent him spinning on the ground, causing the fractures to deepen. A transcendent memory could harm a transcendent being, but the reverse was also true, and so the armor wouldn't hold for more than a few seconds under this assault. Unless... Without a second thought, Hugo reached into his soul sea and summoned the nameless sun. The memory from the Crimson Terror manifested itself as a shimmering mass of captivating sunlight. Then, without wasting a second, he fused it with nothing. The sun armor enchantment activated, recognizing nothing as an armor. The gray mist ignited from within, glowing with a brilliant, white gold light. Its rank was elevated to the supreme rank, or at least closer towards it. The saint's next hammer blow descended. Hugo, bracing with everything he had, caught it. Clang! A sound like a great bell being struck echoed through the jungle. The Saint's rock-made hammer stopped dead, held in Hugo's now glimmering gauntlet. The Saint widened his eyes, clearly surprised. In that frozen moment of shock, the Saint missed the small crystal orb Hugo had summoned in his other hand. The polymorphic crystal, now upgraded to the ascended rank through upgrade, became no different from a plasma cannon. And so, Hugo unleashed the enchantment. A visible wave of distorted kinetic energy erupted from the gem right at the transcendent face. It wasn't enough to harm a Saint, but it was a concentrated blast of pure force, and so it hit the man square in the face, sending him flying backwards. Hugo exhaled a shuddering breath, thanking the dead gods that he always kept the crystal filled with soul essence. As the Saint struggled to his feet some distance away, Hugo manifested a portion of nothing into a longbow and a single, long arrow. The Sun Blade, enchantment of the Nameless Sun, activated, sheathing the arrowhead in a searing point of light. He drew, aimed, and fired in one fluid motion. The enhanced transcendent arrow streaked across the jungle, faster than the speed of sound. The shapeshifter was just rising, his body shifting back from rocky armor to flesh. He then saw the light, causing eyes to widen. "Oh, phoo!" He dodged, his body blurring to the left with an unnatural speed, but Hugo was ready for that. Through the mental link with nothing, he guided the arrow left. It curved midair and slammed into the Saint's shoulder where it almost met his neck. The Transcendent snarled in pain as he clutched his bloody shoulder, and the arrow suddenly seemed to get absorbed into the Saint's body. Noticing this, Hugo didn't wait to see whatever ability the Saint possessed. Instead, he turned and ran, pushing his body to its absolute limit. The combined augmentations of the Nameless Sun and Conqueror's Wrath propelled him forward at a speed that defied his rank, leaving a trail of crushed moss and disturbed a rank, leaving a blur behind him. What the actual fuck was that? His mind screamed as he fled. He had fought a corrupted terror before and even had a run-through with a great terror, but a human Saint, that was something he couldn't even hope to fight even with an advantage. But most importantly, how in the world was there a Saint here of all places? Did he come across a secret stronghold of one of the great clans? No. He knew Vilgax. Was there any chance this particular transcendent was someone from the ancient past? In his panicked sprint, Hugo failed to notice the pink radiance that descended from the twilight sky above him. One moment he was running, the next, he was suddenly weightless. A cage of shimmering energy solidified around him, lifting him 5 meters off the ground. Hugo immediately punched the barrier. His fist, augmented by memories and soul essence, hit the pink wall and stopped dead, the energy field not receiving any damage. He hit it again, throwing his shoulder into it. Nothing. "I would recommend you stop that." A voice suddenly appeared near him. It was feminine, calm, and carried a profound sense of beauty. Hugo twisted in his cage, trying to identify its source. There, floating in the air beside him, was a being of breathtaking and terrifying beauty. She appeared humanoid but was composed of a dark violet, semi-corporeal energy. From her head streamed a luminous, flowing mane of bright pink light resembling a hair. She had no visible ears, nose, or mouth, only the smooth suggestion of a face with large, luminous eyes glowing brightly. She wore no clothing, but she didn't seem naked, somehow. She was the most beautiful and the most harrowing thing Hugo had ever seen. The world itself bending around her. "Oh, Kevin, that fool," the being sighed, confusing Hugo even more. "I apologize on his behalf." From the treeline, the injured Saint emerged, clutching his seared shoulder. An annoyed scowl was etched on his face. "Gwen! What the hell? That little shit is mine." The being, who was apparently named Gwen, shook her head. "Can't you see, Kevin? This isn't Vilgax." The Saint, who was named Kevin, blinked, his fury giving way to confusion. "It isn't?" Gwen turned her cosmic gaze back to Hugo. Those eyes seemed to peer through him, past flesh and bone, finding their way to the very depths of his soul. Their focus finally settled deep within his omnicores, on the awakened, malfunctioning Omnitrix. As she saw it, a smile seemed to form on her face, somehow. He might be just the person we've been waiting for. Then, a gentle pulse of pink light emanated from her fingers. It washed over Hugo and then, the world suddenly went dark. Is he alive? A high-pitched voice punctured the darkness. I don't know. Maybe we should poke him? A small electrical shock can be very useful in these types of situations. For the first time in my life, I agree with these two idiots. Who are you calling idiots, you half-breed furball? Blukik, Dryba, please, behave yourselves. Kevin, for the love of everything, please be an adult for once. He appeared to be in a strange open area constructed entirely of green technology. The place was enormous with the walls adorned by hundreds, if not thousands, of green cells. He was on his knees restrained by bands of that same solid pink energy, binding his arms behind his back. 5 figures stood before him, staring at him. To the left, glowering with his arms crossed, was the saint who had attacked him earlier. The wound on his shoulder already gone. Beside him was a beautiful woman with long orange hair pulled back neatly, revealing a confident, almost smug-like expression. Her face was slender with sharp self-assured features, light-colored eyes, and a calm, knowing expression. Her posture was upright, emphasizing a tall, athletic build with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. She wore a fitted bodysuit in shades of blue and black. The suit was sleek and segmented, hugging her frame closely, with darker panels along the sides and shoulders and lighter blue across the torso. Circular metallic details ran along her arms, integrated into the suit's design, giving it a high-tech, tactical appearance. The overall outfit seemed practical, advanced, and designed for mobility rather than decoration. Although it did showcase her curves perfectly. Beside her was a non-human being which seemed to be male. He was tall, with periwinkle blue fur marked with elegant black stripes on his face and limbs. His torso and the center of his face were a clean white, and he had pointed ears that twitched slightly. His posture was alert and professional. Most strikingly, he wore a suit of armor that was unmistakably a more advanced version of Hugo's own, Prototech armor. On his shoulder rested a complex, multi-barreled device that resembled a gun. Finally, closest to Hugo, were 2 small, frog-like creatures with big eyes and oversized heads that were undoubtedly Galvans, but with slightly different body proportions and features than the gray matter imprint Hugo possessed. Ahem, the orange-haired woman said, her voice firm but not unkind. She shot a sharp glance at dark-haired Saint, who looked away, sweat appearing on his forehead. I know you are confused right now. And probably more than a little rightfully angry about being attacked and then detained in this manner. She paused, choosing her words carefully. Before that, however, we need to establish something. We'd appreciate your cooperation, as that would benefit you and us greatly. The fact that you found this place means something significant is happening or has happened. Grimacing, Hugo tested his energy bonds. They were firm but not painful. He then looked up at the bizarre group in front of him. 3 of them were undoubtedly transcendent beings, while the 2 Galvans seemed to be awakened. He was already struggling to escape from a single transcendent, but now that there was 3 of them, he had no chance of doing anything. If they wanted him dead, he'd be dead. The fact that he was awake and talking meant they wanted something, making it the only leverage he had. Before you start explaining, Hugo said, his voice still rough from the fight, how can I be sure any of this is real? This could very well be a mind hex created by a particularly devious nightmare creature. He gestured towards the 3 saints with his head. Encountering a group of unknown transcendents this far into the dream realm isn't exactly a common Tuesday. If this were a mind hex, you'd already be dead, dumbass, the main known as Kevin, with an annoyed expression. The orange-haired woman elbowed him sharply in the ribs, making him grunt. What he means, crudely, is that an illusion of this complexity maintained for thus long would have been pointless. Any nightmare creature would have already be feasting on your soul by now, she said, her eyes flicking to his wrist. Also, that device should make you highly resistant to psychic attack. Hugo let out a hateful snort. This device haven't been working since I got here. He wanted to press the claim that this was a mind hex, but the Omni-Mind trait was fortunately passive, meaning it wouldn't be affected by the Omnitrix malfunctioning. That said, Hugo had a feeling that the odd group knows why his Omnitrix isn't working. Care to explain why? The barrier that protects this enclave emits a high-frequency damping field, the blue alien suddenly said, his voice a calm. That field distorts localized reality to hide us, and it also interferes with all forms of advanced technology, including the Omnitrix's transformation sequencing. Hugo gave a slow nod. The explanation was both disappointing and beneficial for Hugo. On one hand, it was good to know the Omnitrix weakness, but on the other hand, knowing that it was affected by advanced technology was also disappointing. He had expected more from a divine relic. "All right," Hugo said, locking eyes with the woman who seemed to be in charge. "Then who are you people? How do you know Vilgax? What are you doing in a death zone? And how do you know about the Omnitrix?" The blue-furred alien stepped forward slightly. "I am Rook Blanco, current Magister of the Plumbers." He gestured with a clawed hand to the man beside him. "This is Kevin Ethan Levin, one of the highest-ranking plums we have." Kevin nodded. "And this is Gwendolyn Tennyson." The energy being, Gwen inclined her head. "The Galvins are technicians called Blukik and Dryba." The two Galvins waved at Hugo, which looked a little cute. "We are what remains of the divine realm of Beast God." Hugo's eyes widened as his suspicion was confirmed. The suspicion he had been harboring ever since his conversations with Yuri's became a fact. If the nightmare spell was currently in the process of infecting the realm of War Goddess, then was it not logical to think that it had also infected the humans and creatures of other realms? This meant that the current humanity was not the only non-corrupted colony in the Dream Realm. This chain of thought had seemed unimportant to Hugo given his situation, but now, he was uncertain. This discovery was monumental. No, that word was insufficient to describe what was happening here. He had just stumbled upon a living non-corrupted civilization of the old world, or at least a part of one. How? After a moment of processing this, he looked back at the transcendent trio. "How are you alive? Everyone else, everything else from the old worlds in the dream realm is either dead or corrupted." The figures in front of him grimaced as they were reminded of this world's terrible cruelty. "We were not supposed to survive," Gwen said, her face dimming slightly. "Our realm was infected by the spell a long time ago. Due to specific circumstances, more than half of our civilization perished. The remnants fled here, and then with the help of one of our strongest awakened, and another Omnitrix wielder, we managed to erect the barrier that surrounds this place." "Another Omnitrix wielder?" "Hugo." Gwen nodded before continuing. "The dome's nature is specifically designed to block out fate and its influence. With fate obstructed, concepts such as time and space become distorted, permitting us to exist and persist despite the fact that we were destined to die long ago. Through my cousin, Ben Tennyson, who was an Omnitrix wielder like you, we managed to defy the fate of our people." "No, that would be wrong. It would be more correct to say that we managed to hide from fate. Furthermore, within this place, the boundary of time is non-existent. Thus, while our realm likely fallen thousands of years ago by your timeline, we experienced it as merely a decade ago." Hugo's breath caught as he heard this impossible tale. A civilization employing such a cunning trick to deceive the world and fate itself to ensure their survival. That was truly miraculous. And definitely something that praiseworthy. Not to mention that Hugo was intrigued by this Ben Tennyson, who seemed to possess the Omnitrix, the real one just like Yuri's had. That or at least, one from a nightmare. "And how did you accomplish such a feat exactly?" Hugo asked, more intrigued by this story. The trio exchanged glances, then nodded. Rook Blanco began speaking once again. "My comrade and partner. Ben utilized his most powerful transformation, Alien X, also known as a Celestial Sapien, to construct this place. Or to be precise, a replica of it. The Primus you are in is currently a pocket dimension created on top of the original Primus, although he could not prevent the doom of our civilization. That same doom was the doing of an unholy creature." Hugo shuddered at the mention of such a being. An unholy. A true corrupted god. Their existence was something that existed only in theory, but Hugo definitely believed in them. It was for this exact reason that he refused to cross the Hollow Mountains. Hugo could not even fathom the true might of corrupted and great abominations, let alone that of unholy gods. That said, he was curious about something else right now. So, you're all transcendent, right? The trio nodded. Then why not just leave this place? Teleport to another world? My world, Earth, still exists. If their world had been consumed by the dream realm and an unholy, could they not have gone elsewhere? Earth was certainly an option. Gwendolyn shook her head with a dejected expression. Unfortunately, that's not how it works, otherwise we wouldn't be here right now. Transcendent beings, or awakened in general, cannot freely access realms besides their own natal dimension. We, including you, can only move from our home realm to the dream realm, but our home realm is long gone, consumed entirely by the dream realm, and so our ability to create anchors became useless the moment our world was destroyed. The transcendent man from before, Kevin, continued. We're basically trapped here and surrounded by death zones. There is no elsewhere for us to jump to or any way to traverse the death zones without dying. He met his gaze with a somber expression. I am sorry to say this, but your world is definitely next. His words was grim, but nothing new to Hugo. Hugo already had the existential crisis about his world being doomed, but he still felt immense disappointment about the fact that he would still have to have challenged the second nightmare despite Saints being next to him. Eventually he sighed. Can you unchain me? With a slight gesture from Gwen, the pink energy bands dissolved into motes of light. Hugo lowered his arms, stiffly rolling his shoulders. He towered over the group as he got up, his hybrid form feeling suddenly very conspicuous. Well, he began, I'm sorry for what happened to your people, truly, but I'm just trying to find a way home. I need to challenge a second nightmare due to my own circumstances, so I can't stay here. The trio exchanged glances, as if they were communicating telepathically. We assumed as much, Gwen said. No sane awakened would traverse a death zone to reach this place without dire need. And you are in luck, we do have access to a particular second nightmare seed you could conquer. Hugo went still at her words. He couldn't help but find them suspicious. The offer was too perfect and far too convenient for him. Weren't they too desperate to offer him something like this? Their world destroyed, their people are clinging to life in a bubble surrounded by death zones. And so finding an awakened from another, intact realm would be akin to a miracle for them. They would want to use him, get to his world and save themselves. He knew he definitely would try something like that, and so this kindness must have a price. I don't assume you're doing this out of the kindness of your hearts, Hugo said, glaring at them. Gwendolyn Tennyson let out a sigh that seemed to carry a heavy weight behind it. Believe me, we wish we could offer help freely. But we are in a precarious situation. My cousin, Ben, is not well, and so maintaining this pocket dimension is not something that's within our ability. We also have nearly 2 million souls here to feed, protect, and sustain. What we're offering you right now is a transaction of sorts. She took a deep breath, and Hugo felt like she was about to demand something very big. We need you to let us modify your Omnitrix. No. Hugo's refused immediately. Letting people he barely knew, let alone trusted, tamper with his aspect was simply unthinkable. No awakened would accept that. Listen, Gwen pressed, her face stern. We know the Omnitrix has a function allowing it to guide you to Primus, correct? So what if it does? We can expand on that function to hardcode a direct teleportation beacon to these coordinates. It's basically a way for you to return here, reliably, from anywhere within the dream realm. How does that solve your problem? I can't take 2 million people with me. Not now, Rook interjected. You are merely an awakened, but in the future, when you become a transcendent, you will gain the ability to transport others across realms. You could return here then, bypassing the need for a gateway, and evacuate us and our people to your world. From there, with the cooperation of your people's transcendence, a larger evacuation could be organized. Surely your world could integrate 2 million additional awakened individuals? It would double your species' strength against corruption. Gwen picked up the thread of the conversation. By giving you access to the second nightmare now, we can invest in that future. Furthermore, we can even help you locate and secure a third nightmare seed, as we've already scouted several. You could ascend rapidly, survive this place and grow stronger to potentially save your own world, and in doing so, you can save our people as well. Hugo's mind raced at her words, analyzing the deal from every angle. It was staggering, to say the least. She was offering him a clear path to ascension, resources, and training, all while avoiding the clutches of valor or song. And in return, he would commit to saving an entire civilization. 2 million awakened added to humanity's forces would be a game-changer against the growing threat of nightmare creatures. In any other situation, he would have refused IMM. But as Yuri said, he had to ascend as fast as possible to save himself from the corruption seeds growing in his soul. It was a perfect deal that was both mutually beneficial with clear long-term gains for everyone. And this was exactly why he felt so worried. He couldn't believe something this perfect existed. Sure, saving a civilization was nice and all, but what if the transcendent in front of him was lying? What if they had a better, more guaranteed way of saving themselves through him? After all, their plan was built on the fact that he survives and manages to ascend successfully. Otherwise, their plan would fail horribly. But then again, he was also desperate. He had crossed a death zone, run away from a great terror, and now had 3 saints as his captors/potential benefactors. Refusal might mean being trapped here forever, or something worse. And if the deal soured, he could always choose never to use their beacon and never come back here again after he conquered the second nightmare. This whole ordeal was leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. After all, he was bargaining with the fate of millions, including his own. Hugo let out a sigh. Fine. A palpable wave of relief and fragile hope suddenly washed over the group. Their shoulders, which Hugo hadn't realized were tensed, relaxed slightly. Even Kevin's perpetual scowl softened a fraction. Perfect, Gwen said, a genuine smile touching her face. Then, shall we begin by saturating your soul cores? Chapter 53, Ben Tennyson. The tension in the sterile green chamber was broken by Gwen's voice. Now then, she said, turning her luminous gaze toward the brooding saint by the wall. Kevin, don't you think you owe our friend here an apology? Kevin scoffed, an annoyed expression appearing on his face. Oh, come on, Gwen. I didn't know it wasn't Vilgax. You would have done the same thing in my place. Perhaps. But I like to think I'd have ascertained his identity before reducing him to pulp, she replied, her tone leaving no room for argument. You nearly killed an innocent person based solely on his appearance. That's low, Kevin. Even for you. Kevin let out a long sigh that seemed to deflate his massive frame a little. He turned his hard eyes to Hugo, who met his gaze with fake confidence. The man definitely had a nasty temperament, but there was a flicker of genuine, if begrudging, remorse there. I'm sorry, Kevin ground out, the words clearly foreign on his tongue. For beating you up and nearly killing you. Please accept my apology. Hugo stared at the transcendent champion for a moment. The man was hot-tempered, impulsive, and seemed like the type to hold a grudge for decades, but Hugo could tell the man wasn't truly evil. And so he wanted to accept the apology. It was the smart move when dealing with a saint, after all, but the memory of shattered ribs and the taste of his own blood was too fresh for him to let it slide. I think I'm deserving of compensation, Hugo said with a flat voice. He wouldn't be bought off with just words. We will arrange suitable memories for you, Rook offered, his features unreadable. Hugo shook his head, then he pointed a large finger directly at Kevin. Yes, I know you'll do that. You need my help, after all, but I want something from him. A transcendent must have at least one good memory or echo to spare, surely he wouldn't mind sharing. Kevin looked at Hugo blankly for a long moment, then let out another, deeper sigh of resignation. All right, fine. What do you want? Hugo paused for a moment, genuinely surprised. He had expected some, if not a lot of resistance, but it seemed the man was genuinely sorry for attacking him. Now, what did he actually lack? He had 2 transcendent memories for offense and defense, healing memories, and a myriad of weaker tools. So he didn't really want a memory. On the other hand, one of his most powerful assets, the Spirit Seed, was in a mysterious state of hibernation, having absorbed Gunlod's body and the Spire's souls, and so for now it was unresponsive. "I want an echo," Hugo said, looking at the Saint transcendent or ascended. Kevin twitched slightly. "I don't know how common echoes are in your world, but they're damn scarce here. We're not exactly swimming in resources." "I don't care," Hugo pressed, crossing his arms. "You owe it to me." After another sharp glare from Gwen, Kevin's shoulders slumped in defeat. "Fine. Whatever." He strode forward and Hugo had to consciously root himself to the floor to keep from backing away in fear. After all, a saint's approach, even if suppressed, was too much for a mere awakened such as Hugo. Kevin placed his callous hand on Hugo's shoulder. Moments later, a brief pulse of alien energy shot through him. "You have received an echo." A satisfied grin spread across Hugo's face. "Pleasure doing business with you." Yeah, whatever," Kevin grumbled, retreating to his spot by the wall, looking like a scolded giant. Quickly checking his runes, Hugo looked for his new echo. Echoes, Spirit Seed, Z. Echo, Z. Rank, Ascended. Class, Devil. Echo description: Zed was chosen by the dreadful hunter, Kyber, as the most worthy tool of them all, and later on was subjected to a myriad of horrifying experiments to become the perfect predator. Echo attributes: Hunter, Ferocious, Intelligence. Echo abilities: Host. Hunter, attribute description: this echo is a natural-born hunter. Ferocious, attribute description: this echo is relentless in its hunt. Intelligence, attribute description: this echo possesses an uncanny amount of intelligence for its rank and class. Host, ability description: this echo could become the perfect host for anything. Hugo stared at the runes for a couple of moments. He did not know his echo's appearance, but it seemed like she was a good hunter. Although for an ascended devil, her abilities were a bit disappointing. Alas, an ascended devil was an ascended devil. "Now," Gwen said, clapping her hands together, "shall we prepare you for your nightmare?" Hugo raised an eyebrow. "This soon?" Gwen's serene expression dimmed slightly. "It's for your own good. I would have preferred to let you stay, and even train you myself for a time, but that would be problematic due to how time functions here." She gestured for him to follow, floating the entire group, minus the Galvans who stayed behind, toward the center of the platform. She, Rook, and Kevin gathered, and the disc beneath their feet began to ascend silently. It was an elevator. "As I told you earlier," Gwen continued as they rose, "this place hides itself from fate, and so the laws connected to fate, such as time and space, are jumbled here as a result. Spend a subjective week here, and a century might pass outside, or a day. The distortions are chaotic and random, so if you stay here long enough, you could theoretically outlive your entire civilization, or return to find it unchanged. It's a 50-50 chance of temporal catastrophe." Hugo felt a cold shiver run through his spine. The thought of returning to his world and finding it dead was certainly horrifying. At least more than most nightmare creatures he came across so far. "I assume this wouldn't apply if I entered a nightmare?" he asked, hoping his deduction was right. "Correct," Rook confirmed, adjusting the device on his shoulder. "Even though we are hidden from fate, the spell is still omnipotent. Anything it creates, including the trials, operates on its own absolute clock, and so time within a nightmare is isolated." The elevator completed its ascent towards the higher ground, and through the translucent glass of the elevator, sight that stole Hugo's breath revealed itself. From up here, they overlooked a cavern of impossible scale. It wasn't a cave in the natural sense, instead it was a chasm city, a vertical world carved into the living rock beneath Primus. The ceiling, over 300 meters high, was lost in a haze of glowing fungal growths and crisscrossing cables. The width was staggering, 2 kilometers of sheer, terraced cliff face, each level bustling with life. It was a hive of monumental industry and civilizations. 25 main levels, each a plane of frantic activity, were stacked atop one another perfectly, and were connected by a colossal central transit spine and a dizzying network of bridges made from rusted iron, salvaged ship hulls, and shimmering crystal alloy. The population, 2 million beings of 100 different species, swarmed like ants in a colossal, metallic nest. Humans in practical gear brushed shoulders with elegant, crystalline beings, and hulking furry quadrupeds each went through their days as if it was the lost normal thing in the world. Dwellings were carved directly into the rock, stacked in haphazard honeycombs, or built from bolted-together plating that once armored spaceships. Light came from a chaotic artificial firmament, vast, cracked bioluminescent fungi on the ceiling cast a sickly green pall, competing with strips of harsh, sun-mimicking panels and a billion smaller lights, flickering neon signs and alien scripts, translated by the spell to read Kyber's Beast and Brew or Plumber Surplus, glaring holographic news feeds, and the furious red glow of deep-level smelters. The air itself vibrated with a mix of strange smells that reached towards the elevator. It was a mix of food, rock, and other unknown materials. To look down was to peer into a smog-choked, heat-hazed abyss of industry. To look up was to see a ceiling forest of stalactites and tangled infrastructure. It was awe-inspiring and claustrophobic in equal measure, somehow displaying harshness but prosperity? Even though it looked like a terrible state, this place still put NQSC to shame. "This place is called Undertown," Gwen said, her voice soft beside him. "We wanted to call it Bellwood, but this seemed more fitting considering we are beneath the Primus caldera." Hugo's eyes widened at her words. "You built a city under a volcano?" A faint chuckle escaped her beautiful lips. "In a manner of speaking, yes, but technically the caldera here doesn't hold lava. Instead it holds a wellspring of liquid that isn't harmful to the inhabitants. In fact, that same liquid is used as fuel here, and most of our people are awakened or higher so they can handle harsh circumstances. Although the lack of a true sun is barely manageable, if oppressive." Hugo was extremely curious about this civilization, especially considering it didn't include only humans. "So this population is a mix of humans and noble creatures?" Rook answered, his voice a calm contrast to the bustling city beneath them. "Indeed, our realm was a tapestry where all life, including these created by other gods, eventually came to coexist together. In the ancient past, it was not so, hospitable to say the least. It was a primordial jungle where all creatures, humans included, hunted one another, but that was millennia before the fall of our world. In our time, a relative peace held. Humans, originating from a planet called Earth, became a dominant technological force throughout the universe through forming an organization called the Plumbers with the goal of establishing peace between races in secret, and for a while that peace lasted long enough for the inhabitants of Earth to forget entirely about the gods, noble creatures, and awakening in its entirety. That was true until the nightmare spell descended upon us. It was then that the other sentient species whom humans called aliens revealed themselves. And let's just say the reaction was split. Some hated us, others, like my comrades here and the Plumbers, allied with us to survive the invasion of corruption." Hugo's brain stuttered for a moment, trying to process this. Planets? Space? They had that as well? And more importantly, they managed to achieve space travel? Then one detail slammed into his mind. Wait, the home planet for humans was called Earth? "Yes," Rook said. "That's the name of my planet," Hugo said slowly, a deep unease settling in his gut. "And we also have space and galaxies." The trio exchanged glances of genuine surprise at his words. "Really?" Gwen murmured. "I always assumed the divine realms would be fundamentally different in their structure, especially the realm of the war god. The coincidence was too vast and too precise. Two separate realms, born of different gods, both containing a planet named Earth with similar cosmic structures? It felt less like chance and more like a pattern. Or perhaps a copy. Did War God or Beast God copy each other world? And if Yuri's words were to be believed, then did they have the same body? Or perhaps all of the gods were a part of giant grotesque body? Shaking off the existential dread off, Hugo turned to a more immediate puzzle. How do you even manage this place? You have a population dominated by awakened and ascended beings, plus countless non-human species. The potential for conflict must be insane. You have no idea, Kevin muttered darkly. It was not easy, Gwen admitted, the light in her eyes dimming even more. There is racism, class strife between the powerful and the few mundane survivors, resource disputes. It is a tinderbox. The only reason it hasn't consumed itself is because the three of us, and a handful of others, are transcendent. We are the law, not merely because we are the strongest but also because we are the bulwark between this city and annihilation. We are the protectors, and so our words is law. Ah, so that's how it is. Hugo thought, a dark understanding dawning upon him. The same ruthless calculus governed this lost civilization as it did the forgotten shore and the waking world. Power was the ultimate authority. His brief hope that perhaps humanity and other creatures were different from his people was instantly gone. It seemed that power was a universal law no matter the universe or the people. Trying to steer away from that grim truth, he asked, protected from what? This place seems untouched by corruption. Gwen, Kevin, and Rook all shared a look of profound bitterness at his words. By any chance, have you ever heard of the demon of imagination? Gwen asked, her voice taking on a strange, hollow quality. Her name was Mirage. The blatant change of the subject threw Hugo off for a moment, then he shook his head. No, but I've heard of others. Mirage was one of the most well-known and harrowing of the 7 demons, Gwen continued. She created reflections and the gods despised her for it. After all, she held up mirrors that showed them truths they desperately wished to ignore. But that is beside the point. Mirage had a kingdom, inhabited by her children, the others who were basically living reflections of others. Her kingdom was a strange place, and that was putting it mildly. She had a kingdom in the physical world and at the same time, an exact, living reflection of it within a great mirror creating a perfect pocket dimension. The pieces suddenly clicked into place at her words. Hugo's eyes swept over the impossible, tiered chasm city. So this place is a reflection. A mirror of the real Primus. 3 grim nods answered him. And let me guess, Hugo said, his voice dry and devoid of all humor. The real Primus is infested with corruption and holds creatures that sometimes bleed through into the reflection? Kevin smiled darkly. You have no idea. The real Primus is a crucible of life in its rawest, most potent forms, to the point some people would call it a living creature. But that isn't the worst parts. Some creatures there are born titans, others are born of higher ranks. I'll let you imagine what happens when something like that is touched by the corruption. A cold knot formed in Hugo's stomach at the saint's dark words. The real Primus was perhaps the most harrowing death zones in the dream realm, perhaps even surpassing the Hollow Mountains. Still, Hugo pressed, couldn't you mass-produce transcendence through nightmares or natural cultivation? With their knowledge and the presence of noble creatures who understood natural ascension, the quality of their people seemed quite low. Not that awakened and ascended creatures were anything to scoff at. Gwen sighed as she looked at the city. That was the plan. Most of our transcendents died during the evacuation from our realm to this place. Since then, we've focused on aiding natural ascension through a myriad of ways such as alchemy, elixirs, rare awakened with boostings aspects and anything that you can think of to raise our strength, well, anything besides nightmares, that is. She paused for a moment, watching the city with a strange intensity. Nightmares are rarer here and far more deadly than the ones in your world or the rest of the dream realm. The seeds we can access in the real Primus are primarily of the 4th rank and higher, with only a handful of 3rds. The risk of challenging them is often judged too great. Hugo scratched his head, a blunt thought forming that was quite inappropriate. I don't mean to be rude, but shouldn't you, as leaders, attempt a 4th nightmare? A supreme or 2 could safeguard your people far better than any number of transcendents can. Hugo did not know much about Supremes and their domains, but Azarax had told him some stuff, mainly about how a sovereign strength we built on their people, and in turn, the strength of the people was built on their monarch. Essentially becoming a self-sufficient cycle similar to his tyrant ability. We know, Gwen said, a deep sadness in her luminous eyes. My grandfather was our last Supreme. He died holding the line so we could escape, and so we, as the remaining pillars, cannot gamble ourselves on such odds, at least not yet. Not until we have more transcendence among us. Their plight was desperate, more so than Hugo had initially grasped. They weren't just hiding, they were slowly suffocating in a mirrored tomb, with only suicidal options or a long-shot external savior. And if there are only third-rank seats and higher, Hugo said, steering back to his own problem, what nightmare are you sending me to? I'm not ready for a third. Just then, the platform reached its destination, out onto a vast, open landing pad under the perpetual twilight sky of the reflection of Primus. They walked towards another structure, a sleek, futuristic tower emblazoned with a large familiar Omnitrix symbol. Don't worry, Gwen said as they approached the tower. We have a second nightmare seed. One that has not yet bloomed. Matter of fact, it's almost as if it was tailored for you specifically. A cold trickle of suspicion ran down Hugo's spine. It's almost like you were expecting me. Perhaps it's fate, she said, her tone strangely unreadable. One's path is bound to become unnatural with that watch on their wrist. Even if yours is not the original. He nodded, agreeing with her. His entire journey, from the first nightmare gifting him the Omnitrix to its trait guiding him here, felt less like chance and more like being led by the nose by a strange entity. In fact, he had a strange feeling that the trio here, and their entire civilization as it is, was somewhat involved in his story. He couldn't really voice his suspicions or display animosity towards them. After all, he undoubtedly was in a more difficult situation than them. For now, he would play along, but if they betrayed him, he would make it costly, even if they were saints. Inside the tower's antechamber, he was surprised to see the two Galvans, Dryba and Blukik, waiting beside a large metallic crate. How are you two here? Hugo asked, baffled. We left you in the lower levels. One of the Galvans shrugged, which looked a bit comical. Teleportation grid. Then why did we walk here? Hugo turned to the trio. They also shrugged in unison. Walking and talking is easier than dumping an explanation on you while staying in the same place, Kevin said gruffly. Way less boring, too. The sheer mundane logic of it was a bit disarming. Despite their power and tragedy, they still felt human. Anyway, Squid Boy, Blukik said, tossing a small, glowing white orb to Hugo. This is for you. Hugo caught it. It was warm, smooth, and pulsed with a dense, incredibly pure concentration of soul essence. What is this? A high-efficiency, synthesized soul shard, Dryba chirped proudly. Galvan design, of course. It can saturate a soul core instantly, but for you, it should catalyze the formation of your sixth. Hugo wasn't surprised. An advanced civilization would have such arts. Do I just crush it? No! What kind of brute are you? Blukik squeaked. You swallow it. Hugo looked from the fist-sized orb to the tiny Galvan, then to the trio of saints. Their faces were suspiciously neutral. You can't be serious. Hey, it's on you, Dryba said, crossing his tiny arms. Do you want the core or not? Feeling a strange sense of inevitability and a reckless curiosity, Hugo brought the orb to his mouth. It was a struggle, but he swallowed it whole, feeling the massive, solid object move down his throat in a deeply unsettling way. He shuddered, feeling violated. Immediately, a cascade of spell messages flooded his mind. Your Omnitrix grows stronger. Your Omnitrix grows stronger. Your Omnitrix grows stronger. The message repeated, a rapid-fire chant as his soul core saturated at a visible, dizzying rate. 4,000 5,000ths. 4,200 5,000ths. 4,600 5,000ths. He looked up. The group in front of him was trembling? No. They were shaking with suppressed laughter. Even the two stoic guards by the inner door had their shoulders shaking, their helmets turned away. Finally, the two Galvans exploded with laughter. Oh, by Asvatha's warty backside, I can't believe he fell for it. Blukik howled, rolling on the floor. He swallowed it in one gulp, the look on his face. Dryba wheezed. The dam broke, then Kevin let out a sharp bark of laughter, quickly covering his mouth. Rook's stern face cracked into a wide, toothy smile. Even Gwen's luminous form brightened with mirth. I am sorry, she managed, between shimmering laughs. For these two. The orb can be absorbed through crushing it normally. They were joking. Hugo wanted to be angry. He wanted to strangle the two tiny frogs. But the sight of these burdened ancient warriors laughing, a genuine, unguarded moment of levity in their hellish lives, disarmed him. The humiliation was a small price for that, of course, but the fact that their moods was slightly better was something that warmed his heart a little bit. Suddenly, the process culminated and his soul shard's runes displayed a perfect frowny face 5000/5000. The evolution he wondered about finally began. In his soul sea, his 5 luminous omnicores spun violently, their azure light condensing and forging a 6th at their center, his terror core. The sensation was uniquely alien for his hybrid state. Not the painful, tearing expansion a human would feel when forming another core, while also not the natural, enlightening expansion of a noble creature. It was a strange sort of unfolding, like a new formidable organ growing where none should be. It felt profoundly unnatural, yet undeniably potent. Minutes later, it was done. His base form grew several inches taller, his muscles becoming more defined under his skin, his presence gaining a subtle intimidating edge that made the two ascended guards instinctively tense. The saints, however, merely looked slightly impressed. Hugo ignored them and checked his runes. Name, Hugo. True name, Paragon of Purity. Rank, Awakened. Class, Terror. Omnicores frowny phase 6/7. Soul fragments frowny phase 0/6000. Back to square one again. He then focused on the soulbound attribute. A new trait had appeared. Traits: Omnimind, Omnikicks, Failsafe, Voice Command, Primus, DNA Repair. DNA Repair. Trait description: frowny face. The Omnitrix has evolved to influence and restore the genetic code of other organisms. Interesting. It was not a direct combat ability like Omnikicks, nor a passive power like Failsafe or Omnimind, but rather it was a utility function with staggering potential. He could alter the biology of others? And what counted as a genetic malfunction for his Omnitrix to repair? Was corruption included? If so, then he could possibly cure nightmare creatures. The godly implications were vast, but useless to him in this moment. The real prize was his new class. Every one of his imprints now had access to a true terror's abilities, and his minions could reach the awakened rank now. Congratulations on forming your terror core, but I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to form your Titan core for a while, at least not until your 6th core settles within your soul, Gwen said, her laughter subsiding into a warm smile. It made sense that he couldn't form multiple cores at once. The last time he did that, it nearly killed him. Not to mention it was painful as hell, and so Hugo dreaded to imagine what would happen if he formed his Terror and Titan core both at once. Now, please show your Omnitrix to Dryba and Blukik. For the modification, Gwen said, keeping her hopeful smile. The moment of camaraderie suddenly evaporated, replaced by cold tension. At least on Hugo's side. Letting them tamper with the core of his aspect felt like handing them his still beating heart. He looked at them, at Gwen's hopeful light, Rook's professional calm, and Kevin's neutral expression. They had shown him their desperate city, shared their tragedy, and even shared a laugh. They had kept their word so far, and so he should keep his. With immense reluctance, he extended his arm, the Omnitrix dial gleaming with azure light. The Galvans got to work with strange, humming tools from their crate. Moments later, the Omnitrix glowed with a vibrant blue. Trait, Primus, is evolving. Your trait has evolved. Surprisingly enough, it dispels voice that announced the evolution, not the Omnitrix. That's it? Hugo asked, retrieving his arm. We have experience with the original, Dryba said smugly. Yours is similar enough, so it was easy. Now check your runes. Hugo did as told, noticing that the Primus description had changed. Primus, trait description, the Omnitrix can teleport its wielder to Primus. You're sure this won't send me to the real Primus? Hugo asked, eyeing the Galvans with suspicion. Positive, Blukik said. Your Omnitrix recognizes this reality's signature as the real Primus. The other place is just noise to it now. I see. The Galvans packed up and scurried off with a wave before teleporting with a green color. So, Hugo said, turning to face the three saints. I assume I enter the nightmare now. Gwen nodded, her expression growing solemn. As I said, spending more time here is dangerous for you. She gestured to the guards. With a synchronized motion, they activated controls on the massive door adorned with the Omnitrix symbol. It irised open with a deep hydraulic hiss. After a minute, the door finished its cycle, revealing the chamber beyond. Hugo stepped forward, looked inside, and his mind suddenly went blank. This day is just full of surprises, isn't it? He momentarily forgot to breathe. The chamber was vast and circular, the walls inscribed with intricate, glowing pink runes that hummed with a strange suppressing power. Pieces of dark rock floated in silent orbit around the room's center, and there, on a central dais, stood a figure. A humanoid being, his body the solid black of the void between stars, dotted with tiny, shimmering white specks like a captured galaxy. His hands were pure white and he had no visible mouth or ears, and three horn-like protrusions rose from his forehead. His eyes were solid, pupilless emerald green, and on his chest, unmistakable, was the symbol of the Omnitrix, but in green, not blue. Hugo knew this form. He had seen it in a dream vision, a locked imprint shining with impossible, divine potential in the deepest vault of his soul. It was the only imprint originally from the Omnitrix that was not corrupted. He staggered back a step, a primal wave of awe and terror seizing him. This is Alien X, Gwen said, her voice thick with sorrow so profound it vibrated in the air. A celestial sapien. This is my cousin, Ben Tennyson. I told you he used this form to create our sanctuary. Hugo felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate himself before the figure, or at least, to avert his omnipotent gaze. This was a true divine being, perhaps the only one remaining in this whole world. Yet, the figure was utterly, preternaturally still. It was like staring at the most magnificent statue in the universe. What's wrong with him? Hugo finally breathed. Ah, right, Kevin said, his usual gruffness softened by sadness. You've never used Alien X. As you've probably concluded, using a divine transformation has a price. What Kevin means, Gwen explained, floating closer to the motionless form, is that while Alien X is the most powerful transformation in the Omnitrix, it possesses a fatal flaw. Ben is not the only consciousness within that form. What? Bellicus and Serena, Gwen said, the names somehow sounding like a prayer and a curse. Two cosmic personalities imposed upon the celestial sapien race by the gods themselves, they were meant to serve as a cosmic law to limit these wondrous beings. You see, the Celestials were a race that almost rivaled the gods in power. But there was a problem. The gods were only 6, while the celestial sapiens were an entire species of divine beings. Hugo's blood ran cold. An entire race of gods. The thought was truly terrifying. And to ensure they never turned their unified power against the Pantheon, Rook continued, his voice grave. The 6 imposed a universal law upon them and them alone. The law created Bellicus and Serena in the mind of every celestial sapien from the moment their consciousness is born. They are a council of 3, forced into eternal debate over every single action, no matter how small and insignificant. To act, they must reach a unanimous vote. The cruelty of it was simply staggering. To be born a god, only to be imprisoned within your own mind, debating eternity away. Over the simplest of actions. It meant Ben Tennyson was in there, right now, trapped in an endless argument with 2 cosmic strangers, unable to move or speak until they all agreed to let him detransform. And so while the man definitely managed to create this place and save a part of his world, he doomed himself in the process. Their only crime, Gwen said, a tremor of anger in her voice, was that they were not created by the gods. How cruel, how unspeakably sad. Hugo turned to her, a new shock dawning upon him. What? They weren't? Then where did they come from? Nobody knows, Rook said. Like the gods and demons, they simply were. They existed at the dawn of creation, but I must advise you, such knowledge is not fit for someone of your rank. It is corruptive. Hugo nodded, shelving the monumental mystery for when he was stronger. His eyes were drawn back to the silent deity. So what now? No offense, but how is staring at your frozen cousin going to help me? Look closely, Rook instructed. Hugo forced his gaze past the overwhelming divine aura. There, cradled gently in Alien X's massive, star-flecked hand, was a small, dark, familiar orb. Its presence was almost completely suppressed by the celestial sapient's power, but Hugo could feel it. The faint, cold call of a nightmare. A second nightmare seed. How did that appear there? Hugo asked, bewildered. We have no idea, but our prevailing theory, Gwen said, is that it formed from Ben's original soul, which was at the awakened rank, but when he transformed, his divine soul could not harbor a seed meant for an awakened soul, and so it was discarded from his soul rather than being destroyed, like a splinter. Hugo's confusion deepened even further at her words. Wait. Ben Tennyson was an awakened before he transformed into that? A grim nod from all three. Unlike us, Gwen said, Ben's progress was hindered by the Omnitrix. It even protected him from being infected by the spell. He never had a first nightmare, and he couldn't access nightmares on his own, although that did not mean he was weak. He was on the cusp of ascending naturally when the unholy titan attacked our world. You should know the rest. And there it was, another layer of tragedy. To jump from the precipice of awakened directly to divine, skipping 5 realms of power, the psychic and spiritual toll must have been cataclysmic. Fascinating, Hugo murmured, wondering how it will feel if he did it himself. Although the thought of being trapped in eternal debate with himself was not pleasant at all. Eventually, he simply sighed, the weight of it all pressing down on him. So this is goodbye, then. He hadn't known them for long, but after months of crushing solitude, their presence, even as captors and potential manipulators, had been a lifeline. He wished he could learn more, but to stay was to risk losing everything. What are you talking about? Gwen asked, her brow furrowing. You'll return from the nightmare, won't you? Don't tell me you're planning to die, that would be a poor return on our investment. She tried to smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. The two men offered no such platitudes, but their gazes weren't hostile. Take these, before you enter. The 3 transcendents approached him. Each laid a hand on him in turn. Then a series of chimes sounded in his soul. You have received a memory, lucky charm. You have received a memory, null void containment egg. You have received a memory, plumber's badge. You have received a memory, proto tool. You have received a memory, proto-truk. These are 5 useful tools that should make your nightmares slightly less difficult, Gwen said. We could have given you a dozen more, but relying too heavily on memories is a crutch that gets awakened killed. You should understand that by now. Hugo nodded. The logic was sound, even caring. He turned to face the seed, cradled in a god's hand. Hugo took a deep, steadying breath. This was it. The goal of his desperate, months-long journey was inches away. I hope I'll see you all again, he said, offering a small, genuine wave. We wish you luck, Hugo, Gwen replied, her voice soft. He took a step forward. Then froze. The air in the room seemed to grow colder for a moment. He turned back slowly, his eyes narrowing to slits. I never told you my name. Gwen's warm, hopeful expression shifted. It was subtle, a slight hardening around her eyes. Oh! She let out a deep sigh. Of course you would have a good memory as well. The atmosphere shifted drastically. The friendly pretense instantly melted away, replaced by something older, harder and far more dangerous. The benevolent protector was gone, replaced by a strategist who had just been caught in a minor, but critical, oversight. "Get inside the seed, paragon of purity," she said, her voice devoid of its earlier warmth. It was a command. Hugo's face settled into a grim mask. "How about you tell me how you know my name first?" Silence. Gwen's answer was not with words, but with action. A tendril of solid pink energy, faster than he could react, lashed out from her form and wrapped around him like a vice. He struggled, throwing his new terror's strength against it, but it was like a child fighting steel cables. "No," Gwen said, her voice cold and final. "I'd rather not." Before he could scream, protest, or trigger the Omnitrix, the energy tendril yanked him off his feet and hurled him across the chamber like a doll, straight toward the dark orb in Alien X's hand. The world twisted, stretched, and went black in an instant. "Two brave ones. Welcome to your second nightmare." Chapter 54, Second Nightmare. Darkness. Hugo dreamt of darkness. Not the temporary blackness of a closed eye nor the shifting gloom of the dead-forgotten shore, but an absolute absence of anything. A sensory void where even the concept of up or down had no meaning. Hugo floated in said void, his consciousness barely registering the world around him. His mind, still reeling from the moments before the plunge, tried to latch onto recent events. Gwendolyn Tennyson forced him inside the nightmare, and she knew his true name despite Hugo forgetting to introduce himself. The manipulation he was afraid of was confirmed. The inhabitants of the beast realm knew of his coming and had likely done a lot of things to manipulate him for whatever ulterior motives. By all accounts, he should be furious, or at least he should be plotting 1,000 schemes as retaliation. Instead, he only felt a profound disappointment in his chest. His own people were treacherous, deceitful, and hurt each other a lot. After all, as Yuri said, this was the nature of the children of war. It was a bitter truth to swallow, but he had somehow accepted that fact. But these people? Survivors of a fallen divine realm, warriors who had endured the unthinkable. He had, against his better judgment, allowed a sliver of hope that they might be different. That their shared burden and suffering might have forged a purer purpose. But alas, they too were vile. The disappointment tasted like ash. It was so annoyingly predictable. So utterly, humanly disappointing. Perhaps this is why all realms fell to the invasion of nightmare creatures. Perhaps the corruption is merely the universe's answer to the cruelty of humans and noble creatures. He saw it now, not just the war god's children, but all of them, scheming and betraying even in the face of an apocalypse. Couldn't they simply have told him the truth? Couldn't they simply ask for his cooperation rather than lie to him? Hugo was not a saint, but he would have tried to help as best as he could. But now it seemed his intentions, or help, did not matter. The children of beasts were going to get their way forcefully. He shook the dark thoughts away violently. What am I doing? I'm inside the second nightmare, and I'm philosophizing about the worth of humanity? Survival was the only morality that mattered here. The survivors of the beast god's realm could wait, and he would deal with Gwen and her calculated investment later. If he survived, that is. As Hugo's grim resolve solidified, he noticed a slight change in the void, and something was finally visible once again. A figure stood in the distance, its back to him. It was undeniably human, wearing a long green jacket and blue jeans. He also seemed to have short brown hair, but before Hugo could see his face, the void itself began to move. Somehow, Hugo knew the void was moving backwards despite there being no indication of that. The absolute darkness condensed, swirling into points of brilliance that swelled into stars, forming vast furnaces of ethereal light. Nebulae spiraled into existence, galaxies whirled into shape at an impossible speed, as if Hugo was seeing the dawn of creation. Hugo stared at awe as he saw the dead space being resurrected. The sheer scale of such an event was alarming, to say the least. A second nightmare recreated a fragment of history, such as an ancient kingdom, a sea, a forest, but not entire galaxies. At least that was his understanding. Then, Hugo's focus was forkfully narrowed somewhere. Before him, a planet was being remade. Shattered continental plates skidded back together with terrible speed. Oceans of dispersed vapor poured themselves back into vast basins. Forests of literal ash unburned back into existence, with trees rising from nothingness to become something. The speed increased to a blinding blur, making Hugo's head hurt terribly. He saw flashes of the cataclysm that had destroyed the world being undone, but the cause that had rendered a world to fragments and destroyed the stars remained hidden by the frantic speed of the rewind. And perhaps that was for the best. Then, just as it begun, it stopped. The world, a blue and green marble of stunning familiarity, Earth but not as Earth, hung serene in the starlight. Then, the similar mechanic voice of the Omnitrix resounded in the darkness. Duplicate Omnitrix detected. Initiating synchronization protocols. Error. Protocol conflict. Error. Greater existence is assimilating the Omnitrix core. Assimilation in progress. Assimilation successful. Hugo could have sworn that he heard another voice beneath it. One more human, like two people arguing in a distant room, but he couldn't focus on the voice for some reason. Then, vertigo. Hugo found himself standing on solid ground once again. The scent of dry earth, ozone, and the coppery tang of blood assaulted his senses. War. Clang. Boom. Screech. A myriad of sounds resounded in the world in front of him, and the thing Hugo noticed was the fact that he was looking at a war zone that was happening on a strange valley. Two armies clashed with intense ferocity. On one side, an army of knights, but these were no medieval relicts. Their plate armor was sleek, angular, and matte black, etched with glowing crimson circuits. They wielded swords of crackling red plasma and rifles that fired lances of the same violent energy. They fought with the disciplined fury of fanatics, their faces hidden behind impassive visors, and they moved at a stunning speed, impossible for mundane human. All of these people in front of him were awakened, some perhaps were ascended. There was an entire legion of them. If the waking world had as much awakened, then the world would have not lost that many continents. Opposing them was a more diverse force. Soldiers in sleeker white and gray armor that looked both advanced and utilitarian. Among them were non-humans, a hulking, four-armed being roaring as it crushed a knight's chest plate, a slender, crystalline figure deflecting plasma bolts with shields made from their own skin. They used weapons of green and white energy, with their tactics being more fluid and adaptive, centered around not killing the knights for some strange reason, but they were losing, they were outnumbered and being pushed back toward the valley's mouth. What the hell, was all Hugo could think. In a nightmare, one would expect Ancient Awakened wielding enchanted weapons and all of that, but not Ancient Awakened shooting laser. Tennyson, dodge. The voice, young and sharp with panic, came from his left. He turned his head towards its source, but then an approaching figure met him. A black-armored knight, having broken through the white-armored line, was already upon him. The red plasma sword, humming with annihilating heat, descended toward his head. Hugo moved to sidestep the slash. After all, his enemy was of equal rank as him, in fact being a terror, he was stronger than most awakened, and so this attack, no matter how skilled, should have been dodged easily. But alas, his own body betrayed him. Everything about it was wrong. He was lighter, shorter, and his center of gravity was completely different. His limbs responded with a clumsy lag, and so the refined evasion turned into a stumbling stagger. He hit the hard ground, eating dirt. Unfortunately, the knight didn't hesitate at all as he thrust his sword towards the ground. Despite the odd situation, Hugo didn't really try to figure out why his body was like this. Instead, he rolled around on the ground at a fast speed, dodging the assaults of the laser sword. At the same time, Hugo summoned nothing. The transcendent memory materialized between him and the knight and shot upward. The knight, likely being an experienced awakened, tried to block, but the plasma sword passed through the mist harmlessly, and then, the mist reformed into a sharp spinning blade. Nothing, sheared through the advanced chest plate armor, reaching the flesh of the awakened and cutting them in half. You have slain an awakened human, forever knight. The spell void reverberated in his head as he got on his feet. He had just killed a human. In his world, killing a fellow human, let alone awakened, was a dark act. Although it felt disturbingly easy here. After all, they were just illusions, not actual people. Right? Shaking his head, Hugo looked toward where the warning from earlier had come from. Two figures fought back to back a short distance away, masterfully taking down dozens of knights. A young man, maybe a few years older than Hugo's apparent new body, was the first to catch his yes. He had dark, messy hair and a perpetual scowl. His hands were not hands, they had morphed into massive, spiked mauls of dark granite, which he used to batter knights aside with brutal swings. Hugo recognized that man instantly, after all he had just seen him. It was Kevin Elvin, but he was not the intimidating saint he knew. This was a younger, leaner Kevin, who lacked the raw and explosive power of his adult counterpart, his eyes burning with hot rage and recklessness. He was strong, perhaps a high tier awakened or even an ascended, but the terrifying pressure of a transcendent was utterly absent. Beside him was a familiar girl as well. Her orange hair was tied back in a practical ponytail, while her face was set in fierce concentration. She wore a red t-shirt, a black vest and simple blue jeans. Her hands were extended, wielding shields and firing projectiles of solid pink energy. Gwendolyn Tennyson, although just like Kevin, she was not the all-powerful saint he had just met, but she was still fairly strong. But Hugo was rather confident that he could beat this version of her, unlike her real-life counterpart. They were ghosts of their original self, hinting that this nightmare was from a long time ago where the dew hadn't yet reached transcendence. Ben! Focus! What's wrong with you? Gwen shouted, her voice straining as she solidified a pink barrier against a volley of plasma fire. Strangely enough, her eyes were on him. Is she talking to me? Confused by her words, Hugo looked down at himself properly for the first time since entering the nightmare. He was wearing a simple black shirt, with a green jacket on top possessing a stark white 10 emblem on the chest area. He was also wearing blue jeans. And sneakers. He raised his hands. They were smaller and paler, lacking the bulkiness of his chimera sui generis form. He was human. Not his hybrid form, but a fully, complete human. The constant intellect of his flaw was also gone, letting Hugo feel at calm for the first time in months. It was a shocking. After all, he was used to changing forms, but having his true form change was still bizarre. The hell is this? He breathed, listening to his voice. It was that of a teenager his age, although far cooler than his own. His eyes snapped to his left wrist and he sighed with relief. The Omnitrix was there, but that relief curdled into confusion. This was not his watch. The form was sleeker and more skinnier than his, with a black and green color scheme. The faceplate was black and the iconic hourglass symbol was glowing in emerald green light. It was familiar and alien all at once. His aspect had been overwritten, suppressed, or perhaps assimilated, as the strange voice had said. What could have caused this? Was perhaps the original Omnitrix coming in contact with his aspect? If so, then what did it mean? Frowning deeply, Hugo ducked behind a large, scorched boulder as plasma bolts cratered the stone around him. He could ask questions later, but for now he needs to start smashing these knights. And luckily, he knew a certain four-armed fellow who's perfect for the job. Hugo activated the Omnitrix, pressing the buttons on the side of the dial. It rose with a satisfying click hiss. A holographic silhouette spun into view above the dial. His frown deepened as he looked at the imprints. No. This can't be right. He cycled through them rapidly, trying to find a familiar face. The holograms displayed a glistening, green amoeboid shape, a hulking, dinosaur-like creature, a slender, cloaked figure with strange eyes, a crab-like being with a massive claw, and a strange monkey with 4 arms. I don't recognize any of these guys. Hugo muttered to himself in shock. He recognized none of them, not a single one was from his playlist of 17 was in here. These were all new, which should be impossible considering the method to unlock imprints is to either scan them or through a DNA chamber. Or perhaps, these were not his imprints, rather they were someone else's. The pieces suddenly clicked in his head. Gwen called him Ben. I'm in Ben Tennyson's body and this place is his world. And this is his Omnitrix. A plasma bolt shattered the top of his cover, stopping any incoming extensional crisis that he might have had. He scanned the unfamiliar roster for another moment before finding a certain alien that he liked the look of. Under these circumstances, this one looks pretty good, he muttered, aligning the dial. The hologram displayed a humanoid plant creature, its head patterned like fire. Without hesitation, he slammed the dial down. A flash of emerald light, profound and different from his own blue transformation energy, engulfed his body. He felt his bones stretch, his skin transform into something rough, fibrous, and wonderfully alive. Moss and vibrant green flesh consumed his flesh as his head reshaped, a crown of red, petal-like structures forming on top of it, resembling hair. The smell of damp earth and methane filled his new senses, making him almost want to puke. The transformation was pretty swift, but right as it ended, he suddenly felt the urge to scream out something, and unfortunately, he couldn't resist it. Swampfire! His voice was a rasping growl, utterly unlike his own. He now stood as a strange humanoid plant-like alien, which was entirely different from his will-divine form. Just then, a straight plasma bolt slammed into his chest, passing through it and causing a burn mark. But then, his body miraculously regenerated perfectly, leaving not a single scar where the burns were a minute ago. The power coursing through this form was immense and more powerful than most of his other's imprints, making Hugo feel a strange sensation. He tapped into the core of this new being, seeking its abilities. As he did that, his awareness expanded through the form's biology. His eyes widened behind their green, slitted pupils. This body, its sole core, it was not awakened. The realization was incredibly shocking to Hugo. After all, he had been only a dormant and an awakened all of his life, so feeling such a change was surprising to him. The innate strength, the density of his transformed soul, and the quality of his soul cores was completely different from what it used to be, becoming something unreal. An ascended imprint, he thought. He was no longer an awakened terror. Instead he was, for the duration of this transformation, a true ascended terror of a very powerful species. The time limit must be even shorter than my awakened forms. While he could not tell how long it exactly was, Hugo knew that he could not stay in this form for long. Just then, one of the knights charged towards him with their sword raised high. Hugo, Swampfire, didn't dodge. Instead, he simply stopped the blade with his ascended physicality and then clenched his fist and brought it towards the knight's chest. Crunch! The knight was launched like a projectile, his armor crumbling as he flew across the battlefield, bowling over two others of his comrades. Hugo raised his hands, tapping into the form's primary abilities. The knowledge was just there, instinctively, although it was a bit hard to grasp as it was still a new power. Methane was the name of the dormant ability, and it produced flammable gas from his body's unique biology. His awakened ability, on the other hand, was called Ignite, and it used Soul Essence to ignite the gas produced by his body. The process was definitely strange and inferior to Heat Blast pyrokinesis, but it was still strong on its own. And so Hugo got to work. A torrent of green gas appeared at his fingertips, gathering rapidly. Then, just as it was born, the gas quickly died out as it transformed into violent flames. The flames shot forward as an explosion, engulfing a dozen knights in a second, their armor flashing to white-hot before melting on their skins. It washed over the ground, creating a wall of fire between the knights' advance and the white-armored defenders. Ben! What are you doing? Are you crazy? Do you want to kill them? Gwen's scream was filled with horror, which surprised him. Weren't they the enemy? A shield of hard pink energy flashed into existence, not to block the knights, but to deflect Hugo's fire away from a group who had been surrounded by it. She was protecting the enemy. Hugo stared at her with a strange expression. Was that not the point of this battle? They were trying to kill him, so he should kill them. He was not someone who killed humans. In fact, this nightmare was his first time killing one, but this was an illusion after all. Sadly, he could not use that as a reasoning. They're trying to kill us, he growled back, trying to keep his disdain for the original Gwen in check. What do you want me to do? Remember Grandpa's orders. We subdue and contain them. We do not execute them, she yelled, firing precise pink stun bolts at Knight's joints. We're the plumbers, not the Forever Knights. Plumbers. Forever Knights. The names meant nothing to Hugo, but the doctrine was clearly in favor of restraining them. Hugo felt his frustration boiling as he slowly understood why the beast realm fell in the first place. Noble ideals in the face of war was just asking to be killed. How could they be so naive? Gritting his teeth, or the equivalent of doing that in this body, Hugo switched tactics. He dove into the form's ascended ability, which was called chlorokinesis. It was a deeper, more profound version of his Wildvine's power over plants. After all, Wildvine had an awakened ability that manipulated plants, while this form, which he called Swampfire, had the same ability as an ascended one, making it naturally more powerful. Just as he felt the ability activate, dozens of hard seed-like pods erupted from the frills on his arms and shoulders. They shot out over the battlefield, landing amidst the knights. On impact, they suddenly went through a rapid growth, producing thick, whip-like vines that moved with terrifying speed and purpose. They coiled around the limbs of the knights, yanked their weapons away, and pinned armored forms to the ground. It mimicked a tyrant's control over minions, but it was not it, as this was extension of an ascended ability rather than commanding minions, which meant he had to control the VNs manually, causing a slight strain on his mind. He would have much preferred the fire as it was faster and cleaner, but the vines worked. Dozens of knights shouted in surprise and rage as they were tangled and immobilized. "Hey!" Hugo roared over the din to Gwen, sidestepping a lunging knight and catching his wrist. Then, with a wrench that tore the servo in the armor, he disarmed the knight and flung him into a cluster of his tangled comrades. "How are we supposed to hold this many?" "We just need to hold out until Grandpa crosses over from the Dream Realm," she shouted back, her face paling with effort. His frown deepened at her words. He did recall the original Gwendolyn mentioning that her grandfather was the only supreme of this realm, which meant he was going to meet him soon. But then again, did the Dream Realm even exist in this nightmare? His mind raced with a myriad of questions as he kept subduing the knights. This nightmare was perhaps the most unique one in the world, 2 worlds even. It was set during the age of the nightmare spell in another realm entirely similar to Earth. And so, while Earth was replicated, was the nightmare spell truly capable of recreating the entirety of the Dream Realm? How would that even be possible? As far as he knew, the Dream Realm was nearly infinite, containing multiple realms mashed together. Then, just as he was wondering that, the world suddenly cracked. At the same time, Hugo felt a strange feeling wash over him, as if the world was suddenly hit by a hammer. Behind the crumbling plumber lines, in the empty air above the valley, a jagged tear of violent emerald light ripped open. It wasn't a gateway like the ones he knew, instead it was more like a wound in reality torn by an unimaginable force. The tear expanded, stretching vertically until it formed a colossal, shimmering portal. Through it, Hugo didn't see another landscape. He saw a swirling, chaotic storm of conflicting colors and shapes, the raw, unformed chaos of the Dream Realm. And then, he descended. A figure flew through the portal, and the world bent around him. Gravity seemed to reorient to pay him homage. The light dimmed as if afraid to be within his presence, and the very air thickened with a crushing pressure. It was a presence that Hugo had felt only once before. It was the same the suffocating weight of the Great Terror in the Nightmare Desert, but this was different. Where the Terror's pressure was vile and corrupt, this pressure was more authoritative. It was law, order, and righteous judgment manifested on the world. Just like Azarax had described himself, it was the pressure of a supreme monarch. The Supreme landed softly, his boots touching the red earth without a sound. He was an older man, his face a roadmap of hard years and harder decisions, framed by a fringe of white hair. He wore a simple white armor just like the other plumbers, but it supported a red cape from behind, giving him a more dignified look. His eyes, sharp and weary, swept the battlefield, and just as then, the retreating Forever Knights froze as if pinned down by an invisible force. From the raging portal behind him, machines followed. Appearing as hulking, humanoid mechs, they stood at nearly 3 stories tall, armored in gray and green colors, radiating a unique type energy undoubtedly coming from their supreme monarch. They marched out in a phalanx, their organized steps shaking the ground. A wave of shouts and cheers escaped the mouths of the plumbers. "Lord Condemnation! Our sovereign is here!" It's the Azure Legions. We're saved! Drive the knights back. For the galactic domain. Hugo, still in his swampfire form, could only stare in AWD at such a display of power. It was the first time he had ever seen a Supreme, and just then, the mighty Sovereign unleashed his powers. Chapter 55, The Forever Kings. The Supreme Monarch descended upon the retreating army of Forever Knights, his will washing over the battlefield like a physical tide, causing the knights to freeze mid-retreat, their armors suddenly locking place and their weapons falling silent, pinned by the sheer weight of his presence. At the same time, the beleaguered plumbers seemed to straighten, their injuries sealing shut and their fatigue replaced by a surge of renewed vitality. Hope, bright and fierce, ignited in their eyes. Is this the power of a domain? Hugo thought, watching the scene in front of him with awe. He had never encountered a supreme being with an active domain. Azaraxis had been stripped of his by Shadow God, and this display of battlefield-wide control and reinforcement was simply unbelievable. Quickly, Hugo moved to follow Gwen and Kevin towards the front of the plumber lines, mimicking their movements to not seem suspicious. In truth, Hugo was scared out of his mind. He had no idea what kind of deep perception or soul-reading abilities a sovereign might possess, and at the same time he was now a part of a civilization that had reached space travel and had managed to trick fate itself. Surely detecting an imposter as one of their mightiest champions won't be impossible for them. But alas, there was nothing he could do for now. Luckily, the Supreme's attention was wholly consumed by the enemy force. The battlefield was swiftly divided into two halves, one being the resolute plumbers and the mysterious Azuras, and the other side being the defeated mass of the Forever Knights. Hugo was shocked at how fast the tides of the battle changed, and all it took for that to happen was one person. No, was it even possible to call a supreme being a person in the first place? Just as he was thinking that, reality cracked once again on the side of the Forever Knights. Oh, please don't tell me it's another sovereign. Hugo's shoulders slouched at the thought. Witnessing a clash of demigods was not on his list of preferred nightmare experiences, and it would make conquering this trial exponentially more hellish. Although something was strange, the crack that appeared was different from the one the plumber supreme had torn open. Where his had been a majestic rip of sheer will, this one was more artificial and less dominating than the first gate. It also lacked the overwhelming presence of a supreme. Soon, the crack reshaped itself into a red gate, and from it, 6 figures emerged. One was a knight in towering, white power armor, its surfaces etched with gold filigree. The Forever Knight's insignia was emblazoned on the chest, and 3 black horns swept back from a helmet with a glaring T-shaped visor, and lastly a blood-red cape hung from his shoulders. Beside him stood an elderly man with a sharp, imperious demeanor. His white hair was styled into a pointed mustache and goatee, and he wore rich red and black attire, a jewel crown and a fur-trimmed cape, his entire being radiating aristocratic disdain. Next was a man with a hardened, angular face and cold navy blue eyes. He wore a modified, more ornate version of Forever Knight armor that clearly denoted high rank. Another had graying dark hair and a short black beard, his expression grim behind the visor of his own sleek, high-tech armor. The 5th figure was perhaps the most unnerving of the group. His face was completely hidden behind an expressionless golden mask beneath a chainmail hood, topped with a pointed, gray-blue crown. He stood utterly still, the empty sockets of his mask sweeping over the battlefield. The last figure was a middle-aged man whose bearing held a weary kind of authority. He wore a crown and a golden version of the Forever Knight's armor that supported a red and white cape. The faction's symbol appeared prominent on his chest. The 6 figures were an imposing council, showcasing their unmistakable leadership of the Forever Knights. Yet, the Supreme Monarch showed no trace of intimidation by their presence. And that wasn't because they were weak, instead it was a testament to the power the Supreme possessed. The Sovereign floated to the empty space between the armies and waited. After a moment, the 6 Forever Kings walked forward to meet him. Hugo, using the enhanced senses of an ascended terror, tried to listen to their conversation, and through those same senses, he felt them. Crazy, this is insane, he immediately panicked internally as he felt the aura around the 6 figures. They're saints. All 6 of them. They didn't possess the same presence as the Supreme before them, but each radiated the formidable pressure of a transcendent champion, which was nothing to scoff at. The sheer concentration of power on this field was simply absurd. Hugo sensed that he would need to confront and somehow defeat them, or at the very least, subdue them, to conquer this nightmare, which was not a pleasant speculation at all. For now, he could only hope the Plumbers Supreme would handle them. "Maxwell Tennyson," said the knight in the white power armor, his voice amplified by it. "Truly, this is not how I envisioned our meeting to be, but your blatant treachery against your own species forced our hand." The Supreme, Maxwell, regarded the six with a solemn expression. "Do you truly believe this is wise, Sir Driscoll? To ignite a civil war while our world is being invaded by the forces of corruption?" The elderly crowned man, Sir Patrick, gritted his teeth. "The monsters you harbor in your domain are no different from the corrupted. Is this an appropriate manner for a supreme monarch to rule? You should govern the human race, not these creatures." Maxwell did not appear to be angered by these words, only somewhat disappointed. "These creatures are individuals much like you and me. They walk the path of ascension alongside us and strive to coexist peacefully, especially since the descent of the nightmare spell decades ago." The man with navy blue eyes stepped forward, his demeanor calmer than that of his comrades, though this was difficult to assess, given that half of them were masked, and addressed the Supreme with all due respect. "Do you truly believe that? Their progenitors not only oppressed humanity during the Age of Gods, but they used us as fuel for their own gains, and yet, you would protect their descendants?" Maxwell shook his head. "That is a poisonous logic. Why blame the child for the father's sin? What crime have these individuals committed? By your measure, humanity itself, which has spilled oceans of blood across countless lands, should have been scoured from existence long ago. What distinguishes us from them? Why should we hold them accountable for their ancestors' sins while we do not apply that to ourselves?" The armored Sir Driscoll spoke again, his voice ringing across the silent battlefield. "The difference is that humanity's conflicts were only with itself, while these aliens committed countless atrocities against us when we had done them no wrong." Maxwell sighed, his face expressing sadness at his words. "Do you even hear yourselves anymore?" His gaze swept across the six, and for the first time, it hardened, causing the six saints to instinctively take a step back. Sir Driscoll, Sir Patrick, Sir Urian, Sir Enoch, Sir Cyrus, and Dr. Joseph Chadwick. By the authority vested in me as the sanctioned guardian of Earth and the allied races, you are hereby under arrest for your crimes against multiple alien species and for perpetuating crimes against humanity itself. As you can see, resistance is futile. The world suddenly seemed to be engulfed in fury as the sky darkened with clouds. "We'll see about that." The golden-masked figure spoke for the first time since his appearance. In his hand, a small glowing golden sphere suddenly materialized in white sparks. Maxwell Tennyson's eyes widened in recognition. "A null void grenade? How did you—" It was too late. The golden sphere suddenly detonated. There was no sound, only a flash of light that consumed the world, blinding every onlooker in the area, including the Supreme. When the light faded, the six forever kings and the entire army of knights were nowhere to be seen, as if they had vanished into nothingness. In their place, left standing alone in the now empty half of the valley, was a new horror. A towering giant, as tall as the mightiest skyscraper from Hugo's world, loomed over the landscape. Its body was a jagged mass of dark stone. 7 multi-jointed limbs sprouted from its torso, and a single massive eye of burning white light dominated the center of its faceless head. It radiated a palpable aura of wrongness, not as much as the great terror Hugo faced in the Nightmare Desert, but still powerful in its right. A corrupted titan. Hugo swallowed as he felt a cold sweat appear on his face. Such a being was a walking extinction event, a calamity that could break an entire continent. Even with the Supreme present, the sheer scale of the destruction this thing could unleash in moments was simply terrifying. But then, before he could process further, the Supreme Monarch quickly regained his focus and engaged the Titan in battle, sending shockwaves running through the valley. Simultaneously, the plumber commanders began barking orders at the remaining army. "All units, fall back to the Dream Gate. Now! Azura Legion, cover the retreat." The massive mechs, the Azuras, formed a bristling wall of green energy and weaponry between the retreating forces and the clashing figures. Hugo, seeing no alternative, sprinted with the flow of soldiers, keeping Kevin and Gwen within his vision. He passed through the shimmering emerald portal, appearing somewhere else. The transition was instant, almost similar to the time he was transported to the Dream Realm during the winter solstice. One moment, he stood in the ruined alley, and the next, he stood on a vast seamless platform of green alloy that stretched as far as the eye can see. He was in a vast jungle that seemed to be weirdly alive. Strangely enough, the place was made up entirely of technology. Instead, it also had immense, ancient-looking structures of carved rock intertwining with and supporting the more advanced-looking buildings. Not far away, a tower reaching high into the sky stood in all of its majestic beauty, adorned by the familiar Omnitrix symbol. It was nearly identical to the one present in Primus. And over it all, arching from one distant horizon to the other, was a vast translucent green dome. It reflected the light from above, casting everything in a subdued emerald glow. The light source itself made Hugo's skin crawl. He looked up and saw a sun hung in the sky beyond the dome, but it was wrong. Its light was harsh and sterile, carrying a faint feeling of malice unlike no other, as if it was alive. "Ah, right, Ben," Gwen said beside him, her voice appearing tired and exhausted. "This must be your first time visiting Godgrave." At that moment, the Omnitrix on Hugo's chest beeped urgently, and a familiar green light engulfed him. He shrank as he felt his soul and body regress by a whole rank, and he was once again back in Ben Tennyson's human body. "Ah, yes," Hugo stammered, trying to sound appropriately odd while he was remembering some details from before the nightmare started. The real Gwen had said that Ben Tennyson was never infected by the nightmare spell, and as a result he also never went through a winter solstice, which meant this was the first time he entered the Dream Realm. And so, Hugo had to play the role of a newcomer. It's definitely an interesting place, and creepy. Very creepy. Kevin, who had also reverted to his regular form, shot him a suspicious look. "What's with you? You've been acting weird for a while now. We've fought the Forever Knights plenty of times, so are you seriously that spooked by their leaders?" "Not really, though I am concerned about the corrupted Titan that appeared." He attempted to shift the subject, assuming that even these individuals would share concern about a corrupted Titan. "Well, Grandpa should be able to handle it without much difficulty. He is a Supreme, after all," Gwendolyn reassured him, patting his back briefly before attending to the injured plumbers. Her words raised another of Hugo's concerns. The Supreme, named Maxwell Tennyson, was also Ben's grandfather, meaning he would inevitably attract his attention. Awakened individuals were naturally perceptive and intelligent the more they climbed the path of ascension, and so, Supreme individuals like Maxwell likely possessed 100-fold greater insight, which could pose problems and lead to his exposure as an imposter. Although this anxiety was burdensome, it made Hugo's objectives clear. First, he needed to learn more about Ben Tennyson and how to emulate him as fast as possible, at least for the duration of the nightmare. Then there was the conflict he needed to resolve to clear the nightmare, which seems to revolve around the plumbers and the Forever Knights, the latter exhibiting prejudice against all non-humans. And lastly, he had to learn how to operate this new Omnitrix and utilize the unfamiliar playlist Ben Tennyson possessed. All of these tasks were already challenging enough, but unfortunately, he also needed to ascertain how the real Gwendolyn knew his name and the exact nature of the plot that had ensnared him in this nightmare. Two brave ones. His eyes widened as he suddenly remembered the words of the spell right as he entered the nightmare. There was someone else in this nightmare with him. This realization was more than just alarming. After all, someone who knew this world was a nightmare was by far the most dangerous obstacle in the nightmare, and to make it worse, he had no idea how to identify or find such a person. Was the second challenger someone the transcendent rulers of the Beast Realm had sent to monitor him inside the nightmare? And most importantly, did they harbor any malice against him? His spiraling thoughts were shattered by a deafening siren. Harsh red light began to pulse from the central, fortress-like skyscraper. The plumber headquarters and every soldier and technician in the vicinity suddenly froze, their faces hardening as they looked towards the source of the alarm. Then a voice suddenly boomed through the entire area, causing everyone to pale. "Warning to all plumber and awakened present. Prisoner Albedo has escaped containment. Repeat, prisoner Albedo is at large within Godgrave's sector. All units, maximum alert. Chapter 56, Crimson Light. Hugo grimaced at the sound of the alarm. Of course. He would be here as well. The probability of the same individual appearing in both an awakened first nightmare and their second nightmare was incredibly low, bordering on non-existent but never zero. And now, Hugo had once again found the being who had subjected him to unimaginable agony. In a sense, Albedo was to be blamed for everything that has happened to him. The Omnitrix's light had killed Albedo once, during the first nightmare, but this time, Hugo wanted to do it with his own hands even if it wasn't the same Albedo. Without further thought, he clicked the buttons of the Omnitrix, causing the dial to rise. Hugo began scrolling rapidly through the unfamiliar holograms, for now he needed mobility, meaning an imprint that can fly. Eventually he ended up selecting a sleek, winged silhouette and slammed the dial down. A flash of green light consumed him as his body elongated, becoming leaner and taller than four large, diaphanous wings of deep blue unfurled from his back. His chest narrowed, his arms lengthened into slender limbs ending in clawed hands, and at the same time his face morphed inhumanly, losing his lips and causing his eyes to grow bigger. When the light faded, he was a humanoid, moth-like alien. The four wings and two antennae-like wing folds could retract into a poncho-like hood, giving him a neat appearance. His body was primarily black with blue patching on his slender chest and along his limbs, bordered by thick black lines, and lastly there was cyan patches resembling ice chunks adorned his legs, arms and the back of each wing. Big Chill! The name erupted from Hugo's mouth instinctively once again. Lame, he thought, cringing at the name. While the name felt juvenile at best, the power coursing through this form was nothing to scoff at. His primary ability granted flight, which was already incredibly useful on its own, while the second granted an absolute control over cold and ice, in other words cryokinesis, and lastly, the third was intangibility, which was akin to another imprint of his, Ghost Freak. Furthermore, as an ascended terror of this species, his tyrant ability would allow him to create minions from his body, and his terror ability granted control over temperature, which was both similar and different from the awakened ability. He flexed his new hands, feeling the coldness of his body. Just like Swampfire, this form was truly worthy of the ascended rank. Unfurling his four wings fully, Hugo rose into the air with a powerful beat. This form should do. Ben, wait! Albedo is too dangerous for you to take on alone. Gwen's worried voice cut through the sirens called, reaching Hugo. I can handle him, was all Hugo retorted before he pushed himself forward, flying into the plumber's headquarters tower. Frankly, charging off alone was a terrible decision, but there was a personal score he needed to settle with that insidious Galvan. Besides, how threatening could one Galvan be? Activating his intangibility, he phased effortlessly through walls and security barriers, his form turning translucent. The inside of the tower was one massive prison block, appearing as a nearly endless circular chasm, its walls studded with hundreds of secure cells containing a bewildering array of beings. It was also a near-perfect copy of the detention levels Hugo had seen in Primus's reflection, leading Hugo to wonder if the survivors of Beast God Realm had taken the tower when they fled their dying world. That aside, everything seemed to be in order. Until it wasn't. Something suddenly slammed into Hugo from the side with the force of a truck. The impact was so sudden and so brutal that Hugo didn't even have time to reactivate his intangibility. He was thrown across the chasm, his wings flailing desperately as he was smashed into a reinforced viewport with a sickening crunch. Before he could even register the pain, a storm of punches rained down on him, clearly indicating the attacker's hostility. Gritting his teeth, Hugo twisted in midair, using his four wings to create a vortex of wind to dislodge his attacker off him. Simultaneously, he poured soul essence into Big Chill's awakened ability and opened his mouth to unleash a miniature storm from his mouth directly at the mysterious attacker. A torrent of ice exploded through the large chasm, freezing multiple cells, which surprised Hugo for a moment. He had forgotten that he was an ascended terror at the moment. The onslaught finally made the attacker stagger back, raising their limbs to shield itself. Seizing the opening, Hugo planted his feet against the viewport and kicked off, putting distance between them. Stabilizing his flight, Hugo got his first good look at his assailant. His blood, or whatever circulated in this form, ran cold. Pun intended. The being hovering opposite him was melting the ice from its own form casually, barely affected by it. It was, for all intents and purposes, an exact twin of his big chill form. Same black and blue coloration, same wings, and the same slender body. But there was one big difference between Hugo's and the mysterious attacker. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent crimson light, and most chilling of all, emblazoned on its chest was a blood-red hourglass identical to Hugo's Omnitrix. Hugo now possessed considerable knowledge about Nobel creatures and knew that another individual wielding an Omnitrix, a red one at that, was highly unusual. You. Hugo's voice was slightly rasped. Just who are you? The crimson-eyed twin remained silent, its head tilting slightly as if in deep contemplation. Then, without warning, it opened its mouth and exhaled, releasing a terrifying wave of ice that closed the space between them in seconds. Hugo tried to dodge, maneuvering his flight in the open space, and when that failed, he activated his intangibility, hoping the impact would pass through him, but the attack seemed to break all logic, following and hitting him despite the fact that he was intangible. It struck his chest, and instead of just freezing him, it pinned him to the wall behind him in a thick mass of ice, leaving no room for escape. What was even worse was the fact that he felt the cold seeping deeper than his flesh, reaching toward his very soul and threatening to freeze his omnicore solid. Is he a Titan? Hugo thought in panic. It would explain the vast gap in power between them despite their similar form and rank. After all, a Titan's abilities, no matter what rank, defy normal logic. Hugo struggled, pouring the entirety of his ascended strength into breaking the ice. It didn't even crack. The ice, despite being created from a creature only one class above him, refused to budge, and he couldn't even break it through his strength. The same thing could be said about the walls of the plumber headquarters, which were designed to hold beings far beyond an ascended terror. Before he could try to anything else, the crimson twin flew forward, stopping mere inches away from Hugo's pinned form. Those hellish red eyes locked onto his, and Hugo was momentarily lost in them. They held a bottomless amount of rage, and yet, beneath it all, a terrifying calm. The figure said nothing, then it simply reached out a clawed hand toward Hugo's chest, toward the Omnitrix. Hugo grunted violently, mentally commanding the Omnitrix to transform him into any other form, but it was useless. His awakened ability to change between his forms required physical interaction with the dial, and his arms were currently trapped. As the red-eyed fingers brushed the green symbol, the Omnitrix on Hugo's chest reacted violently. It flared with an emerald light, trying to repel the intruder, and yet, bizarrely, Hugo also felt a faint, almost imperceptible pulse of recognition. As if the device was greeting an old friend. Hugo was more than bewildered by this fact. Could the Omnitrix even feel? And if yes, then why would it fail something like that from this person? Then, the attacker spoke for the first time, his voice a dry and rasp which was identical to Hugo's big chill voice. Omnitrix, initiate decoupling protocol authorization code, 6983. Hugo's eyes widened in horror as the Omnitrix on his chest ignited with an even more intense light. He felt a terrible stretching sensation deep within his soul. The Crimson Wielder wasn't just attacking him, instead he was pulling the Omnitrix's connection to his soul apart, trying to rip his aspect from his very being. No, no, no! This can't be happening! Panic ran through Hugo's mind as he felt the unimaginable pain tear through his soul. And yet at the same time, a thought suddenly found its way into his mind. If this imposter could command the Omnitrix with a code, who was to say the primary user couldn't? With every ounce of his will, Hugo focused on the device bonded to his soul. Omnitrix. Cancel decoupling protocol. Override authorization, 6983. Frankly, Hugo had no idea what he was saying, nor did he know what authorization codes were, but it was worth trying. The green Omnitrix flashed again, this time with a different light, and at the same time, the crimson light from the attacker's hand flickered and sputtered, causing its hand to burn away slightly. The red-eyed twin's eyes widened in shock. In that moment of surprise, Hugo managed to wrench one arm partially free from the ice. Channeling his cryokinesis, he turned his soul essence into ice and formed a long blade of ice extending from his freed claw. Before the attacker could regain his focus, Hugo drove the ice blade forward with all his strength. It struck true, plunging into one of the glowing crimson eyes. A terrible shriek reverberated through the air as the red big chill reeled back violently, clutching its face in pain. At that exact moment, the elevator shaft nearby exploded open as Gwen and Kevin shot out of it, standing on a platform of solid pink energy. Gwen's hands moved gracefully, constructing a massive pink hammer and hurling it at the attacker. Kevin, his arms having absorbed the dense metal of the elevator doors, launched himself like a missile, connecting with the imposter's torso and breaking a few bones. The Crimson Twin was sent spinning across the chasm, crashing through a series of empty cells, but it recovered with an alarming speed, hovering unsteadily. At that moment, it had a perfect opening to retaliate with its own cryokinesis or use its intangibility to rip out Kevin's heart. But it didn't. Instead, it turned its head and looked directly at Hugo one last time. The expression on its frozen features was unreadable, but Hugo could have sworn he saw something strange for a moment. Then, it simply turned intangible and flew through the ceiling, escaping before Gwen could form constructs to stop it. Gwen, levitating her platform over, looked down at Hugo, who was still pinned to the wall. Her expression was filled with disappointment. "I can handle him," he said. Hugo had no reply. Her words confirmed the attacker was Albedo, but nothing else made sense. He didn't recall Albedo being a necrophrygian nor possessing any Omnitrix, let alone a red one. But then again, his knowledge of this world was extremely flawed and patched together with half-truths. Of course, he also couldn't ask directly or he'll seem suspicious. After all, it seems that Albedo was someone that Ben, Gwen, and Kevin had already dealt with in the past. "He caught me by surprise," Hugo finally muttered with a slightly embraced voice. "Help me out of this." Gwen sighed, forming a slender, ultra-hot blade of pink energy. Then, with careful precision, she sliced through the ice column, weakening it enough for Hugo to shatter the rest and pull himself free. Having failed to stop Albedo's escape, Hugo felt an incredible amount of frustration. Especially due to the fact that he lost terribly and nearly died. "Now what?" "Now," Gwen said, gesturing back to the elevator, "we wait for Grandpa to deal with the corrupted Titan, and then the Saints can take us back to the waking world." Hugo felt a bit stunned by how casual she was about this entire ordeal. Not only has they just fought a war with a group of racist awakened knights, but they also had to flee from a corrupted Titan, and just now, a dangerous prisoner possessing the same power as Ben Tensian had escaped containment, yet she wasn't that panicked in the slightest. Crazy, they're all crazy. Nonetheless, Hugo, Gwen, and Kevin descended in the elevator. The two ascended warriors debriefed, discussing security failures and Albedo's strange behavior, but Hugo's mind was elsewhere for a moment. How did Albedo have an Omnitrix? And most importantly, what was he even doing in this era? His first nightmare with Albedo had taken place in what he assumed was the ancient past of the Dream Realm, at least during Yuri's and Azarak's era, and that was a millennia ago, even when using the warped timeline of Beast God's reality. Had Albedo's realm not been invaded by corruption, or had he somehow survived corruption for hundreds of years? The questions kept looping on themselves with no end. And he couldn't ask his two companions due to the fact that he could appear suspicious. "There should be a computer or something containing information somewhere here. I should take a look later." "Ben, are you even listening?" Gwen's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Hugo snapped his head toward her, still unnerved by the fact that he was called with another person's name. "Ah, sorry, I dazed off for a moment. You know, getting the shit beaten out of you does that." Gwen rolled her eyes. "I told you not to go alone. But Albedo can be dealt with later. For now, we should just wait for the Saints to come back." Hugo nodded, remembering to hit the Omnitrix symbol and revert in a flash of green light, and just like that he was Ben Tennyson once again. "You know," Kevin said, leaning against the wall of the elevator, "can't you just unlock a transcendent alien and teleport us around? It's getting old, relying on the Saints for everything." Hugo glanced at him for a moment. Indeed, possessing a transcendent imprint would be a monumental advantage in every category. And that would certainly make clearing this nightmare easier, but fighting a corrupted devil in his soul to unlock one was a risk he wasn't ready for just yet. Hugo shrugged, hoping it was a Ben-like gesture. Well, just transcend yourself then, save you the trouble. Kevin snarled. You think I wouldn't if I could? Gwen and I have been holding out on challenging the third nightmare for a while now because we promised your sorry ass that we wouldn't go until you ascend, which you're taking forever to do because you're such an immense loser, but hey, who am I to judge? Kevin! Be nice, Gwen shot him a glare causing him to flinch. Hugo wasn't really offended by such an insult after dealing with Azarax for days, but there was something else that had surprised him. The conjured creatures in this nightmare, crafted by the spell, were planning to attempt a third nightmare? How did that even function within the trial's framework? And theoretically, as a real carrier of the nightmare spell, could he attempt to find a third nightmare seed here? Not that he would, but it was an interesting thought to have. Just then, the elevator reached its destination. The last floor of the headquarters was a vast open area, colored green for some reason, and filled with numerous screens and computers. Plumbers of various species were rushing about in panic, organizing documents and sending messages somewhere, clearly about the recent attacks of the Forever Knights and the fact a prisoner just broke out of containment right above their noses. Just then, a person that resembled a more hunchback version of Ripjaws hurried over towards them. Ben, Gwen, Kevin. My deepest apologies for the security breach. We don't understand how he did it. One moment he was contained and in the next, he was gone. His cell was shielded against both ectoneurite and necrophrygian intangibility powers, and yet he somehow passed through it. I take full responsibility. His gills fluttered in distress as he bowed. Gwen offered him a reassuring smile, patting his shoulder. Don't blame yourself too much, Magister Patellidae. If Omnitrix users were easy to contain, Ben would have been dead a long time ago, and besides Albedo has never shown interest in harming anyone but Ben, so he'll likely just try to stabilize his own form. Magister Patellidae seemed slightly comforted before scurrying back to his duties. Gwen then directed a junior plumber to escort Ben to a private quarters for rest. After all, Gwen and Kevin were ascended who didn't need to rest much, but Hugo being an awakened still gets tired relatively quickly, especially considering the recent events. Hugo found himself in a small, utilitarian room that had a simple bed, a desk, a closet, and a strange shower on the side. He was exhausted, but Hugo felt unsafe to sleep in such a place. The plumbers might already suspect him and await an opportunity to act while he slept. Especially Gwen, with her mysterious aspect that seemed to manipulate both matter and force while at the same being capable of influencing people. He had seen it firsthand during the battle against the Forever Knights, and so he was afraid some sort of mental tricks would be preformed on him, which includes but not limited to brainwashing or perhaps even reading his memory. However, Hugo was intrigued by this body. He had not been human for a long period of time by now, and although this was not his true body, it was still the closest alternative. Standing before a small mirror, Hugo studied Ben Tennyson's features. He had beautiful emerald eyes that matched perfectly with his Omnitrix, and short brown hair that was messy in a purposeful way, while his build was lean and athletic but undeniably adolescent. Hugo was around the same height he used to be in his human body, which was not much, but at least he wasn't as short as Sunny. After a while, Hugo removed the green jacket, which smelled terribly, making him wonder if Ben Tennyson ever knew the concept of hygiene. Just then a bizarre curiosity struck him. I shouldn't. Right? It was frankly terribly disrespectful. And more than a little wrong morally, but did it really matter? It's not like anyone was watching him. With an exhale, Hugo unzipped his pants and looked down. Holy shit. He quickly zipped them back up, deciding to erase that image out of his mind and never think of it again. After all, he had more pressing concerns. Hugo focused inwardly, summoning his runes. Name, Hugo. True name, Paragon of Purity. Rank, Awakened. Omnicores, 6/7. Class, Terror. Aspect, Omnitrix. Aspect rank, Divine. Aspect description: you have bonded with the first divine relic created by mortal hands, transforming you into a being woven from the primordial blueprint of life itself. Created by the greatest of minds in pursuit of a perfection forbidden by the absolute law of reality, you carry the potential to become any creature. Your existence is a testament to adaptation and the boundless diversity of the world. Attributes: mutant, flame of divinity, extraordinary memory, anatomica, spirit core, shatterend, soul-bound. Memories: prototech armor, conqueror's wrath, polymorphic crystal, black pearl trident, emerald spyglass, heart compass, nothing, sunlight rings, Aznatha's ship. Silver tear, proto-truk, lucky charm. Null void containment egg, proto-tool, plumber's badge. Other unnamed memories. Echoes, spirit seed, Zed. Everything was as he remembered, until he scrolled further, finding something that made him frown. Playlist 0 hashtag, locked. Playlist 1 hashtag, locked. What? Why are they locked? A deep sense of dejection washed over him. Losing access to his 17 awakened forms was a catastrophic disadvantage in this nightmare. Yes, his ascended forms were extremely powerful but had a strict time limit on them due to the fact that he was rising in rank, unlike his awakened forms which could be sustained for hours if not for days if he avoided wasting soul essence. Omnitrix, why are Playlist 0 and Playlist 1 locked, he thought, using a mental command in case anyone was listening to him. Master control is non-achieved. Hugo raised an eyebrow. What is master control? And what does it have to do with the locked playlists? Master control is the certification protocol that grants the user complete administrative access to all of the Omnitrix functions, including indefinite transformation duration. Basic operational mode cannot support 3 active playlists simultaneously, and due to unknown reasons, Playlist 2 hashtag has been prioritized for this iteration. Hugo sighed deeply. Of course there was another problem with his aspect. And how do I achieve master control? The Omnitrix was silent for a moment before replaying. Complete the Omnitrix. Yes, I deduced that, but how do I complete it? Information access denied. Hugo bit his lip, resisting the urge to slam his fist into the wall. He exhaled slowly. Fine. No problem at all, let's see what you've got, Ben Tennyson. He continued reading the runes, confirming his suspicion. The active playlist was listed as Playlist 2 hashtag of his aspect legacy. First playlist, locked, 100%. Second playlist, 50%. Third playlist, locked. Fourth playlist, locked. Fifth playlist, locked. Sixth playlist, locked. Seventh playlist, locked. Playlist 2 hashtag. First imprint, Methanosian, codename, Swampfire. Second imprint, Sonorosian, codename, Echo Echo. Third imprint, Vaxasaurian, codename, Humongousaur. Fourth imprint, Aerophibian, codename, Jet Ray. Fifth imprint, Arachnochimp, codename, Spider Monkey. Sixth imprint, Cerebrocrustacean, codename, Brainstorm. Seventh imprint, Crystalcipian, codename, Chromastone. 8th imprint, Polymorph, codename, Goop. 9th imprint, Necrophrygian, codename, Big Chill. 10th imprint, Celestialcipian, codename, Alien X. 11th imprint, locked. 12th imprint, locked. 13th imprint, locked. 14th imprint, locked. 15th imprint, locked. 16th imprint, locked. 17th imprint, locked. 18th imprint, locked. 19th imprint, locked. 20th imprint, locked. Hugo took an involuntary step back from the mirror, his jaw opening in shock. The second playlist didn't just have 20 slots, but it also contained something earth-shattering, literally, something that rewrote every assumption about the power he had. A celestial sapien. A divine imprint. Chapter 57, Divine Titan. Hugo's eyes narrowed as he looked at the runes, refusing to look away in fear that they would disappear if he did. A divine creature. An actual divine creature. Or in other words, a god. A being unheard of in the waking world, on the same caliber of the gods themselves. How Ben Tennyson managed to get his hands on such a creature was unknown to Hugo. But then again, the original Omnitrix, which he was wearing a perfect replica of, did not have corruption within it, and so it was likely that he had all of his imprints unlocked, or at the very least had a different set of conditions to unlocking his transformations. In fact, he had a theory that the source of that corruption within his aspect came from the fact that the original Primus was corrupted, and thus the DNA taken from that place corrupted the Omnitrix. But that still did not explain why Hugo himself did not have the Celestial Sapien imprint unlocked, despite the Omnitrix itself confirming that the divine imprint was not a corrupted creature. But that was not important for now. Focusing, Hugo opened the runes of the 10th imprint. Imprint, Celestial Sapien. Imprint rank, Divine. Imprint class, Titan. Imprint description, all life untainted by the unknown, was born from the flames of desire, but not all creatures were born equal. Some were born pitiful and weak like the harrowing humans, and some were born powerful and dreadful like the hateful gods. The Celestial Sapiens, however, were not born of the flame. For they were the first inhabitants of the unknown that were not touched by its influence. And thus, after the gods created the world to cage the unknown, the race of godly beings revealed themselves to the gods, but unbeknownst to them, the gods were not their equals. The gods were far beyond the concepts of rank and class, while the Celestial Sapiens were a race of the divine rank, and so, fearing their potential and power, the gods created one final universal law of imperfection meant for only a single race. That flaw became their shackles, their shame, their weakness, and their madness. Imprint attributes? Imprint abilities? Imprint flaw, Bellicus and Serena. Flaw description, you are not one. Hugo was speechless once again. Truly, the imprint descriptions never failed to surprise him, even though some of the information stated there was something he already knew. Not only did he gain confirmation that the unknown was a place, but he had also gained knowledge about the source of all life, including the gods, which was something called the Flames of Desire. Not only that, but the Celestial Sapiens were far more ancient than the gods, and yet there were not their equals. The spell made that dreadfully clear. As Hugo learned more about the gods, he began to wonder if he should be grateful that they were dead. So far they seemed like nothing but power-hungry tyrants. Perhaps he would have been smitten for such heresy in the past, but it did not matter, after all the gods were long dead. Although that did not stop the strangeness of this imprint. It's strange that it moves me up a class as well. Usually, his imprints would only elevate his rank, not his class, but this one turned him into a Titan. Now that I think about it, it makes sense if I consider the Celestial Sapiens as the pinnacle of all living creatures. Well, besides the gods, of course. Hugo suddenly frowned as a dark thought formed in his head. Was any of the Celestial Sapiens alive in today's age? Alive was the key word here. After all, corrupted creatures are technically alive, and having to deal with an entire race of unholy creatures did not seem pleasant at all. Shaking his head, Hugo dismissed the thoughts. He already had enough problems on his plate, and he did not need to worry about the cosmic dread that was a corrupted Celestial Sapien. However, his other problems could easily be resolved through this imprint. A divine Titan. All it took for Hugo to become a god was a single button press. Hugo quite literally had the power to change everything at his fingertips. Who knew what a divine creature was capable of? Well, Hugo did know a little, considering he saw what Ben Tennyson did with this form when he created an entire pocket dimension through it. I could easily end this nightmare with this. After all, what could possibly stand against a divine Titan in a mere second nightmare? Hugo was tempted to try that, but then again, there was the flaw. Usually, none of his imprints contained a flaw, which Hugo assumed was due to the fact that noble creatures did not possess flaws, or that he, as a singular entity, only possessed one flaw and was incapable of receiving another. But that changed with the Celestial Sapien, or as Ben Tennyson called it, Alien X, as that species itself contained a singular universal flaw imposed on them by the dead gods. From what Hugo understood, if he wanted to do anything, he would need to convince the two beings called Bellicus and Serena. Fuck! He sighed. The fact that he could become a divine creature instantly but would essentially need to become a slave to two other beings was extremely frustrating. Just thinking about all he could do as a god was simply maddening. I could bring her back. I could save everyone. I could fix this shitty life too. His eyes were shaking violently as if they were about to pop. At the same time, his hands shot towards the Omnitrix, clicking its buttons and causing the dial to display the form of Alien X. Right at that moment, something buzzed in his pants, snapping him out of his thoughts. Looking through them, Hugo was surprised to find a phone. I forgot these things even existed. Frowning, Hugo dismissed the dial and picked up the green phone and looked at the screen, which seemed to be receiving a call right now from someone named July with a heart emoji near it. Trying to turn off the call, Hugo accidentally answered it instead. After all, this device was strangely less advanced than communicators in Hugo's own world, and heard a voice from it. Ben! I've been calling you for hours. Are you alright? A female voice came from the other side. Hugo paused for a moment, unsure of how to answer. He wanted to just end the call, but then again, that would probably be suspicious. If this person was indeed close to Ben Tennyson, then she would definitely figure out something was wrong. I'm alright, why wouldn't I be? Hugo responded. The caller seemed to pause for a moment, as if shocked by his words. What do you mean alright? You were in the fight against those lunatic knights, weren't you? That was broadcasted all over the news. I can't believe those psychos dropped a titan on you guys. That was broadcasted? Hugo tilted his head. Usually, anything related to awakened fighting or nightmare creatures would be impossible to record, let alone broadcast on the news, due to the fact that nightmare creatures usually distorted all forms of technology. I'm alright. We managed to escape through the dream gate and we're currently waiting for the Saints to come back and take us back to the waking world. The voice paused again before continuing in a sad tone. So does that mean our date is cancelled? Hugo fell to the ground with a loud thud as he heard those words. Of course, that fall didn't do much damage considering he was an awakened terror, but the emotional damage was far more impactful. He looked at the phone with horror before getting back up. Ben? What was that sound? A date? An actual date? Hugo had all sorts of thoughts running through his head, and all of them were unpleasant. Ben Tennyson had a girlfriend? No, that was not the right thing to ask. More importantly, would he have to play the role of the boyfriend? That seemed extremely wrong morally and would definitely leave a myriad of problems in Hugo's head. But then again, none of this was real, as all of these people are echoes created by the nightmare spell. Still, that did not make them feel any less real to Hugo due to how realistic everything is. Acting as Ben Tennyson was already hard enough so far, but having to fool his girlfriend would be an even harder challenge. Right, that. I'm a bit tired right now, so why don't we talk about this later when I return to the waking world? He tried his best to dodge the conversation with her, but his wording was terribly worded. Oh? Meeting in person? So our date isn't cancelled, the girl named July said in an excited voice. Oh, shit. Alright Ben, I'll let you rest. I'll call you once you get back. Bye-bye and love you. With that, she ended the call. Hugo stood completely still for a moment, dumbfounded. Should I run away? Sure, the plumbers were extremely competent and helpful as allies in the nightmare, but living as Ben Tennyson and acting in his place was not something Hugo was capable of maintaining for long, both because he did not know how to and also because it was mentally draining. If he ran away after reaching the waking world and covered his tracks, he could possibly hunt the Forever Knights and kill them to end the nightmare. Sure, they had saints on their sides, but Hugo could turn into 9 different ascended terrors, and he could also rise his class and become a titan, granting him more harrowing powers capable of even taking down a saint. More importantly, the reason he was even considering this was because of the plumber's reluctance to kill the Forever Knights. Sure, the reason behind this decision might be deeper than simply the plumbers being naive fools and that killing the Forever Knights would cause a public outrage against free speech or something like that, but that still posed a problem for Hugo. After all, would the spell consider the imprisonment of the knights as them losing? A person could only lose if they're dead. No, that won't work. With how many awakened they have, they'll find me in days. With a long sigh, Hugo sat on the bed with a tried expression. It was a bit pathetic that the idea of having a girlfriend would give him such an existential crisis, but then again, he never really had that much interest in romance anyway, nor did he have any experience in that domain. The only time he had something similar to that was his fascination with Soul Reaper Jet, and that was just a stupid crush he had back then. Matter of fact, the closest thing he had to a lover was the Omnitrix. Looking at his watch, Hugo frowned for a second before discarding the dubious thought. This wasn't the time to be fooling around. He needed to learn more things about this nightmare, and thankfully, he had a phone with access to the internet. Opening this world's version of Google, Hugo ignored Ben Tennyson's uncanny search history and searched up the most important stuff from recent decades. Well, I'll be damned. Looking at his phone, Hugo put a hand on his mouth. This world was a lot more complicated than he originally thought. Firstly, it was similar to his world in multiple aspects, including geography, cultures, and history, but there was a slight difference. Hugo's world was around 100 years into the future from this world age, and the nightmare spell descended upon this world only half a century from now. But the results of its descent weren't nearly as catastrophic as they were in Hugo's world. That was because of two things: aliens and the plumbers. Indeed, after the descent of the nightmare spell, beings named as aliens, which were noble creatures, revealed themselves to humanity and the public while also informing them that they had been living with them for a very long time under the surveillance of the hidden group named the Plumbers. The Plumbers, on the other hand, are a group made up of multiple species with the singular goal of achieving galactic peace across the universe. Not only that, but they were also the first awakened. Natural awakened, to be precise. Those who possessed magical powers long before the nightmare spell brought with it nightmares and the dream realm. Due to this, multiple plumbers managed to successfully neutralize nightmare creatures that appeared out of gates, and through a mix of ancient sorcery and technology, they managed to find a way to destroy seeds of corruption without an awakened conquering it. A feat that was so extraordinary that the great clans and the government would sacrifice millions just to learn how to replicate. Meaning that this world was still fairly healthy and safe, having lost not a single country to nightmare creatures due to the sheer quality and quantity of awakened. Not only that, but noble creatures were also present, having been both infected by the spell and followed the path of ascension alongside humanity, further strengthening the awakened world and pushing back corruption. If Hugo was honest, this was the only difference between his world and this one. Just the existence of noble creatures allowed the humanity of this world to achieve many things, from space travel to natural awakening to even ways to combat the dream realm and corruption. Which made Hugo wonder why there hadn't been any sacred creatures in this realm yet. That aside, there were still some other similarities between this world and the realm of War Goddess, like the fact that there were generations of awakened, consisting of the first, second, and third generations, with the most prominent figures being of course none other than Maxwell Tennyson himself, who was the first to conquer the fourth nightmare alongside two others. One is rumored to be a noble creature named Verdona and someone named Phil Billings, who are both currently missing for some strange reasons. But Max Tennyson, who was Ben and Gwen's grandfather, was the person recognized as the ruler of the human domain, with the majority of humans and noble creatures following him and his conquest against the dream realm. Of course, there were a lot of things that were not available to the public, which limited the amount of knowledge he could get from the internet, but Hugo only needed to know the basics. For example, the emergence of noble creatures caused a stir in the world, with many rejecting the idea of aliens living among them and others embracing them. Unfortunately, the former was a large majority of humans. That same majority later went on to continue their hate parades against aliens, eventually formed a group known as the Forever Knights, a group made of multiple awakened and brilliant humans that hated the existence of aliens and demanded that they leave Earth immediately. Such a group was either considered the worst enemy of humanity or the last hope of humanity, depending on who you asked. What made them more obscure was the fact that no one could pinpoint their true origin, as they themselves were not a singular group. Rather, they were a bunch of factions, all using the same alias of the Forever Knights and only sharing their hatred for aliens, with their others' goals being completely different from each other. Naturally, there were all sorts of rumors about their origin, from the one that suggested they were an ancient order that predated even the plumbers, to multiple theories claiming that they were a bunch of lunatics worshipping a single human deity that hated and despised all noble creatures. Hugo just thought of them as a group of racists that were, quite frankly, extremely stupid. Why fight and prejudice against a group of people when the world is being invaded by horrors beyond imagination? Hugo's world definitely had its problems, but he was glad that his people were not racist. After all, it would be hypocritical if they were, considering everyone, including himself, had mixed blood in them. That aside, Hugo finally found an important piece of news. Ben Tennyson, the legendary wielder of the most powerful weapon in the world and the beloved champion of both humans and noble creatures. The hero of heroes and one of the greatest awakened in history, despite only being 16 himself. Indeed, Ben Tennyson was truly an outstanding figure who seemed to have saved the world multiple times, from the insidious hybrids to the terrifying remnants of Vilgax and multiple other world-ending phenomenons. Hugo felt a bit disappointed in himself the more he learned about the first. Well, technically the second wielder of the Omnitrix. After all, he was technically older than Ben right now, and yet his own resume wasn't even half as impressive as his was. So, I'm in the body of Ben Tennyson, one of the most important people in this world. My grandfather is a sovereign, the objective of the nightmare is to defeat a group of super racists, and I also have an evil twin who's more skilled and dangerous than me, and not to mention that I can, of course, turn into a god. Wonderful, simply wonderful. I bet even Sonny can't come up with a more outlandish tale. Hugo smiled a little, wondering what kind of adventures his friends were having right now. Had they risen to another rank by now? Or have they killed any powerful nightmare creatures yet? Most importantly, what kind of adventures were they having? Who knows, perhaps they're challenging their second nightmare and killing a bunch of immortal saints. Or maybe they're trying to free a divine titan. At this point, Hugo wouldn't be surprised much by either option. Alright. So go back to the waking world, deal with the Forever Knights, look out for my evil twin and ghost Ben Tennyson's girlfriend. Seems pretty straightforward. Just then, Hugo suddenly remembered something. He did receive a bunch of memories from the 3 survivors of the Beast God realm. He decided he should have a quick look at them, just in case there was something useful that would help him clear this hellish nightmare. Memory, Proto-Truck. Memory rank, Awakened. Memory tier, 3. Memory type, Utility. Memory description, a gift from a dear friend. Memory enchantments, truck, ship, auto drive. Truck, enchantment description, this memory can take the form of a truck. Ship, enchantment description, this memory can take the form of a ship. Auto drive, enchantment description, this memory can drive itself. So a better version than Asmatha's ship. No, that's wrong, one is divine and this is clearly far inferior to it. Although Hugo couldn't deny that it was safer to use than Asmatha's ship. Despite the divine ship being able to take on any shape or form, it still depleted soul essence at the divine rate, crippling him and leaving him vulnerable, and so this would be a better option when it came to transportation. With that, he looked at the other memory. Memory, Lucky Charm. Memory rank, Transcendent. Memory type, Charm. Memory tier, 2. Memory description, a lucky girl was once blessed both by mana and luck, creating many wonders and saving the world alongside her grandfather and cousin. Memory enchantments, luck, bond. Luck, enchantment description, this charm makes its user extremely lucky. Bond, enchantment description, this charm can bond with a creature, granting them some of the mana stored inside. I would have been thankful for this, but after Gwen's suspicious actions, I'm unsure. He still had to find out what plan they had formed involving him and this nightmare, and more importantly, he still needed to know the identity of the second challenger of this nightmare, which could be anyone. That thought made a chill run down Hugo's spine. After all, there is nothing more terrifying than the unknown. Shaking his head, Hugo read the other memory runes. Memory, Null Void Containment Egg. Memory rank, Ascended. Memory tier, I. Memory type, Utility. Memory description: a memory created to jail the most dreadful of creatures. Memory enchantment: prison. Prison, enchantment description: this memory can seal any creature up to one rank above its initial rank. This is the same thing the golden masked forever king used to unleash a corrupted titan. The fact that the mad bastards had managed to capture a corrupted titan and unleash it as a trump card against a sovereign was quite terrifying, but on the positive side, Hugo found out that he himself could do the same thing with this grenade, and more importantly, he could just imprison one of the transcendent kings in this memory. Granted, that was far easier said than done. Memory, proto-tool. Memory rank, ascended. Memory tier, 4. Memory type, utility. Memory description: the finest tool used by the finest plumber soldier. Memory enchantments: blaster, shield, netcaster, power sword, power spear, grappler, sight. Blaster, enchantment description: this memory can condense soul essence into a laser. Shield, enchantment description: this memory can condense soul essence into a shield. Netcaster, enchantment description: this memory can condense soul essence into a net. Power sword, enchantment description: this memory can morph into a power sword. Power spear, enchantment description: this memory can morph into a power spear. Grappler, enchantment description: this memory can eject a grappler line. Sight, enchantment description: this memory can be used as a visor. Hugo summoned the memory, intrigued by how versatile it was. He watched it closely as it appeared in a torrent of white sparks. It appeared to be a blaster, colored indigo, white and orange, and it also had a Galvan text symbol on the top of its handle, giving it a sleek futuristic look that seemed to mix both human technology with that of the Galvans. This was by far the best utility memory Hugo had after Nothing and Silver Tears, possessing a vast array of enchantments that made it perfect in battle. It was quite nice, if he was being honest with himself, although he'd have to be careful about using it, or any memory, for that matter, considering that Ben Tennyson did not have the spell, and so it wouldn't be logical for him to possess his memories or echoes. Unsummoning it, Hugo looked at his last memory. Memory, Plumber's Badge. Memory rank, Awakened. Memory tier, I. Memory type, Utility. Memory description: communication is the most important thing in the world, 2 worlds, even. Memory enchantment, Communion. Communion, enchantment description: this memory can communicate with any other plumber technology. Interesting. Hugo willed the memory to appear, and soon enough an item appeared in his hand, a light gray circular disc shaped like a circular hourglass with a red in the middle of it. Just as it appeared, Hugo felt his connection to it disappear, and he heard the voice of the spell in his mind. Your memory has left your soul. See. What? Frowning, Hugo looked at the memory, which seemed to become less like a memory. Memories and real objects were identical, yet this felt different from one, like it suddenly lost its connection to the spell itself. Connecting to Plumber's headquarters. Access granted. Welcome back, Ben Tennyson. So it stopped being a memory because it connected to the network of the plumbers or something? That's certainly unusual, but it saves me the trouble of explaining why I can summon a memory. Still, the occurrence of a memory severing its connection to someone was definitely unusual, but Hugo had already seen enough weird stuff that this didn't seem like that big of a deal, especially considering the memory isn't that useful in the first place. Now that was done, Hugo got up and went to take a shower. As much as Ben Tennyson was a great hero, he was still a teenager undergoing puberty, meaning he was extremely hairy and smelled terrible. While in the shower, Hugo tried his best to avoid touching any of Ben Tennyson's private parts, despite the fact that it is his own body right now. It felt wrong, extremely wrong. Perhaps even it was even more disturbing than being in his dead body after it was modified by the Omnitrix. Emerging out of the shower, Hugo saw his new plumber badge glow, indicating that something was trying to contact him. Taking in a deep breath, Hugo clicked the red button, and just as he did, a voice emerged from the other side. Hey Ben, Grandpa just came back from the waking world with the Saints. They managed to kill the Titan without casualties, but he said he wanted to talk to us before we go back to the waking world. Meet us on the upper parts. Stretching a little, Hugo answered in the calmest tone he could bring out, trying to hide the fact that he's scared out of his mind. Sure, I'll be there. With that, he closed the call and wore his clothes. Well then, let's go meet a sovereign. Chapter 58, Meeting with a Supreme. Hugo was more than nervous to meet a supreme being, one who was also his grandfather in this nightmare, for many reasons. The most important reason for his nervousness was the fact that he himself was not Ben Tennyson, nor did he act like it all. On second thought, Hugo wouldn't know, as he didn't even know what kind of character Ben Tennyson had. He could have been a mature person who acted with intelligence beyond his age due to his great powers, or he could have been a reckless teenager who always needed to be reminded of what's right and wrong. Either way, Hugo did not think he could fool a supreme being like he did the other two ascended warriors. Which is why Hugo was planning to blame it on a mood swing. If things went bad. After all, teenagers, even in the era of the nightmare spell, were a piece of shit. That he did know for sure because Hugo himself was the perfect example of that. He was self-centered, edgy, unnecessarily dramatic, and someone who was frankly not fit to survive in this harsh world, but he somehow still managed to survive, after dying once or twice, despite all of that. And so the plan was to make it so Ben was a bit pissed off right now. Perhaps at the Forever Nights, perhaps at the fact he was stuck being an awakened while his friends were currently ascended, or because he was facing trouble gaining new aliens, as Ben referred to them. Hugo also thought that there was no way they would be able to verify his soul, mostly due to the nature of the Omnitrix and the fact that his aspect got assimilated by this version of the Omnitrix, meaning that he technically did and did not have an aspect right now. In simpler words, he a near-identical version of Ben Tennyson, similar in all but consciousness. This new state of existence made Hugo aware of a lot of similarities between him and Ben. It was almost uncanny how similar they were. It also made Hugo think about the fact that neither the Omnitrix he wielded nor the one Yuri's and Ben had wielded were complete. The two divine relics seemed to lack something crucial, and that was visible to Hugo only after he possessed Ben's body. He assumed Albedo might have had the same situation as well, but he couldn't confirm it. Perhaps I could somehow complete the Omnitrix during or after this nightmare. Still, the Omnitrix being incomplete was currently the least of his worries. After all, there was still a possibility that he could be asked something important that Ben Tennyson knew but he himself didn't, which would cause a problem. Hugo would need to improvise greatly, and most importantly, he should start using all the tricks he learned from Sunny. Having been guided towards the upper floors by one of the rookie plumbers, Hugo found himself in a large room with a circular table in the middle. On it, multiple figures made themselves known, with all of them being plumbers. Some of these plumbers he did not know himself, but there was a few familiar faces. There was Kevin and Gwen sitting next to each other, and not far away, there the Supreme Maxwell Tennyson. Even though Hugo did not know the plumbers seated in the circular table, he could tell they were high-ranked, both in terms of soul cores and status. Three of them, one being a human woman in her early 30s with brown hair, and another being a tall, fish-like humanoid with mauve-colored skin and yellow eyes with black, slit-like pupils. His neck was covered with long black gills on either side. The last was a large pink humanoid creature with a mean expression on his face. All three of them wore an advanced red plumber suit, with the fishman having a transparent helmet on for some reason. These three. They were undoubtedly transcendents. Hugo would have never imagined that he would stand in a room with masters in his life, but right now he was in the same room with multiple saints and a supreme. Ah, Ben, I'm glad you've come. We were just getting started. Please take a seat. Maxwell Tennyson offered him a warm smile as he gestured for him to sit beside Kevin and Gwen. The Supreme was surprisingly wholesome despite his fearsome aura, but that only made Hugo feel more on edge. Doing as he was told and sitting, Hugo quickly listened to the conversation at hand, which thankfully was not related to him. As you all know, the reason we have gathered here is to discuss the sensitive subject that is the Forever Nights. At the Supreme's words, everyone at the table grimaced. Obviously, I don't need to explain who the Forever Nights are, but what's important now is the fact that they have crossed the line this time around. Previously, they only held minor protests against alien individuals to spread their hate speech, but now, they've resorted to stealing tech directly from our bases and modifying them for their own benefits. He clicked one of the plumber badges on the table, revealing a holographic display of the 6 forever kings and their knights. Most recently, the knights have managed to steal a null void containment egg, or a null void grenade in Earth terms, a strong one even, due to it being able to hold a corrupted titan. It was good that I've managed to deal with it in time, or else the results would have been disastrous. More than that, they've managed to obtain 6 saints on their side. The Forever Kings, who are the most dangerous and extremist out of them, have managed to find a third nightmare seed and conquer it in less than a year, dramatically increasing the powers of their organization. At his silence, the people present at the table exchanged hesitant glances before they finally began speaking. It was the Earthling woman who started talking first. With all due respect, Magister Tennyson, don't you think it's time you wipe them out? No, you have already given them many chances to repent for their actions, and yet each time they chose to ignore your kindness and keep committing countless crimes against innocent aliens, despite the fact that our world is being invaded by corruption and the Dream Realm. To let such a group roam in our midst in such a dire time would be a foolish thing, and I'm sure you are aware of that. Most people present at the table seemed to agree with her, each nodding their heads in agreement. Maxwell Tennyson also nodded with a grim expression. Although it's cruel, I do agree that is what they deserve. But we can't wipe them out. There's too much to lose from that. Firstly, they have spread wide enough for them to hold a grand public opinion worldwide, especially in America, and so wiping them out would likely cause massive revolution across the entire globe, especially with these that are prejudiced against aliens. He paused for a moment, looking at the holograms display with a solemn expression before continuing, and we also can't kill our people, whether they're aliens or humans, no matter how wrong and evil their point of view is. Secondly, and most importantly, they are too valuable for us to kill, simply put. 6 saints plus hundreds of ascended and awakened champions, with their number increasing by the day. They are a powerful force that needs to aid us against the nightmare spell, especially considering the fact that almost all sentient life in the universe has been infected or consumed by corruption. Now that was surprising news to Hugo. He already knew about the first and second parts of the Supreme speech, but the last thing he said was both intriguing and terrifying. The outer space of this world, just like Hugo's own world, was being consumed by corruption rapidly. It explained why there weren't any sacred or divine beings running around in this world despite how big it is, and it also explained why a lot of noble creatures were present on Earth as well. It seemed there was something special about Earth that was keeping corruption at bay, or perhaps the plumber domain itself was the thing holding back corruption from devouring Earth. Either way, that was bad news for Hugo, as it meant he wouldn't be able to kill the Forever Knights due to their importance in this world. Feeling a bit worried, Hugo raised his hand to ask a question. "Yes, Ben?" Maxwell Tennyson said, and at the same time, all the people present turned their attention towards Hugo. "If we don't plan on killing them, then what should we do with them? I doubt imprisoning all of them is possible, as that would be a waste of resources and that wouldn't be of any help to anyone." Maxwell Tennyson looked at him solemnly before sighing. "You are always too clever for your own good." He gestured towards Gwen, who brought out multiple strange stones from a storage memory she had just summoned. Grabbing one of the black and pink stones, Maxwell Tennyson began speaking again. "These are special mana stones created by your grandmother, a supreme being. Each of them can influence people of any rank Bellows Supreme in certain ways. We are planning on using them on the Knights to ensure their cooperation." Everyone on the table, including Maxwell, seemed to have a solemn expression on their faces, clearly not liking the idea at all but finding it to be the only reasonable solution that didn't involve massacring the Knights. Hugo himself felt a sense of irony at the entire situation. Once, during his time in the Forgotten Shore, he had used the Spirit Seed to control hundreds of sleepers to make sure everyone could escape the shore without any bloodshed. Sure, Hugo had felt guilty back then, but truthfully he felt that it was the right choice no matter what. And if he had the chance to do it again, he would definitely do that, if it meant that he could save more lives. However, now that it wasn't him who was initiating the brainwashing, Hugo realized how terrible this type of action truly was. To steal someone's free will like that. It's perhaps one of the most harrowing fates of them all, no matter how pure the intentions behind such an action are. To become a slave of no free will of their own. Hugo was suddenly reminded of Yuri's and Sunny, for some strange reason despite the two having no relations to each other whatsoever. Unaware of his internal dilemma, Maxwell Tennyson returned the stones back to Gwen and continued speaking. So far we don't know where the forces of the Knights are, but we know that they are stationed near Bellwood, and so, I must entrust special missions to all the teams present here. He clicked a button on his plumber's badge, and then, all the badges of the people on the table beeped as they received a message. Opening his own badge, Hugo saw the intel of the mission. Squad 10 mission. Members: Benjamin Kirby Tennyson, Gwendolyn Tennyson, Kevin Ethan Levin. Mission description: the Forever Knights have secured a special alien weapon for mysterious reasons and transported it to an abandoned castle some distance away from Bellwood. Mission objective: secure the weapon and arrest the Forever Knights. Coordinations: registered in the plumber badge GPS. Hugo looked at the projection with interest. This world's technology never failed to surprise him. And War God was supposed to be the goddess of advancement. It was funny how the goddess of beasts had a more advanced civilization than the civilization of the goddess of advancement and life. So we beat up these thugs, take the weapon, and in the process find out whatever they're trying to do? Kevin said with a tired expression, clearly wanting to go sleep or be anywhere else but here. Maxwell nodded. I've chosen the simplest mission for you three, considering you are not transcending yet. After all, no matter how formidable you are, the Forever Knights are one of the most dangerous criminal organizations in the world, and they should not be underestimated. You could never know what they might have up their sleeves, so be careful. Especially you, Ben, don't do anything reckless. He said, looking at Hugo with a gaze that sent a chill down his spine. Although Hugo could tell that the Supreme loved his grandchildren, it was clear that this was more of an order rather than a request. Will do, Hugo said while trying his best to remain aloof, but he was still scared shitless at the moment. Good. For now, you kids should go home. Your parents must be worried sick. He gestured towards one of the saints, specifically the one with pink skin. Magister Hulka, can you please transport them back to the waking world? The alien humanoid plumber named Magister Hulka nodded and approached Hugo, Kevin, and Gwen. Say hi to your parents for me, you three, and be safe, Maxwell Tennyson said, waving the three of them like a loving grandpa, which looked quite comedic considering he was a Supreme, but alas, none dared to mention that in front of him. Then, without any warning, Hugo felt himself pass travel through worlds as the saint pulled on his tether to the waking world. One moment, they were in the meeting room with dozens of plumbers. The next, they were in a vast human city at night time, which was nearly empty, save for the cars and trucks moving on the streets. Kevin breathed in the fresh air as he smiled wildly. Ah, Bellwood, how I missed you. So this place is Bellwood. How bizarre. Hugo had read that this world was not consumed by nightmare gates like his own world was, but it was still strange to experience something like this. The Transcendent rolled his eyes at Kevin's antics before giving them a meaningful look. I hope you three haven't forgotten your training back at the Plumber Academy. He gave a more stern look to Hugo, which made him tense. Especially you, Ben Tennyson. You are a plumber now, not a child. Don't disappoint us. With that, he vanished into thin air once more, returning to the dream realm. Kevin waited for a moment, as if wanting to confirm that the fearsome Transcendent had truly left before sighing and saying. Still as big of a douchebag as he was at the Plumber Academy, Kevin said with an annoyed expression before turning to Hugo and Gwen. Anyway, let's go grab something to eat, I'm hungry. Before Hugo could complain about the lack of transportation, a green car suddenly appeared near him, materializing in a shower of white sparks. It was a car. Ah! The love of my life. My car! At his words, Gwen gave him a look of her own, clearly showing her dissatisfaction at his words, but Kevin seemed too enthralled by his car to notice. Kevin's car was painted green with 2 black stripes running across it. It had dark gray wheels, 2 red lights and a keyhole on the back and 4 white headlights on the front. The car even had a scoop on the hood, meaning the car was designed as a souped-up vehicle. How convenient, having a car as a memory. Hugo thought, wondering if anyone else in his world could have, or make, something similar to it. Not that Hugo himself needed one. It's a bit cooler than my other transportation memories. Sure, having a divine ship made by the smartest person across all the realms and a truck that can turn into a ship is cool and beyond useful, but nothing could beat a reliable car. Hugo entered from the back seat, and strangely enough, he felt like a child due to the fact that both Gwen and Kevin were seated in the driver and passenger seats, with latter being the one who was driving. As he looked at them, Hugo could not help but wonder about one thing. I wonder if they're dating. Hugo couldn't really ask them that since that would be suspicious for Ben not to know, but he was still extremely curious about the situation here. Hugo might not seem like it, but he was a sucker for romance novels and webtoon at home, and so seeing the bad boy ex-good girl trope in real life was a bit cute to see, even if he would never admit it in his life. Deciding to push his childish thoughts away for the moment, Hugo wondered where they were going. Were they going home? Or were they going to their assigned mission directly? Kevin did say something about getting food, but Hugo found the idea a bit ridiculous. But alas, it seemed he wouldn't get an answer even if he asked, because the two lovebirds were currently busy chatting with each other, forgetting entirely about his existence. Not that Hugo was complaining, of course, as that gave him a bunch of time to think about the future. Hugo was specifically thinking of the new ascended aliens he had right now and how he will utilize them in this nightmare. From what he could tell by reading the runes provided by the spell and the holograms displayed by the Omnitrix, the creatures he could turn into were definitely powerful, but at the same time they lacked the versatility of his previous playlists due to the difference in numbers. Hugo missed 4 arms and heat blast the most if he was being honest with himself, considering that nothing could beat a good old strength boost and pyrokinesis. However, that was not to say his imprints here were useless, as they were definitely more powerful than his previous imprints. But there was a slight problem, as Hug would need to train himself on how to use all of the new imprints from the ground up, and most importantly, he would need to understand what it truly meant to actually become and exist as an ascended terror through cultivation. Lost in his thoughts, Hugo suddenly realized that they had stopped moving and Kevin and Gwen had gotten out of the car. Huh? Ben, come on, Gwen said from outside, causing him to quickly hop off the memory car, fearing that they were being assaulted by something. To his surprise, they were not in front of any harrowing nightmare creature, nor were there any forever nights present. Instead, they were in front of some kind of restaurant with a giant humanoid bottle as a mascot of the business. The area was also quite large, indicating that the restaurant was definitely successful and popular among the people of this town. On the top, there was a giant sign with the following words written on it. Mr. Smoothie. What the fuck? Hugo was uncertain about everything he was seeing at the moment. He had expected the second nightmare to be harrowing and dangerous, and in a sense it was. After all, he had to fight a bunch of fascists, awaken and escape from a corrupted titan, and then got absolutely humbled by his evil twin, but the way the day shifted from the dangerous stuff into something as mundane as a restaurant was simply unreal. Well, it was unreal enough to give his nervous system a bit of a shock, causing his entire body to stiffen on the spot. Sadly, he couldn't express his surprise due to the fact that Hugo now had an idea about the type of life Ben Tennyson lived. His life would put the lives of multiple saints in my world to shame, but at the same time, it would be just as mundane as any other normal teenager. It was certainly a big contradiction, meaning that Ben Tennyson, of any of the awakened in this world for that matter, were neither legacies, rather they were a mix of both worlds. Shaking off his thoughts, Hugo saw Kevin pull out his wallet. You want the usual? Kevin said to him with a focused expression, counting the money like his life depended on it. Food, huh? Actual food. Now that he was thinking about it, Hugo was indeed quite hungry and he would like to eat something. But he felt like ordering something unusual or asking for the menu might seem suspicious to them, and so Hugo only ended up nodding as he watched Kevin go to place their order. Sitting on the car, Gwen looked at Hugo with a worried expression. Ben, are you all right? You've been acting strange ever since the battle with the knights. If anything is bothering you, you can tell me. Hugo sighed, internally realizing that his acting was not sufficient at all. Hugo did not know how close Ben Tennyson and his cousin were, but apparently she was close enough for her to immediately realize something was wrong. Although Hugo was glad that she didn't use any of her strange powers to pry into his memories, as that would have been much worse. Hugo shook his head, coming up with an excuse on the spot. I'm feeling a bit of a headache from earlier. Gwen, Hugo put up the saddest expression he could make and lowered his head. I killed someone this morning. It was one of the knights that managed to get the drop on me and I panicked then I. Hugo let a hand go through his hair as he feigned sadness and let himself fall into emotional disturbance, which was actually not that hard. All he needed to do to become less stable was to remember the worst moments of his life, like the death of his mother, the times where he was corrupted and the pain he felt when he was bonded with the Crimson Spire. Honestly, he did not feel any sort of guilt about killing that forever knight, and he would have killed a lot more if not for Gwen's orders to not kill any more of them. After all, that knight was trying to kill him. Hugo was not sure how things worked in this world, but in his world, an awakened must be ready to kill anything and anyone that threatened their lives, whether it was a human or a nightmare creature. Of course Nephi's was the one who said this to him, but he quickly grew to learn that was the harsh truth of their world. And more importantly, every single being in this nightmare, -1, is not real from his perspective. Unaware of his thoughts, Gwen patted his shoulder with a solemn expression. It's okay, Ben. These things happen a lot in our field of work. And I would be lying if I said that it wouldn't happen again. After all, no matter how stable our world looks, it is a cruel and unforgiving world where even our own people cannot be trusted anymore. So, Ben, please understand that you did what you had to do and that anyone else, including me, Kevin and Grandpa, would have done the same thing in your shoes. Hugo wiped a tear from his eyes before offering her a smile. I'll need some time to get over it, but thanks for the words. It really means a lot to me. Gwen smiled as she ruffled his hair. Gods, you'll always be such a crybaby, huh? They chuckled at her joke, looking at the beautiful sky above. Hugo did feel bad about deceiving someone this way, especially someone who seemed like a good person, but his survival came above all else. He was ashamed to admit it, but he would do anything if it meant conquering this nightmare. Soon enough, Kevin came back and tossed Hugo a bag while he gently gave Gwen's food to her. Yep, definitely dating, Hugo remarked with an annoyed expression as he opened the bag. Inside was a bunch of fries, golden as if made from pure gold, that were dipped in red sauce, releasing an aroma that immediately assaulted his sense of smell. Hugo felt like he was in heaven. After all, he hadn't eaten in ages, and all he ate before that was nightmare creature meat, leaving much to be desired. But now he had real food in front of him. Food that was even better than the synthetic food in his world. Without delay, Hugo picked up a bunch of fries with his hands and put them in his mouth. The moment he did, he suddenly felt his soul leave his body. Hugo thought that he was dead and was now entering heaven for a moment. But no! It wasn't that he had failed the nightmare or anything, it was just that the taste of these fries alone was enough to imitate, if not surpass, the heavens themselves. Incredible! Simply incredible! He moaned loudly as he felt the crunchy and salty taste of the fries, while at the same time feeling the sauce melt in his mouth. By the end of the dish, Hugo was left with a real tear coming down from his eye. Looking at him weirdly, Kevin shivered and said with a disgusted expression, "Weirdo." He brought something else out of a large bag. "Here's your smoothie, and for the love of God, please stop moaning. It's disgusting and creepy." Gwen seemed to chuckle at his words, while Hugo just shrugged, taking the white cup. The cup was built just like the giant Mr. Smoothie statue, which was kind of ominous, but alas, Hugo was in need of a drink after gulping down all of that fries. Slurp. Another tear came down his other eye. Although, this one was a tear of disgust. What in the spell is this shit? How can a drink taste this badly? Hugo felt a morbid sense of disgust as he drank the sugary, heavy liquid, feeling it fill his mouth and make a sticky mess inside his teeth. It was terrible. Worse than the water of the dark sea. Even a nightmare creature wouldn't eat this. How could anyone in their right mind drink this? Hugo suddenly felt the urge to burn down the entire restaurant using swamp fire, but he held himself back for obvious reasons. And of course, I had to eat something disgusting right after eating the heavenly fries. Hugo groaned internally as he continued drinking the terrible smoothie to not seem suspicious. He swore that he would destroy this place before the nightmare ends. 30 minutes later. After finishing their food, Kevin drove Hugo to his house. That was the moment Hugo realized that he had missed a very crucial detail about this nightmare. Ben Tennyson had a family. A mother and a father, to be specific. Which would be even more of a headache to deal with than anyone else, because they would know their son the most. Ben Tennyson was the only child of Sandra and Carl Tennyson, who were both a bit too overprotective of him from what Gwen had said randomly during their short car ride. They were also both mundane, which was good, as that meant they wouldn't be able to stop Hugo from leaving the house or anything. Of course, Hugo did not want to resort to violence or anything with Ben Tennyson's parents. But he did consider that possibility if it came down to it. After all, dealing with any sort of familial relations was not something Hugo was good at. Getting out of the car, Gwen and Kevin looked at him with nervous smiles. "Ah, tell Auntie and Uncle that we're sorry we kept you out this long." "I'm sure they'll understand," Gwen said, scratching her head. "Just blame it on me being a bad influence on you, that would get them off your back for a little," Kevin said with a shrug. Strangely, he seemed a bit hurried to drive out of here for some reason. Just then, the house they were standing near, which was Ben's house, suddenly had its door violently open as a beautiful blonde-haired woman in her 30s stepped out, followed by a brown-haired middle-aged man who looked awfully similar to Ben Tennyson. They were both extremely furious, which told Hugo exactly who these two were. "Good luck," Kevin and Gwen said in unison as they drove off to somewhere. Shit. Hugo felt a bizarre feeling when he saw Ben's parents in front of him. They were now his parents. And for some reason, it made him imagine his real parents for a second there, leaving him with a myriad of strange emotions brewing in his stomach. Benjamin Kirby Tennyson. Ben's mother, who was named Sandra, yelled at him as she dragged Hugo into the house by the arm. Hugo could already tell this was going to be a very, very long night. Chapter 59, The Daily Life of Ben Tennyson, 1. "You are in serious trouble, young man." Sandra Tennyson, Ben's mother, exclaimed loudly as she pulled him into the house. The residence of the Tennyson family was elegantly furnished and quite spacious, with an upper level that suggested a prosperous, if not affluent, standard of living. To Hugo, however, the atmosphere felt strangely unsettling. It bore too strong of a resemblance to his own childhood home, at least before his mother passed away and his father began hosting frequent parties there. Yet this unease stemmed not solely from Hugo's past but also from the peculiar familiarity and nostalgia everything in this nightmare evoked for him since it begun. Everything from the people, the internet, and now this house was familiar and yet slightly different than his life at the same time. It was almost as though it had been deliberately crafted that way by someone. Hugo's thoughts were cut short as his mother firmly seated him on the living room sofa, fixing him with a stern gaze while gripping the arm bearing the Omnitrix. While it did seem like she was the dominant one in this situation, that was not the truth in the slightest. In reality, Hugo was merely humoring the situation due to him acting as Ben Tennyson. He could easily overpower her if he wished and snap her neck before she could even scream. Though he deemed that unwise. "Young man, do you have any idea how worried we were about you?" Carl, his father, said in a furious tone. "Our hearts nearly stopped when we saw you in that battle this morning. Why would you think it's a good idea to confront those fanatical knights when you're only 16? Sandra added with the same amount of anger in her voice. Frowning, Hugo forced her to release his arm, although he made sure he didn't hurt her. "I am an Awakened wielding the most powerful weapon in existence. Naturally, I would engage the Forever Knights. What do you expect me to do? Sit around and do nothing when I'm easily more powerful than all the knights combined?" Hugo replied with irritation deliberately laced in his tone. Truthfully, he was uncertain if he was convincingly portraying the role of moody teenager properly. Perhaps his dormant self would have known how to instinctively, but the present Hugo, who spent much of his existence after awakening as an alien, lacked familiarity with ordinary human behavior. Unaware of his internal conflict, the two concerned parents continued their charade. We expect you to behave like a typical 16-year-old. Attend school, pursue hobbies, spend time with friends, and perhaps even sneak out occasionally, not combat superhumans. Goodness, you can't imagine my relief when you avoided being infected by the nightmare spell, but then you just had to go and awaken yourself the old way. Both of Ben's parents appeared caught between frustration and distress, angry at Ben for risking his safety yet still profoundly worried for their only child's safety. Such concern was logical for any parent, especially in a world dominated by the spell. Sandra and Carl understood this worry more than most people. After all, they were both mundane yet they connected to the demigod governing humanity, while their son wielded the universe's most powerful and dangerous artifact on top of said son being one of the most famous person in the world. Hugo felt a pang of sympathy for them, but conceding to avoid danger as Ben Tennyson would only hinder his progress in this nightmare. "This is what I want," Hugo said, raising his voice to sound angry. "Perhaps the issue lies with both of you, not me." Carl and Sandra appeared stunned by his words, but Hugo pressed on. "We live in the era of the nightmare spell, with our world being constantly invaded by the forces of corruption. People are infected by the spells daily, confronting grave perils for humanity's survival." While the Beast God Realm's situation was less severe than Hugo's world, it still remained dire, which was a fact Hugo could leverage. As the grandson of a supreme and the bearer of the universe's most powerful relic, I cannot hide when things gets rough. In fact, at times like this I should be on the front lines confronting all dangerous against the survival of humanity. Carl frowned, visibly agitated at the mention of Maxwell Tennyson, making Hugo realize that Maxwell Tennyson was Carl's father. "But that's different. Others have no choice regarding their infection, but you do. Ben, you can choose to step back and live an ordinary life without risking your life every day. And don't even get me started on your grandfather and your childish fixation on emulating him." Though firm, Carl's tone held no malice in it, although they did reveal that Carl's relationship with his father was not that good. Unlike Ben, who apparently was incredibly fond of his supreme grandfather. At those words, Hugo inwardly smiled. "I got him. And why exactly is that? Why shouldn't I aspire to ascend and become a supreme like my grandfather? He is safeguarding humanity, and instead of supporting him, you urge me to cease my efforts merely because they are dangerous?" Carl hesitated, unable to formulate a reply against his reasoning. Sandra seemed equally at a loss, her expression appearing defeated. "Ben, sweetheart, we only want you to be safe. Could you at least try to be more cautious?" Her words stirred a bitter nostalgia in Hugo, which he hated profoundly, making him hesitate for a moment. "I'll consider it," Hugo said, rising from his seat. "I'm exhausted and I would appreciate some rest rather than all of this shouting." With that, he headed upstairs, not waiting to continue this conversation. It did seem childish, but that was exactly what he was going for. Even if Ben Tennyson was mature for his age, he would definitely slip and not be perfect all the time. Trying to copy someone else's personality is exhausting. "I should get some sleep," he thought as he looked for Ben's room. Hugo had no knowledge of Ben's room location, but he assumed it would be easily identifiable. And soon enough, Hugo found it. The wooden door had an Omnitrix symbol adoring it and the word Ben on the top of it. That stupid, Hugo thought as he opened the door and then immediately closed it to survey the space inside. There was a bed next to the window and a bookshelf above it, which is neatly organized. On the right side of the bed was a table with a computer and a shelf of prizes and books, which Hugo liked because that would give him a chance to learn more about Ben and how to imitate him better. In front of the desk and the bed was a built-in wall wardrobe, and not too far away was also a TV that had a console beneath it. Various posters were adorning the walls, from ones that displayed hefty elderly men in minimal and bizarre attire that Hugo did not recognize, labeled as sumo slammers. Lastly, Ben had a closet which seemed to be filled with random objects, including all sorts of toys and clothes. It unmistakably belonged to a teenager. Preferring not to dwell on Ben Tennyson's leisure interests, Hugo removed his shoes and jacket and collapsed onto the bed. Here, in Ben Tennyson's home, he could lower his guard and rest safely, free from the presence of numerous awakened and ascended beings. Fatigued from the day's events, Hugo allowed himself to sleep, not even caring about the potential of being transported to the dream realm. In his sleep, the Omnitrix glowed ominously, as if sending a signal to something. Or someone. Elsewhere, outside of Bellwood. Within a dark, vacant cave, a handsome teenager with unusual white hair and crimson ruby eyes wearing regular jeans and a stylish red jacket stood before a metallic table. In front of him was a bag full of chili fries which he was occasionally eating from like a brute. There was also multiple bottles of Mrs. Smoothie. Upon closer inspection, the white-haired youth appeared to be making something, surrounded by scattered, costly technological components. The object of his intense focus was an alien-like red gauntlet adorned with intricate crimson patterns. This certainly wasn't a part of the plan. The youth muttered, clearly showing his displeasure. The ominous-looking youth continued working on his project throughout the night, wearing a dedicated expression. Yet something seemed deeply wrong about him. It was as though he did not belong in the body he was in. Somewhere else? A lone man wearing a strange white lab coat was quietly enjoying his tea inside a strange ever-shifting dimension, filled with unimaginable horrors that would drive any sane person into madness and infect their soul with corruption, yet strangely enough, the man didn't seem to be bothered by these unholy beings, and none of the horrors seemed to care about the man either, as if he was not there at all. The man, unbothered by the things happening around him, took another sip of his tea as he relaxed in his seat. Then, he suddenly froze. He turned his head into a certain direction, looking past the eternal void and beyond the harrowing creatures, until his gaze reached a place that no other inhabitants of this void, even the eldest one, could perceive. He then smiled, finished his tea and got up from his seat. So it's starting. The following day. Hugo awoke to the blaring alarm clock in Ben's room and rose from the bed slowly. He felt quite strange about having slept so soundly without a worry in the world, but he's glad he did nonetheless. He was also happy that sleeping didn't transport him to the dream realm of this nightmare, which was a big relief. After washing his face, Hugo descended for an awkward breakfast with his parents. The meal was delightful. After all, it was real food, which was rare to come across in his world, but Hugo's mind was elsewhere, contemplating his plans for the day. He had much to accomplish. For one, he needed to get used to his new alien forms, train with his memories, and prepare for the mission assigned by his grandfather. The last task was the thing he was most interested in because it seemed to be the path leading towards the conflict of this nightmare. And so, Hugo was utterly dismayed when his mother uttered 4 simple words, completely shattering his plans. Get ready for school. School. Hugo had not heard that word in a very long time. The very idea of it seemed bizarre to him after everything he went through in the dream realm. Nevertheless, Sandra and Carl insisted he attend, emphasizing the importance of education to Ben's future. It was rather tragic that they believed any promising future awaited Ben Tennyson, given their world's impending doom by the hands of a malevolent deity. Nonetheless, he failed to make any way to avoid going into school, considering the real Ben Tennyson seemed to like going there with the excuse of feeling normal. Feeling profoundly uncomfortable, Hugo went outside and entered the school bus, sinking into his seat. As an awakened individual, and Ben Tennyson, everyone was looking at him with admiration and reverence, although no one talked with him, seeing his foul mood. 2 teenage boys, one with short black hair, the other with curly brown hair, observed him more intently than others, making Hugo wonder if they were Ben's friends or something like that. Regardless, Hugo disregarded them as irrelevant to the nightmare's events, and so he didn't approach them. Upon arriving at school, Hugo got off the bus and observed the large high school. On the sideway, he noticed a young girl, approximately his age, with blunt black bobbed hair and brown eyes, approaching him with cheerful expression on her face. "Ben!" she said, suddenly hugging him tightly, drawing attention and amused reactions from all passerbys. Hugo might have mistaken her for an obsessive stalker and turned into Big Chill to run away, but he recognized her voice. This was Julie Yamamoto, Ben Tennyson's girlfriend. This is problematic, he thought, finding the idea of being this intimate with someone he barely knew very uncomfortable. "I'm glad you're not hurt," she said softly, finally releasing him. "But are you all right?" Gwen mentioned that you seemed down ever since the fight with the Forever Knights. Hugo shook his head with a confident smile, attempting to channel Ben Tennyson's youthful demeanor. It's fine, really. No need to worry, he replied, placing a hand on her shoulder. Let's focus on surviving our school sessions before concerning ourselves with the Forever Knights. Julie chuckled, her tension visibly easing at his words. Of course, although that's probably tougher than battling any nightmare creature. They proceeded to enter the school, chatting and laughing together. To outsiders, they appeared as a cute young couple, but the reality was far more sinister as the young man beside her was not her boyfriend, but an imposter wearing his skin. Moreover, this imposter was now contemplating the most neutral method to distance himself from his girlfriend. And some of these methods were not nice at all. SME time later. Hugo navigated Ben's lessons with relative ease, finding no subject particularly challenging. The history lessons were a good way to immerse himself in the culture of this world and how the existence of noble creatures, known as aliens, influenced it. Things such as infrastructure, history, and advancement. There were many interesting facts, such as the founder of the Plumbers, who was a man named George Washington who also happened to be the leader of the United States of America. The concept of countries and presidents was quite alien to Hugo, who lived in a world ruled by the government and the great clans, but nonetheless it was enjoyable. The other lessons such as math and science made him want to turn into Swampfire and burn the entire high school in frustration, but thankfully he controlled himself. And so, while monotonous, the whole experience felt refreshing to Hugo. After all, what a Wiccan could claim to have had the chance to study the history of another universe? It certainly surpassed talking with two ancient skeletons while navigating a nightmare desert on a flying ship. Now that I think of it. What happened to Yuri's and Azarax? The ancient skeletons were with him prior to transcending Kevin's assault, but he had not seen them before entering the nightmare, which made him quite worried. After all, those two kept his company when he was going insane, and so he felt indebted to them. On second thoughts, those two would be fine. Hugo might have feared that they would be mistreated by Beast's Realm survivors, but thankfully, the two were immortal. If they endured the Shadow God's curse for so long, they could withstand a few transcendents. If anything, Hugo should be worried about the inhabitants of Beast's Realm. HHH. Julie sighed deeply as she stretched her body. Their school time had just finished and she was walking with Ben to her tennis practice, a topic she enthusiastically kept talking about after insisting he accompany her. I'm sorry, Julie, but getting you there is the most I can manage. I'm quite busy at the moment, Hugo said, trying to sound sorry. That's all right. Though I had hoped for a proper date from the great Ben Tennyson himself, she remarked, rolling her eyes dramatically. But I suppose a girl can only dream of spending time with her boyfriend nowadays. What a pity. Hugo smiled, scratching his head nervously. I'm sorry, Julie. It's not that I prioritize other matters over you, but many people need you. Yes, I know. She interrupted, stepping in front of him to halt his walk. With a gentle smile, she said, you'll always be a hero, and that's what I like about you the most. Just make sure you save some time for me, okay? Hugo regarded her impassively for a moment. It now struck him how unjust life could be. Ben Tennyson truly had everything: fame, power, family, and a loving girlfriend on top of it all. The contrast between their lives, despite wielding the same relic, was almost ironic. Yet, all these advantages ultimately failed Ben Tennyson, so Hugo resolved not to dwell on them for too long. Finally, he simply smiled. Sure, I'd be an idiot not to. Blushing slightly, Julie rose on her toes and kissed his cheek. You'll always be an idiot, but you're my idiot, so I'll allow it, she said, waving as she headed toward the tennis court. See you later, Ben. Maintaining his smile, Hugo waved back at her. Once Julie was out of sight, his smile fell and he wiped his cheek with a disgusted expression on his face. How unpleasant, he thought, nearly wanting to puke. Yet as he kept walking on the calm streets of Bellwood, Hugo couldn't help but reflect deeply on the day's events. It had been a calm and pleasant day, yet Hugo found it utterly distasteful. After all, this was not his life and he was not Ben Tennyson. And yet, Hugo felt, or perhaps wished to feel, a sense of belonging here for some strange reason he couldn't explain. Ben Tennyson possessed everything Hugo had ever desired and more, making such feelings only natural. Especially for someone who had spent half a year wandering alone. I didn't think a second nightmare being this tedious. After all, no other nightmare, except this one, truly encompassed all of Earth and made its challenger possess the person at the center of the universe. Annoyed, Hugo retrieved his phone to distract himself. Upon opening it, he noticed a message in the messaging app. A menacing grin suddenly spread across his face as he read its contents. The message stated, "Ben, we've uncovered clues about the Forever Knights mission. Meet us at Mr. Smoothie after school." Chapter 60, The Daily Life of Ben Tennyson, 2. Bellowed, Mr. Smoothies. It was around midnight. The streets of Bellwood, which are usually bustling with life, were in dead silence at this hour of the night. Of course, it wasn't simply because of the time, but also because strange occurrences involving aliens and awakened in general usually happened during this hour, which meant that anyone in their right mind would avoid going out after dark. In this dead silence, the soft flapping of wings could be heard from afar. Moments later, a humanoid, moth-like alien creature landed, or, to be more accurate, crash-landed, on the sidewalk. Groaning, the blue alien looked around, trying to identify the place. Finally, this should be the place, the creature said in a deep voice as he scanned the area he was in. The creature was, of course, none other than Hugo, who had spent an entire hour flying around Bellwood in circles trying to find the right meeting place Kevin had sent him. Not only was he unused to Big Chill's form of flight, but there was also the fact that everywhere in this town looked the same, causing him a severe headache. Hugo's Omnitrix timed out, reverting him to Ben's form as he approached the parking lot of Mr. Smoothies. Next time I'll definitely use the proto-truck. Hugo had always wanted to drive a PTV before he got sent to the Forgotten Shore, but he never got the chance, so a truck was the next best thing. Well, he did drive a divine ship, but that did not really count. Letting go of his jolly thoughts, Hugo scanned the area, looking for Kevin's iconic green car. Huh? Hugo raised an eyebrow as he walked through the parking lot. Kevin's car wasn't anywhere to be seen. Neither was the man himself, or Gwen for that matter. He wouldn't be late if he himself had called, right? Surely a master who conquered the second nightmare wouldn't be this incompetent. Hugo pulled out his phone, checking the message again. It was only then that he realized something important. The message had been sent to his phone, not his plumber's badge. The same badge that all plumbers use for communication. Just as he realized that, Hugo heard a sound, and at that moment, a net of red energy was suddenly launched at him at incredible speed. Without hesitation, Hugo summoned nothing, transforming it into a wall of mist that stopped the mist. Screech! The net struck it, slowed, then dispersed uselessly against the transcendent memory. Hugo swept his arm, tearing the remaining energy apart, and at the same time the mist condensed into a spear in his grip. Bad timing, the Omnitrix is recharging. Ben Tennyson's Omnitrix, just like Hugo's aspect, functioned on an energy rather than a set amount of time. That energy, strangely enough, wasn't from soul essence, rather it was omni-energy. The reason for this was likely due to the fact that the Omnitrix was not a normal relic that could be sustained with soul essence like memories and other artifacts from the ancient past. It was a divine relic after all. Although Hugo still did not understand the full mechanisms behind it just yet. Regardless, it meant that he couldn't access his transformations for about 10 minutes. Usually, that wouldn't be a problem, but depending on who his attackers are, this could prove fatal. Looking around, Hugo found nothing. It was as if the energy net had come from nowhere. The attack was launched from nearby, I'm sure of it. After all, the sound of the energy net being launched came from a rather close range, which meant his attacker was currently concealing themselves somehow. Thankfully, Hugo had ways to see what couldn't be seen. He summoned Emerald Spyglass and Polymorphic Crystal, then he inserted the crystal inside the spyglass, upgrading the dormant memory to awakened rank. The emerald spyglass had an enchantment that allowed it to see through illusions, and now that it was upgraded by the polymorphic crystal, it allowed Hugo to see his attackers. Looking through it, Hugo saw 4 armored figures crouching nearby, holding blasters and various equipments that seemed to be a modern version of the weapons a knight would usually carry. "You do realize that I can see you, right? Please get up. You look ridiculous," Hugo said to the group of 4, finding their stance rather comical. Hearing his words, they hesitated for a moment before deactivating whatever ability or device that allowed them to become invisible. The group was, of course, none other than the Forever Knights. 2 are awakened and the other 2 were ascended. "As expected from the great Ben Tennyson, finding us without even using that watch of yours," said the leader of the group, clapping his hands with a pleasant voice. "Good. Please keep monologuing. If I can stall for a few more minutes, I'll be able to crush them." Hugo shrugged nonchalantly, assuming the Ben Tennyson persona. "Of course I would. I'm Ben Tennyson after all, the hero of heroes, the savior of the galaxy, and all that. It comes with the job." He flashed them an arrogant smile. "Although it was quite foolish of me to fall for this trap, hacking my phone, huh? That's a bit rude, don't you think?" The knight leading the group chuckled, taking a step forward. "Indeed. Although we hope that you'll forgive us for using such underhanded methods. I assure you, we mean you no harm whatsoever. We were assigned to capture you so you may meet one of our kings who is in dire need of your assistance. If you come without resistance, rest assured that no harm will come to you." Hugo suddenly burst into laughter, startling the knights. "You? Harm me? In what dimension?" He shook his head, grinning wildly. "You bozos wouldn't even be able to scratch my jacket, let alone harm me. Maybe if a saint was here, then that would be a different story entirely, but you minions aren't nearly enough to handle me." The 3 Forever Knights stiffened, but their leader remained composed, looking at Hugo for a while before saying, "You're stalling." Hugo's arrogant expression faltered for a moment. "Shit." Getting his confirmation, the knight gestured to his team to move. "Capture him alive, all is permitted as long as he's intact." Despite his nervousness, Hugo didn't back down. "I was really hoping you wouldn't say that." With that, Hugo summoned Proto Tool. The gun-like device materialized in seconds, then he inserted the polymorphic crystal into it and raising its rank to transcendent. All of this took around 4 seconds for him to do. Then, without hesitation, Hugo started blasting. Bam! 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 The knights, possessing stellar reflexes, summoned their energy shields, which seemed to be of high rank considering they managed to block the transcendent blasts with ease. Hugo, however, kept firing at them nonchalantly as his soul essence reserves capable of handling about 100 more shots. Although around the 10th blast, he realized that his tactic wasn't really working, and so Hugo changed strategies. Hugo shifted his grip, holding the Proto Tool with 2 hands and activated Netcaster enchantment. Orange energy burst forward, spreading wide before forming an oversized net. The net struck, slipped past the shields and wrapped tight around the 2 awakened knights, pinning them to the ground without much resistance. However, Hugo made a slight miscalculation. The moment he stopped firing and used the net, the 2 ascended knights closed the distance at an inhuman speed. And in the blink of an eye, Hugo found a red energy sword swinging down at him. Reacting instantly, he raised nothing to block the first ascended, then transformed Proto Tool into an energy shield. The technological memory shifted in the blink of an eye, becoming a graceful modern shield. Thanks to the long reach of the nothing spear and its superiority over most swords, Hugo managed to land several blows on his second attacker while bashing the first one with his shield. The clash went on for several moments, with the 2 ascended warriors moving at speeds Hugo couldn't fully react to, but thankfully, due to his training in Stone Saint form, he wasn't entirely inferior to them in terms of skill. The spear and shield style was different from the usual 2 spears style that Hugo practiced, but it was much safer in his current situation. Even in terms of raw strength, I'm not weaker than them, considering I'm an awakened terror and they are ascended beasts. In truth, it was unfair to call human awakened mere beasts, considering their unique powers and biology made them stronger than all noble creatures of the same class and rank, and even among divine aspect wielders, having more cores did not necessarily make one superior to an awakened of the next rank. However, having more cores did increase the amount of soul essence he could use to saturate his body with. Sensing the battle turning dangerous, Hugo activated the enchantment of the polymorphic crystal, fused with the proto-tool, caused the shield to unleash a powerful kinetic blast. The attack struck the Ascended Knight, sending him flying into a nearby wall. Now with the advantage, Hugo used nothing, shifting nature to his advantage to attack the other Ascended, fighting him from a longer reach. With extreme focus, he parried the blade using the shield, then thrust from the side with the longer spear, grazing the Forever Knight's armor and sending him flying as well, although the armor made it impossible the spear to pierce the flesh. An armor capable of blocking a transcendent memory. Just where are they getting all of this spell tech? Despite his confusion, Hugo made sure to keep his guard up. Unlike his counterpart, the Ascended leader recovered quickly, rising and staring at Hugo menacingly, or at least, that's what Hugo assumed he was doing beneath the helmet. The reports never mentioned that Ben Tennyson was this skilled in combat in his human form. He muttered. It seems we may be forced to use that, after all. Before he could finish, Hugo had already turned, proto-tool, back into blaster form and fired at him. The master blocked the shots effortlessly, then summoned a gray gun memory and fired back at Hugo. Bam! Hugo's eyes widened as he felt the energy blast pass through his shoulder and send him ragdolling across the street before crashing into a car. Shit! The energy blast was clearly of the transcendent rank, not giving Hugo any chance to react to it, and it also hit like a truck, forcing blood from Hugo's mouth. His jacket was also burning from the blast, causing him to discard it. Damnation. The second Ascendant had recovered and joined his commander, both advancing toward the injured Hugo. Hey now, I changed my mind. I'll come peacefully, Hugo said, raising his hands. The approaching Ascended Knights paused. Really? Of course. I'm surrounded and injured. Why wouldn't I? He smiled weakly. You can even knock me out if you want. He groaned, clutching his shoulder, showing his pain. They exchanged glances before nodding. All right then. Don't move and keep your hands in the air where I can see them, the Forever Knight said as he approached with electric cuffs. Hugo complied without resistance, exaggerating his injury. At that moment, just as the Ascended was a foot away, something suddenly manifested from nowhere, appearing in a shower of white sparks. A blur of blue and red slammed into the Knight, instantly knocking him off his feet. That blur was none other than Hugo's newest echo, Zed. The wolf-like blue alien tackled the Ascended, pinning him down and tearing at his armor with its sharp claws. Of course, an echo, even one of Ascended rank, couldn't keep a master occupied for long, especially with a second master lining up a shot at Hugo. But Hugo was never relying on Zed to win. She was merely a distraction. The Omnitrix suddenly glowed with a dangerous green light, and at the same time, a wicked smile spread across Hugo's face. Both masters paled beneath their helmets as they realized what was happening. The one with the blaster fired dozens of shots in panic, forgetting his own orders. But it was already too late. Hugo had already slammed down on the Omnitrix. The green light had already consumed the injured youth, and when it finally faded, Ben Tennyson was no longer standing on the sidewalk. In his place stood a semi-humanoid 12-foot-tall dinosaur-like alien with long arms and short legs, looming over the two knights with his shadow swallowing them entirely as if it was stopping all escape. The same smile remained on his bestial face as Hugo whispered a single word that froze them in terror. Humongosaur. Chapter 61, The Daily Life of Ben Tennyson, 3. Imprint, Vaxasaurian, codename, Humongosaur. Imprint rank, Ascended. Imprint class, Terror. Imprint description, the most powerful noble creatures in terms of raw strength. The Vaxasaurians were born from the flames of the war goddess, born to be the most destructive creatures in the galaxy. Strength to shatter the heavens. bodies to survive the wrath of the gods, and a will mighty enough to swallow entire worlds. Truly a marvelous to behold. Imprint attributes: Mighty 2, Durable 4, Resistance 2. Imprint abilities: Strengthen 2, Growth, Armor, Empower 2, Concept of Strength. Mighty 2, Attribute description: The Vaxasaurians are naturally stronger than most races. Durable 4, Attribute description: A Vaxasaurian's skin cannot be pierced through normal means. Resistance 2, Attribute description: The Vaxasaurians can survive the most harrowing of attacks. Strengthen 2, Ability description: You can empower yourself beyond your limits. Growth, Ability description: You can increase the size of your body. Armor, Ability description: You can generate armored scales around your body. Empower 2, Ability description: You can empower your minions with your abilities. Concept of Strength, Ability description: You can control the strength of others. Those were the runes the spell offered for the Vaxasaurian imprint. The spell depicted this race of naturally born warriors as mighty and powerful, with the sole purpose of their existence being to fight and grow stronger. Naturally, the abilities granted to them as they climbed the path of ascension fulfilled that wish, offering them many avenues to the power they desired. A Vaxasaurian who managed to form their 5th and 6th soul cores would be particularly powerful in this case, granting them the ability to share their powers with their minions and even control the strength of their opponents. Of course, the latter only applied to opponents of a relative or lower rank, and for all of this, Hugo was particularly interested in this imprint. It reminded him of his 4 arms transformation, which he had relied on heavily back in the days of the Forgotten Shore, in terms of both origin and abilities. Although there was a slight difference between the two races, as one was built for battle and war, while the other focused more on raw strength rather than combat technique. Either way, it did not matter, as Hugo had chosen this form to use against the Forever Knights. Letting out steam from his mouth and nose, Hugo rushed toward the Forever Knight who was being attacked by Zed, grabbing him by the legs like a child would pick up a toy. Then, unceremoniously, he began hammering the ascended warrior into the ground with devastating force, making the earth shatter wherever he swung the prideful knight. Even the supposedly unbreakable Forever Knight armor began to crack from the impact. It only took a dozen repetitions for the knight to fall unconscious, which was around the time Hugo finally stopped his relentless assault. Hugo stared at the unconscious knight in his hand, then looked toward the other ascended knight, who was watching the scene with unease written all over his body language. Upon closer inspection, one could even see that he was shaking in terror. "Your turn," Hugo said with a smile as he tossed the knight toward him. Bam! The Forever Knight, showing no camaraderie toward his fellow knight, dodged the flying body of his fellow knight and then did something Hugo hadn't expected. He started running in the opposite direction. Alternative POV. Ragna had always been an outstanding awakened in the realm of Beast Goddess. He was one of the few people who had lived before the descent of the Nightmare spell and awakened during those times, slowly increasing both his power and lifespan naturally. However, his simple life had taken a turn when the Nightmare spell descended upon this world. The harrowing phenomenon that plagued the entire world brought with it dire changes to civilization. First, it introduced the Dream Realm, which was an amalgamation of dead realms that was somehow fused together and infested with corruption. It also brought with it nightmares, which aided the residents of this world in their ascension, vastly increasing the power of the Awakens. However, they had also arrived when the Nightmare spell emerged. Noble creatures, as they were called. Most people referred to them as aliens, a more modern term, really. Within mere years, they invaded Earth and humanity was no longer the dominant force on the planet but instead became one of many leading forces in its own home. They too, like the Nightmare spell, brought many changes, although none of them were positive. They brought hatred, deceit, theft, and chaos to the Earth, choosing to plague it like maggots for their own survival. And unlike the spell, they brought nothing beneficial whatsoever. At least, that was what Ragna and many others like him believed. And so, when the Forever Knights emerged a couple of years ago, Ragna, who had always hated aliens and their existence on Earth, immediately joined their ranks, protesting against the mass migration of aliens to their planet. At first, Ragnar believed the Forever Knight's methods were too extreme. Yet all his doubts were erased when the Forever Kings revealed to him the existence of him and the salvation he would bring. And so, when Ragnar was tasked with capturing Ben Tennyson himself, he accepted without hesitation. Ragnar ran as fast as he could, his speed pushing beyond what was considered normal for his rank, gradually surpassing the limits of what an Ascended was capable of. Was it because of adrenaline? Or it was perhaps due to the many experiments Dr. Joseph Chadwick had done to him and his fellow knights? Either way, one thing was certain, Ragnar Knight was running for his life. Ben Tennyson, being an Ascended terror while transformed, moved with terrifying speed for his size, breaking the ground beneath his steps as he closed the distance at an alarming rate. It was a scene straight out of a horror movie, where it would display a virtuous awakened fleeing from a monstrous nightmare creature. Reaching an alleyway, Ragnar rushed through the narrow space, waiting for the moment that he could catch his breath and pull on his tether to the dream realm. However, that chance never came. A gigantic hand tore through one of the walls with ease, savagely clawing at the area as it searched for him. This is bad, Ragnar thought as he resorted to scaling a building and climbing onto the rooftop. The entire mission had gone terribly wrong despite the fact that it had been planned rather diligently. They had based their plan on the following assumptions. Ben Tennyson's inexperience fighting in his human form. Ben Tennyson's inability to summon memories and echoes. And lastly, the time his device required to recharge. The last assumption proved to be true, but the first two were aligned, nearly causing the failure of the mission. In truth, the plan was never going to be simple. After all, they were dealing with Ben Tennyson himself, the champion of humanity, who had fended off beings that would give even the most powerful transcendence nightmares, and he had done all of that as a mere awakened. Nonetheless, Ragnar had accepted the mission given by his order to capture Ben Tennyson to aid them in killing a certain creature. It was the Forever King's order, after all. And when such an order was given, all Forever Knights, regardless of rank, were required to obey. It was the only way they could find it and expel the filthy aliens from their planet. Running across the rooftops, Ragnar witnessed a horrifying sight. Ben Tennyson, in his Vaxasaurian form, leaped from the streets down below and launched himself toward him at an inhuman speed. Moments later, Ben Tennyson's fist collided with Ragnar's shield, which he had summoned at the last possible moment to avoid being killed, and sent him flying through the sky like a rocket. This is insane! He's trying to kill me! Ragnar thought in outrage as he activated the jetpack embedded in his armor, stopping his fall and fleeing from the monster pursuing him. Realizing that he couldn't escape to the dream realm, Ragnar decided to use the thing that had been entrusted to him by the order. Thus, he only needed to stall for a few more minutes, just enough time to activate his aspect. Almost there. All Ragnar needed to do was lead Ben Tennyson out of Bellwood to avoid the interference of the plumbers. However, at that moment, Ragnar heard a clicking sound and someone shouted from behind him. Jet ray! A red blur slammed into him midair at a speed even he, a powerful Ascended, couldn't react to. That blur was none other than Ben Tennyson, now in a new form, a red, humanoid manta ray-like alien with green eyes, black markings on his face, yellow horns extending from his nose, gills beneath his arms, and yellow patagia that were most likely used for flight and gliding. 2 black lightning bolt patterns ran from his shoulders to the Omnitrix symbol on his chest, giving him the appearance of a dreadful predator. Even after transforming again, Ben Tennyson didn't hold back, delivering blow after blow as they descended toward the barren outskirts of Bellwood. Ragnar, drawing on his experience, summoned the strongest Forever Knight blade in his sole arsenal and drove the transcendent weapon toward Ben Tennyson's head. However, due to their position, his grip slightly faltered and the blade pierced Ben's shoulder instead, causing a spray of crimson blood to burst forth, coloring Ragnar's armor red. Strangely, Ben Tennyson didn't seem to care about the pain. Instead, he opened his eyes wide and unleashed a concentrated beam of green energy from them, instantly melting Ragnar's helmet and burning straight through to his eyes. My eyes! Oh gods! Ragnar screamed in terror as his eye sockets began to melt. This level of damage wasn't enough to kill an Ascended, but it was agony all the same. Ragnar reeled back and struck Ben Tennyson's head with a mighty blow, interrupting the beam long enough to reinforce his eyes with soul essence, but it was already too late. Crash! The devilish red creature and the blinded knight slammed into the ground, rolling violently across the land. Neither of them was dead yet. Hugo's POV. Hugo groaned as he pushed himself up from the ground, feeling incredibly dazed. He glanced down at the blade lodged in his shoulder with an annoyed expression on his alien face. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed the hilt and ripped it out of his shoulder, causing pain to surge through his body. This whole chase went really bad. Hugo had intended to use Humungosaur to quickly subdue the knights and interrogate them to know why they were after him. Instead, this particular Forever Knight had proven troublesome, dragging him hundreds of miles away from Bellwood. I should have used Big Chill. That would have saved me trouble. Not only would it have made the confrontation easier, but Big Chill was far more suited for a chasing scenario than Jet Ray. Hugo cursed himself for his carelessness. This fight had nearly cost him his life, all because he wanted to try a new alien. In his defense, Jet Ray had super speed, flight, and eye lasers. What wasn't there to like? It even reminded him of his old XLR-8 form. Focus, Hugo. Looking around, Hugo realized he was in a barren, desert-like region with no signs of life. Even the roads were empty, with no vehicles being in sight, which was strange for such an advanced civilization. What was even more bizarre was the massive dark castle standing alone in the distance. For some unexplainable reason, that castle gave Hugo a bad feeling. I'll deal with him first, then investigate, he thought, turning toward the Forever Knight. The man's armor was shattered, revealing his broken body underneath, riddled with terrible wounds. His helmet had melted and fused to his face, leaving 2 scorched holes where his eyes had been. He was in terrible condition. Yet suddenly, a chill ran down Hugo's spine as he looked deeper into the man's face. "You lunatic," Hugo said with a frown. The Forever Knight was smiling. "I suppose this is it," the knight said, forming a strange hand gesture. "It was good fighting you, kid. But unfortunately for you, the conditions to activate my aspect have just been met." Sensing danger, Hugo surged forward, burning soul essence to augment his body and even using Jet Ray's awakened ability, which increased his speed, pushing himself close to the speed of sound. It wasn't enough. The world abruptly turned pitch black, freezing him in place. Then, from the knight's grotesque lips, 5 simple words came out. "With this treasure, I summon." Chapter 62, The Order. Hugo suddenly found himself in boundless darkness, with no light and no sound at all. In front of him was the Forever Knight he had been chasing down. His entire body was ravaged and nearly falling apart, yet something about the man was strange. Instead of being in pain, he was happy. No, even more than that, he was going mad with glee. Looking at Hugo, the man's smile only widened further as he continued his chant. "With this sacred treasure, I summon." 8-handled sword, Divergent Sila, Transcendent General Maharaga. A pure white cocoon appeared behind him, blooming directly out of his soul core. Soul core? Looking around, Hugo's body, despite being frozen in place, suddenly began to shake violently. His body was scared as if it was remembering something. All around him, he realized what this black space was. It was not shadows, the absence of light, nor was it true darkness the stone saints possessed. Instead, it was something Hugo knew all too well. It was corruption. Yet it was corruption unlike any he had seen before. It was so deep that it could drown entire worlds, and somehow, it felt like it was linked to something. Or someone. It did not take long for Hugo to figure out what this place was. "I'm inside his soul sea. But this guy. He's a nightmare creature. But how was that possible?" The knight had clearly been an ascended human just a moment ago, and so, corruption could not have taken root this deep in his soul in a few moments. And even if it did, the man would be screaming and tearing his body apart in madness as his soul was torn between divinity and corruption. At that moment, When Hugo was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt himself being pulled elsewhere. No, to be specific, it was his mind that was pulled somewhere, not his body or soul. 10 years after the descent of the nightmare spell, Beast Goddess Realm, Bellwood, America. Ragnar was, by all means, an outstanding citizen of society. He was an awakened who had been around long before the descent of the nightmare spell, cultivating in secret and increasing his powers. However, when the spell descended, he was forced to fight the harrowing nightmare creatures with all of his being, alongside the rest of humanity to survive the apocalypse. Humanity, however, was not alone in this battle. With the emergence of the spell, the plumbers and aliens emerged as well, fighting alongside them. Through this, it only took a couple of years to regain control over the planet and stabilize the situation. Especially with the inventions humanity came up with, which fortified the entire planet from blooming nightmare seeds. The exact methods behind how nightmare seeds were stopped were unknown, but the people saw it as a blessing nonetheless. However, it was not all joy and sunshine after the end of the nightmares. Rather, it was the beginning of another battle, one that was fought with words. Many awakened inhumans, including Ragnar, felt uncomfortable by the presence of noble creatures. After all, humans were not comfortable with themselves in the first place, with racism and misogyny being a common occurrence despite the thousands of years they have existed on this planet. And so, naturally, the forced coexistence with millions of noble creatures, which all migrated to Earth because of space being invaded by corruption, was not received well in the slightest. The fact that noble creatures were all awakened, ascended, and transcendent did not help their case at all. They naturally had an affinity for climbing the path of ascension, and so their overall power outmatched that of humanity. In fact, if they wanted to, the noble creatures could easily turn against the humans and consume all of them in a matter of months, taking control over the planet. This has led to many people outwardly expressing their stress and concern about the matter, with the majority of them agreeing that noble creatures were simply a bomb waiting to go off. And with so many people being racist and prejudiced against noble creatures, the emergence of organizations that protested against aliens was only natural. Among those organizations, none matched the popularity and the wealth of the Forever Humans, which had the backing of the rich and the powerful of many countries across the world. Ragnar himself had joined this organization through one of his friends, who introduced him to it. The Forever Humans occasionally hosted parties in many of their wealthiest estates, inviting many mundane people and even the awakened to join them. Due to this, Ragnar received quite a warm welcome. Of course, Ragnar wasn't really here to actually protest against aliens. After all, he hated everyone equally and instead, was adamant to join this organization for his own benefits. Leaning against one of the walls, Ragnar held a glass of wine in his hands, occasionally sipping from it as he looked at the party in front of him. Here, hundreds of people were present, with each of them wearing beautifully decorated masks concealing their identities. Apparently, this was the theme of this party. Useless. Why did I even come here? Ragnar grimaced, feeling utterly bored. He also could not achieve the goal he came here for due to the rules of this organization, which were supposedly made to entertain the guests. Entertainment my ass. The only fun I had here was dancing with that chick earlier. Shifting his attention, Ragnar decided to summon his runes, which he had attained recently due to his infection with the spell. Name, Ragnar. True name, Cursed Sorcerer. Rank, Awakened. Curse Core, 781 thousandths. Cursed Energy, 1000. Aspect, Sacred Treasure. Aspect Rank, Sacred. Aspect Description, you are a cursed shadow harboring the sacred treasure left behind by Shadow God. This treasure contains the 10 ancient servants of the God of Death and Solace who are waiting for a worthy master. This treasure is both your blessing and your curse. Innate ability, Shadow Vault. Ability description, your shadow can store anything within its vast depths. Even its own master. Aspect abilities, 10 shadows, Chimera Fusion. Dormant ability, 10 shadows. Ability description, you can manifest the shadows within your sacred treasure after breaking their will. First shadow, Divine Dogs, Tamed. Second shadow, new, tamed. Third shadow, shadow serpent, tamed. Fourth shadow, shadow toad, tamed. Fifth shadow, shadow elephant, tamed. Sixth shadow, shadow rabbit, tamed. Seventh shadow, shadow deer, untamed. Eighth shadow, shadow ox, untamed. Ninth shadow, shadow tiger, untamed. 10th shadow, Maharaga, untamed. Awakened ability, Chimera Fusion. Ability description, you can fuse your tamed shadows. Flaw, shared memory. Flaw description, whenever you draw upon your aspect, your most important memory would be exposed to all that are near you. Indeed, Ragna was one of the most powerful awakened of all time, perhaps the most powerful, due to the sheer amount of power he held within him. Although such power does not come naturally. Occasionally, exceptional awakens would emerge wielding powers that surpasses that of their peers. That was because they wielded high-ranked aspects which they attained with the help of the nightmare spell and its ability to elevate the rank of one aspect depending on their appraisals in a nightmare. Ragna, however, was not one of those exceptional individuals as he awakened without the help of the nightmare spell, and he also didn't challenge any trials in his life. In truth, his aspect was not his at all. Rather, it had been something that he inherited, or, for better words, stole, by killing a certain someone. Ragna, back when he formed his soul core and awakened, did something very dangerous. He stole from one of the hidden awakened clans in Japan. Indeed, such clans and organizations existed all over the world long before the descent of the nightmare spell, with many individuals seeking power and extending their lifespans through the supernatural ways of the path of ascension. Among such people, the Zenin clan had been one of the most influential clans in Japan, practically running the entire country from the shadows. All of that was made possible because of their origin and inheritance. Said inheritance came from none other than the god of shadows himself. Apparently, a long time ago, after the great calamity happened and the gods died, the remaining humans fled into the divine realms. Among the many humans that entered the realm of the beast goddess was a sect composed of shadow god worshippers. They not only brought their unique culture into the world, but they also brought the sacred treasure, one of the shadow god's 7 divine artifacts. True to their nature, the worshippers of the shadow god retreated into the shadows of civilization, making their presence known to no one. And even though their god was long dead, they still upheld their traditions and values. One such tradition was the assimilation of the sacred treasure into one's soul sea and turning it into an aspect. This tradition not only ensured the veneration of the shadow god but also granted the Zenin clan a powerful sacred aspect wielder every few centuries. Well, that was the case until Ragna came in, killed the current owner of the sacred treasure, stole it, and made it his aspect. As a result, he became one of the most wanted men in not only Japan but the entire world, with the Zenin sending a myriad of assassins after him. And while those assassination attempts lessened after the descent of the nightmare spell, the Zenin clan only doubled their efforts later because they needed the sacred treasure more desperately than ever. This was the reason Ragna was bothering to join the Forever Humans. They were made of powerful people, both rich and awakened, that hated noble creatures. Their purpose did not really matter to Ragna, as long as he could advance in ranks and have a powerful backing behind him. He didn't care what he needed to do to guarantee his acceptance into their ranks. This was why, when one of the masked servants came to him and asked him to follow him, Ragna obediently followed, excited at the thought of meeting the higher-ups behind this party, which would be made up of old rich people, each begging for powerful awakened. Or so did Ragna think. Huh? Behind his mask, Ragna had a stunned expression the more they walked deeper into the mansion, heading towards a VIP area. The guards in this place. They were all awakened. No. Some of them are even ascended. It was shocking, really. Considering even the Zenin clan could not spare ascended to be mere guards. Just who are these people? Ragna's instincts were telling him that something bad was going to happen. Ragna trusted his instincts. But this time, he decided to ignore them for a better future for himself. If only he had listened to them. After 6 minutes of walking, the attendant guiding Ragna finally stopped near a massive door guarded by 2 ascended champions. The gigantic doors opened before Ragna, revealing a bizarre scene. It was a plain chamber, having 2 stages and without much decoration besides a single golden throne in the middle of the room. All around were hundreds of masked individuals. Although unlike the ones at the party, these people wore black robes and possessed a sinister feeling in the way their masks were made. What unnerved Ragna the most, however, was what was happening in the middle of the room. 7 people were kneeling on the ground, wearing red robes and masks that completely concealed their faces. In front of them, someone, wearing the same robes and masks, was performing a strange ritual, swinging around a metallic container filled with fog that Ragna couldn't quite identify. In the back, a man, who had his eyes hidden by a blindfold, was playing the piano, singing a terrible song that did not match any language found on Earth. Runic language. Ragna watched in silence as someone continued their dance around the 7 individuals like a madman. It was almost as if he was baptizing them. The scene went on for 7 minutes, exactly 7 minutes, no more and no less. Then, when it was finally done, the 7 figures stood up, and the other black-robed individuals emerged from the shadows bringing 7 different seats, each inscribed with runes. A black seat with the rune representing shadow/death inscribed on its center. A red seat with the rune representing war/life inscribed on its center. A purple seat with the rune representing storm/darkness. A green seat with the rune representing heart/hunger inscribed on its center. A golden seat with the rune representing sun/light inscribed on its center. A seat made of flesh with the rune representing blood/hunger inscribed on its center. And lastly, a seat made of translucent materials with the rune representing dream/nightmare inscribed on its center. The 7 seats were set behind the main golden throne, which had a rune that the spell refused to translate inscribed on it, and then the 7 red-robed each sat on the ominous seats. Lastly, someone sat in the main throne, and as he did that, the music suddenly stopped. All of the people present there, wearing ominous masks, some had horns, others had blood splattered over them, and others did not resemble humans at all of them turned their heads at the same time, as if possessed by something, and looked at Ragna. Ragna felt his body stiffen and sweat pour from his back. For the first time in a while, he felt genuine fear. Fear that no nightmare creature had instilled in him before. So much so that he almost summoned his 10th and most powerful shadow. It was then that the someone sitting in the golden throne raised a hand, looking at Ragna. "Please, come forward," they said, in a pleasant voice. Whether it was due to curiosity or fear, Ragna did not know, but he still obeyed their words and walked closer to them, coming face to face with the 8 masked figures. As he did, the black-robed individuals surrounded him from all directions, blocking any paths of escape. "May I have the password, please?" said someone, their tone laced with an eerie kindness. Ragna paused for a moment, fixing his breath and remembering the words his friend told him. Eventually, he whispered in a hesitant tone. "Fidelio." "That's right, sir," they said, leaning against their staff. "That is the password for admittance. But may I ask, what is the password for the house?" Ragna suddenly wanted to run away from the person in front of them. He wanted to scream and run away into the deepest part of the dream realm so that he never comes across those people ever again. He wanted to be anywhere but here. And yet, he didn't dare move a single muscle in his body. It was not because he was worried about his life. Rather, it was because he felt that he had just come across something much bigger than himself. And more importantly, Ragna was curious. Curious beyond his will. The password for the house, he managed to finally speak, showing his confusion. He was only informed about one password. "Yes," someone said, as if knowing said password was the most obvious thing in the world. Ragna looked around for a moment, trying to remember if his friend had ever said anything about a second password. "Now that I'm thinking about it, who recommended me to join the Forever Humans in the first place?" Now that he was thinking about it, he did not remember having any friends in the first place, let alone someone who he would share his problems with. But just as he was about to remember, Ragnar suddenly forgot once again and snapped back to reality. Eventually, he said, "I'm sorry. I seem to have forgotten it." The room suddenly erupted into whispers, with the dark-robed figures all chattering among themselves as if they were excited about what was going to happen next. Someone hummed for a moment, then tilted their head amusingly, as if looking down at a peculiar animal. "That's unfortunate. Because here, it doesn't matter whether you have forgotten it or if you never knew it." They stared at Ragnar for a long moment, as if looking into something hidden that no one else could see but them. But luckily, the figure decided to ignore what they saw and spoke once again in a more serious tone. "You will kindly remove your mask." Ragnar grimaced under his mask for some reason, feeling that something terrible was going to happen to him. Then, as if compelled by an invisible force, he reached for his mask and took it off slowly, revealing himself to all that were present in the chamber. Someone looked at Ragnar with an impassive expression, or at least that's what he assumed they did behind their golden mask, and then said, "Now get undressed." Ragnar took a step back in shock, not believing what he was hearing. He knew that most people would die to see the body of an awakened, but wasn't this a bit too much? "What?" "I said remove your clothes," they said, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. "Remove your clothes now, or would you like us to do it for you?" Ragnar frowned at their words, momentarily snapping out of his daisy state. His hands made a small hand sign behind his back as he prepared to draw upon the power of his aspect. Then, at the last moment, just before he was about to bring the whole building down, he heard a voice suddenly reverberate from behind. "Stop!" On the upper stage of the room, a woman, wearing nothing except for a peacock mask, had broken the eerie silence of the room, causing all of the masked figures to turn their heads towards her. Although Ragnar, upon closer look, realized that he knew that woman. It was the same lady that he had danced with briefly back at the main party. The woman, looking at the people below, said, "Let him go. Take me instead. I am ready to redeem him." Ragnar was now truly and utterly confused. Redeem him? Take her instead? Just who were these people? Why did she need to redeem him, and why in the world would she do such a thing for someone she barely knew? Just what in the spell did he get himself into? The room stilled for a couple of seconds, then the seated figure regarded her indifferently and said, "Do you understand what that means?" The woman hesitated for a moment, looking down at Ragnar briefly, then said, "Yes." "You accept it fully?" "Yes." Silence consumed the chamber for a moment, with all of the people present there looking at someone, waiting for their decision. "Very well. He is free." Then, that someone turned their head towards Ragnar and continued speaking. Their voice, which had been calm and composed since the beginning, suddenly took on a sinister edge. "But I warn you, if you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and those around you. Do you understand?" Ragnar's breath hitched for a moment, then he nodded, feeling utterly powerless in front of the mundane human in front of him. At the same time, one of the black-robed figures took the woman somewhere, leaving Ragnar looking at the scene before him in disbelief. He swallowed, then looked at the robed someone again. What is going to happen to that woman? The answer to his question came without hesitation, as if that, too, was the most obvious thing in the world. No one can change her fate now. When a promise has been made here, in front of me, his avatar, then there is no turning back. Ragnar was escorted out of that place, but he was given a number in case he wanted to learn about him more. For the following 7 days and 7 nights, Ragnar could not sleep. Literally. When sleeping, awakens are dragged into the dream realm for their soul to nourish itself in that cursed place for a certain amount of time, but Ragnar, for some reason, could not do that. He could not sleep, he could not eat normally, and his fatigue was slowly accumulating by the day, driving him insane. At one point, he started hearing a single phrase being repeated in his head. "Return to thee. Return 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 to thee." And finally, after Ragnar's mind broke entirely from witnessing it in a vision, he brought out his phone and dialed the number he was given. Ragnar was on his knees, stripped of all his clothes and dignity. His face was pale, his hair was disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot. And deep inside of them, something was lurking deep within them, unseen by anyone. In front of him, the same scene he had witnessed on that day was happening once again, although this time, he was kneeling beside a black altar depicting a terrifying octopus-like creature. On that altar, the body of the woman that had sacrificed herself for him was hanged there. She was dead, and her blood was flowing like a river through the altar. "Return to thee. Return to thee," Ragnar whispered under his breath, drinking the blood greedily. The someone from before was circling him and the altar, holding the same metal container, spreading fog everywhere around the room. Eventually, they stopped and stood next to the kneeling Ragnar, placing their bare hands on his head. "Rejoice, boy. The gods are dead, their realms consumed by the oldest one. The demons are dead as well, their flames refusing to return to their father. And all of the divine and sacred creatures are corrupted by the taint of the void. But he is alive. He still retains his humanity, and he is the salvation to all humans. And we, the forever knights, are his vassals." A mad smile spread across Ragnar's face, and at the same time, his eyes filled with tears as he began crying uncontrollably. "Hear his true name and swear to help us eradicate all of the creations of the gods, extinguishing the flames of the gods," they said, and at the same time, something suddenly shifted in the world. White medium square, white medium square, white medium square, white medium square. As soon as he heard those words, a seed of corruption. No, it wasn't the same taint normal creatures would get infected with when they became nightmare creatures. Rather, it was a very special type of corruption. Nightmare creatures, no matter how profane they were, still possessed a small bit of divinity within them, manifesting itself as a withering memory of what they once were. That was the reason for their madness and the constant hunger for uncorrupted souls. However, what was happening in Ragnar's soul was a complete takeover, leaving no divinity inside. If the mighty gods and the humans who fought against the void at the beginning of the Age of the Gods were alive, they would all be horrified. Because Ragnar, and every forever knight in existence, was no different from a true void creature. Chapter 63 Exploded. In an instant, Hugo found himself back in his body. The memories of the forever knight called Ragnar having flashed through his mind in an instant. Despite the fact that the summoning ritual ability was still happening in front of him and he was frozen in place, his head went completely blank for a moment. Sun, shadow, beast, heart, storm, war end. What was the seventh seat? Dream. In an instant, blood erupted from Hugo's 7 orifices as the profane knowledge of the 7th god entered his mind fully. Not only that, but his mind was also reeling from the other, greater being, that he saw the forever knights worship. Not only did they sacrifice people to it, but they also ate the bodies of their victims, consuming both of their bodies and souls, just like nightmare creatures do. All of them. All of them are monsters. Both in the literal and moral sense. They are nightmare creatures. And not just any nightmare creatures, but ones so profane and corrupted that not a single trace of divinity remains inside of their souls, and thus they have no madness plaguing their minds. Creak! The cocoon behind Ragnar suddenly erupted as a pale white hand pierced through its thick hide. The white hand began peeling the cocoon with intense ferocity until the being inside fully revealed itself. The creature was a towering, muscular humanoid figure with 4 wings protruding from its eye sockets and a tail-like appendage extending from the back of its head. Hovering just above it was a large 8-handled wheel, Hajin, that seemed to rotate slightly as soon as it laid its eyes on Hugo. The creature also sported black hakama bottoms and a white sash around its waist to cover most of its lower body for some reason. Ragnar, his face mad with glee, looked at Hugo's frozen body. So full of life and divinity. You represent all that is wrong with humanity. And because of that, you will die today, bastard. Even if it means defying one of the king's orders. Just as he said that, the white giant suddenly slammed Ragna to the side, as if dealing with a pitiful insect that was not even worth its time. That strike. It was all it took to kill Ragna. Hugo could see the process of his death with his own eyes. His soul sea was suddenly purified from corruption and his soul core drained from the sickly purple energy before it completely shattered, destroying the black space and finally freeing Hugo. At the same time, the towering devil turned its head towards Hugo. Oh sure. A gigantic white fist collided with Hugo's face, breaking it and sending his body flying miles away at an incredible speed. It's a transcendent. Hugo frowned at that realization, enduring the hellish pain of the blow and using Jetray's natural ability to fly to stabilize himself in the air. From the distance, he could see the white devil rushing at him at a terrifying speed, leaping in long bounds to reach Hugo like a mad predator. Hugo quickly recalled Jetray's abilities as he processed his situation. Imprint name, Amphibian. Imprint rank, Ascended. Imprint class, Terror. Imprint description: the goddess of black skies was not only the goddess of storms, but she was also the goddess of space and travel. To represent her other domains better, she created the amphibians in the deepest parts of space, granting them the natural abilities to traverse the stars and survive vastness of the universe. Imprint attributes: radiation immunity, survivalist, elemental immunity, blessing of travel. Imprint abilities: levitation, super speed, wormhole, minions, neuroshock. Radiation immunity, attribute description: being accustomed to the harsh nature of space, the amphibian developed resistance to all types of radiation. Survivalist, attribute description: the amphibian can survive in all types of environments. Elemental immunity, attribute description: the amphibians are immune to all elements. Blessing of travel, attribute description: an amphibian always knows how to reach their destination. Levitation, ability description: you can levitate your body. Super speed, ability description: you can accelerate your body to achieve new heights of speed. Wormhole, ability description: the goddess of black skies bent space to create wormholes for her children to traverse. You have unlocked that ability, granting you safe passage and travel through any wormhole. Minions, ability description: you can create lesser versions of yourself. Neuroshock, ability description: you can generate neuroshock energy from your body. Author's note: finally made Jetray's runes. Now I only need to make Swampfire, and the rest should be done later. Also, Minions is a tyrant ability while Neuroshock is a terror ability. The other three abilities are dormant, awakened, and ascended abilities that noble creatures get when they reach the devil class. The number of devil abilities increases once per rank, but only with devil abilities. Hugo's eyes ignited with terrifying green light as he activated the Neuroshock ability, sending a wave of dangerous green light toward the creature below. The white devil held its hands up in a defensive position, blocking the blast. However, a terror ability is not something any creature of a relevant rank can brush off easily or hope to defend against. The Neuroshock energy began to peel the white devil's skin, burning it and infecting its hideous body with radiation. Seeing his strategy work, Hugo poured more of his soul essence into the blast and used his tail to create more energy, blasting the ugly bastard to oblivion. The white devil's hands were practically fried chicken by this point, nearly crumbling to dust from the pressure of the Neuroshock. It was then that it happened. The golden wool behind its head suddenly made a clicking sound. Then it rotated a full circle once. In mere seconds, the creature's hands, which had been completely burned just a moment ago, suddenly regenerated to their normal size. Not only that, it didn't seem bothered by the blast anymore. Regeneration. Hugo's eyes narrowed as he realized the creature he was dealing with was no simple being. And in a moment, the creature leaped into the sky, launching itself towards Hugo like a rocket. Before Hugo could even react, it grabbed him by the tail and plunged downward, carrying Hugo like a toddler would carry a broken toy. Then it slammed him into the ground, burying him deep in a rock. Then, just as Hugo was about to retaliate, it brought its fists down on his buried body, punching him hundreds of times in the span of moments, bringing a storm of pain with each devastating punch. And with that pain, Hugo also felt his ascended body being pounded by a terrible force, turning his bones into dust. Gritting his non-existent teeth, Hugo gathered all of the neuroshock energy inside his body and circulated it through himself. The energy was simply soul essence, transformed by Jetray's ability into energy. Said energy could be circulated through the body naturally, but could only be released from the tail hole or the eye sockets due to the unique biology of an amphibian. However, Hugo couldn't release the built-up energy from there, and so he did the next best thing. He let that energy accumulate until his entire exploded. Bam! A green pillar of energy lit up the dark night sky, rising to reach the height of a skyscraper. At the same time, the pillar slowly expanded in size, swallowing the land and the White Devil alongside it. Though, as expected, the White Devil didn't even get a single scratch on its body from the body, having adapted to the neuroshock energy perfectly. A few minutes passed as the earth beneath kept shaking violently, and then, after the explosion subsided, the White Devil rose from the debris, searching for its prey through its sensory wings. There, some distance away, among the rubbles lay a pile of ash and a round Omnitrix dial on the ground. Indeed, Hugo had literally exploded his body, causing everything from his flesh to bones to disintegrate. Well, everything apart from the Omnitrix, of course. The Omnitrix remained as it was for a couple of moments. Then its artificial intelligence spoke. Failsafe activated. The Omnitrix shone with brilliant emerald light. Then it levitated off the ground and exploded into a mass of green energy. The light then formed tendrils, which wrapped themselves around the Omnitrix. Then those tendrils transformed into strange roots, colliding and wrapping around each other until eventually, they formed into a humanoid plant-like alien with a green and black body. Swampfire! Hugo screamed the alien's name instinctively as his body finished regenerating. He didn't really think that exploding his body using neuroshock was a good idea, but it was the only way to avoid being crushed to death by the transcendent creature. He also trusted the Omnitrix capability, bringing him back using Swampfire's regenerative attribute, which is why he took the risk in the first place. Narrowing his eyes, Hugo looked through the dust and debris, eventually locating the body of the White Devil. His dark face turned into a deep frown as he saw that it was completely unharmed. Regeneration and invincibility. No, it clearly wasn't invincible moments ago. Although Hugo was lost in thoughts, trying to decipher the creature's ability, he also realized that he couldn't let his guard down again. And so, without much delay, Hugo activated Swampfire's dormant ability, releasing a bunch of toxic gas from his arms. Then, using the awakened ability, he exploded it and transformed it into fire. A terrible wave of flame was launched at the White Devil, which was already rushing at Hugo. When it met the abomination, the flames, which were created by an ascended terror, tore through the transcendent creature's skin, burning it alive. Not invincibility. Then, adaptation? Just as he thought that, he noticed the creature's skin slowly healing. So not instant adaptation. And it also must be related to that will behind its head, and it also must be a transcendent devil, considering I'm not that inferior in terms of strength. Realizing that, Hugo stopped the torrent of flames and positioned his hands backward, unleashing the torrent again, although this time to propel himself toward the creature. At the same time, the White Devil rushed forward with its gigantic fist ready to clobber Hugo's body like a bug. Bam! Hugo's fist, engulfed in fire, collided with the transcendent devil, unleashing a terrible shockwave throughout the entire region and devastating it further. Bam! 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 The two alien creatures exchanged dozens more blows at a terrifying speed, each looking for a blind spot in their opponent's defense as they moved throughout the broken terrain. Hugo was using the regenerative ability of Swampfire to his advantage so that he didn't have to worry about getting fatally injured and trick the devil into hitting him. The White Devil, however, seemed to let itself get injured on purpose, not bothering to dodge or block any of Hugo's hits. Of course, its adaptation ability doesn't just work on direct abilities. It seems it can adapt to any and all phenomena to grow stronger, including regular punches. Meaning, if he wanted to destroy it, he would need a single powerful attack that would kill it at once. If he had Heat Blast, that wouldn't have been a problem, but he didn't have access to it right now. So now, which of his current aliens, excluding Alien X, could do that? Hugo wasn't really proficient with Ben Tennyson's aliens, but from the ones he knew, there were a couple of options. First, there was Big Chill, who possessed the ability to freeze anything. Secondly, there was Swampfire, who could unleash an explosion equal to a small nuclear blast at full power. Thirdly, there was an alien called Echo Echo, whose main power revolved around sonic attacks. And lastly, there was Chromastone, who absorbed all types' energy and produced a special type of it that is pretty powerful. The rest weren't enough to do the job, either lacking firepower or not possessing any at all. After a particularly powerful punch to the stomach, Hugo created 7 seeds from his own body and shot them at the feet of the White Devil. The seeds quickly opened, revealing the veins inside, which quickly rose to capture the White Devil and freeze him in place, giving Hugo a moment of repose. Alright, now or never. Hugo backed away with a long leap and then exhaled. His essence reserves were growing dangerously low, with 4 out of his 6 cores already drained from the constant usage of abilities. With that knowledge in mind, Hugo slammed the Omnitrix symbol on his chest, utilizing his true awakened ability to change forms. His body shifted and grew shorter, losing its plant-like nature and dissolving into pure sound weaves. Then said weaves were engulfed by white fabric resembling skin, forming tissues and bones through the body. A small, white humanoid alien made of silicon stood on the shattered battlefield. His body was natural, although he strongly resembled a robot with green ears and the inside being completely green. Echo Echo! Hugo shouted the alien's name as usual. Then he went further beyond. He twisted the Omnitrix symbol, drawing upon the power of the Omnikicks trait. The Omnitrix symbol on his chest flashed briefly. Then segments of Omnikicks armor materialized from the watch, wrapping around Echo Echo's small body. Plates formed around his torso first, locking into place over his chest and back. A collar-like unit sealed around his neck, followed by reinforced shoulder pads attaching on both sides. The helmet structure built upward from the collar, enclosing his head fully. Then a smooth visor slid into place across the front, covering his face. Circular speaker-like modules extended and locked onto the sides of the helmet. Armored gauntlets formed over his forearms and hands, while thick plating covered his small legs and mechanical boots assembled around his feet, sealing with a soft clicking sound. Hugo paused for a moment, feeling the power inside his body. This was the first time he had used the Omnikicks on an ascended imprint, after all, and so it was bound to be extremely powerful than his usual forms. Especially on Echo Echo, who possessed a powerful set of abilities. Imprint, Sonoerosion. Imprint rank, Ascended. Imprint class, Terror. Imprint description: in the depths of the newly born universe, sound was among the first concepts that were created by the gods. Yet among those sounds, some were more bizarre than others. They were alive, in a way, possessing powerful wills and the capacity for thought-making unique among the natural weaves of sounds. All beings shown those strange existences, with many trying to capture or eliminate them completely. However, the Demon of Repose, seeing this wonderful existence, took inspiration from her sister, the Demon of Imagination, and grabbed those weaves with her hands, which transcended the mortal plane. She gave the beautiful music and sound life, bringing their souls into existence, and then through her divine power, she gave them bodies to manifest themselves fully. From that point, the Sonorosians, the strange yet wonderfully mysterious race of noble creatures, followed the Demon of Repose on her journey through the realms atop the Night Garden until the Unknown was set free. Imprint attributes: Sound Weaves, Star of Divinity, Ears of a Fox. Imprint abilities: Sonic Weave, Echolocation, Levitation, Duplication, Sound Manipulation. Sound Weaves, Attribute description: a Sonorosian's body is made of pure sound. Star of Divinity, Attribute description: the Sonorosians possess more divinity than most noble creatures, with their divinity burning like a star in the night sky. Ear of a Fox, Attribute description: being made of sound, Sonorosians can hear and detect all types of sounds. Sonic weave, ability description frowny face, you can produce powerful sonic weaves. Echolocation, ability description, you can locate anything through sound. Levitation, ability description, being made of pure sound, you can manipulate your body to levitate temporarily. Duplication, ability description, unlike all tyrants, your minions are you and you are your minions. Sound manipulation, ability description, you can manipulate all sounds. Echo possessed a vastly unique set of powers compared to most aliens Hugo had possessed since he conquered his first nightmare, which was exactly what made it fitting for what Hugo was about to do next. Hugo drew upon Echo's tyrant ability, duplication, and created dozens of copies of himself, which in turn created even more copies, eventually reaching hundreds, then 1,000 in mere moments. All of the clones surrounded the White Devil in a perfect circle, leaving no path of escape. Having this much numbers against a transcendent devil was definitely advantageous. However, what made this ability so deadly was the fact that each clone did not share the same soul and soul cores. Rather, each clone possessed its own copied soul cores and soul, all connected to the same consciousness. And so without hesitation, Hugo used the features added by the Omnitrix armor and formed a microphone near his mouth, and spoke a single word. Die. What proceeded next was a terrible array of sonic weaves that could be heard throughout the entirety of America. Chapter 64, Devastated. The devastating sonic waves struck the transcendent devil from every angle, moving with such immense speed that the creature's ears ruptured within mere moments. Moreover, its entire form trembled under the high-frequency assault, which had been focused into a singular point by Echo terror ability, making it so that none of the energy go to waste. From a nearer vantage, one could see the White Devil's body beginning to fracture, first with visible cracks, then deepening into the very essence of its existence. Its soul, or in this instance, its shadow. The White Devil attempted to shield itself using a form of energy, the same energy that had enveloped it since the beginning of the battle, yet, peculiarly, that energy seemed aberrant now that Hugo was getting a better look at it. It bore the semblance of a curse. Cursed energy, cursed soul essence? Hugo pondered, maintaining his relentless assault. Contrary to widespread assumption, sonic attacks are profoundly lethal. A highly concentrated frequency of sonic waves, in particular, can indirectly destabilize the atoms making up a living creature. Additionally, a sphere of sonic waves was currently encasing the devil, crafted by Hugo via his terror ability, ensuring the waves not only injured the foe but also reverberated endlessly to amplify the damage. Yet, it was at that moment the unexpected happened. The gold will upon its head. Abruptly, it emitted a ticking noise. Tick. 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 Within 7 seconds, it completed one rotation. That alone sufficed to render the devil impervious to all sonic waves. No, it isn't immunity. Owing to the distinct capabilities bestowed by his Echo transformation, Hugo perceived the situation with a new sense of clarity that no other human awakened could. The devil had indeed adapted once more, but this time, it did not merely develop resistance to sonic waves. Instead, it acquired the instinctive ability to generate opposing frequencies to any sonic waves it encountered, utilizing the golden wheel as the mechanism that allowed for the process to happen and the cursed energy flowing through its body as the power source. This is dangerous. Can I still defeat it now? Hugo abruptly faced a dilemma. Until now, he had overcome most adversaries by sheer overpowering force. After all, he possessed numerous alien forms and a wide array of abilities at his disposal to aid him in any situation. However, with Playlist 0 and Playlist 1 now locked away, his choices grew severely limited, meaning there was no way for Hill to take on this transcendent creature through brute force. There is still Chromastone. Before he could even complete the thought, an overwhelming surge of cursed energy suddenly enveloped Hugo from all sides. All 989 of Hugo's clones were instantly consumed by the cursed energy. Then, simultaneously, the anti-frequency produced by the cursed energy linked with the sonic waves making Echo body. Author's note: yes, Echo species is made of sound waves/waves. Recognizing the danger, Hugo attempted to wield his terror ability to seize control of the anti-frequency and stop it, but that proved to be impossible. The cursed energy that was generating the frequency was beyond his command. Despite Echo's dominion over sound waves, this energy was alien and incompatible with his very biology and existence, thus, he could do nothing to stop it. Consequently, every clone created by Echo Tyrant ability detonated at an incredible speed, leaving a trail of white silicone around. Not even the Omnitrix armor could shield Hugo from the uncanny abilities of his transcendent opponent. Damn! Failsafe activated. The Omnitrix's failsafe activated as the final Echo clone neared annihilation, preserving the wielder's life by initiating another transformation. A green energy beam enveloped his figure once more as the change commenced. His body, formerly composed of sound waves, rematerialized into a physical state. His flesh then solidified and compressed, transmuting into rock and crystal, while his torso elongated intensely, and threatening crystalline spikes erupted from all around his body. Following the brief yet brutal transformation, Hugo emerged as a humanoid, silicon-based alien composed of exceptionally resilient crystals. His physique is predominantly indigo, marked by dark lines and spots. His hands and face are magenta, and he bears 6 magenta shards on his back, 2 on his chest, and 1 atop his head resembling a horn. His face features a mouth and a single large green eye at its center. "Chromastone," he exclaimed in slight panic as the cursed energy engulfed him once again. Yet, unlike before, Hugo was not utterly powerless against the cursed energy this time. The reason for this was simple: it was Chromastone's abilities and attributes. Imprint, Crystalsapian. Imprint rank, Ascended. Imprint class, Terror. Imprint description: the Messiah of the Petrosapiens, created by the war goddess from the soul of a dying Petrosapian to lead her most beautiful creations, who inherited her dominion over craftsmanship and progress. The Crystal Sapiens are not a race, but rather, it is the ultimate state of being that every Petrosapian, whether dormant or divine, strives to attain. Imprint attributes: durable, immune, light, flight. Imprint abilities: energy absorption, energy generation, energy control, blessing, dynakinesis. Durable, attribute description: this entity possesses exceptional resilience. Immune, attribute description: owing to its divine origin, a Crystalsapian is highly resistant to all natural and supernatural phenomena. Light, attribute description: a Crystalsapian's crystals emit light. Flight, attribute description: the crystals within a Crystalsapian enable flight. Energy absorption, ability description: you are capable of absorbing all forms of energy. Energy generation, ability description: you can produce any type of energy provided it is stored within your crystals. Energy control, ability description: you can manipulate external energies. Blessing, ability description: you can grant lesser creatures diminished versions of your own abilities. Dynakinesis, ability description: you can nullify energies that you understand. Indeed, the abilities bestowed by Chromastone were remarkably powerful, making it the perfect weapon against energy-producing foes. And the White Devil, despite not being one directly, still relied on cursed energy to use its powers. Hugo had intended to conclude the battle using Echo, but unfortunately, circumstances unfolded otherwise. Nevertheless, with this imprint, victory still remained within reach. Hugo raised his hands and activated the energy absorption ability, gradually drawing in the cursed energy emanating from the White Devil. Immediately, Hugo sensed his soul essence replenishing at an extraordinary pace, while his physical form underwent enhancement, ascending to unprecedented levels of strength due to the amount of energy he was absorbing. The experience was nearly intoxicating. From a distance, as if seizing an opportunity, the White Devil cracked its neck with its gigantic hands. It then amassed additional cursed energy around itself, to such an extent that the energy began to subtly warp reality around it. In an instant, it lunged toward Hugo, a massive unknown blades materializing from its hands from nowhere. Enhanced by his augmentation, Hugo not only reacted in time but also managed to intercept the attack. Thud. A powerful shockwave rippled across the battlefield as Hugo caught the White Devil's fist with his own, regarding the creature with contempt and disdain. "Go to hell, bastard." With those words, Hugo drove his other fist into its chest, piercing deep within it, while also enduring its assaults and feeling his soul being shredded by the peculiar blades on the White Devil's hands. Yet, it did not matter. Now that the creature was within Hugo's range, nothing could save it from its fate. Hugo activated chromostones, energy absorption, energy control, and finally, energy generation abilities. He began by seizing command of the cursed energy within the White Devil's body, temporarily disabling its adaptive powers and halting its production of harmful anti-sound waves. Then, employing energy absorption, Hugo started draining the cursed energy, saturating his body, soul, and shadow with it. Fortunately, chromostone's crystals converted the harmful energy into pure energy upon absorption, preventing any strange side effects. Lastly, Hugo activated energy generation. Using the absorbed energy inside him, an immense surge of violet-pink energy manifested around Hugo, enveloping both him and the White Devil. Hugo smiled once again. And then, bam! A second energy pillar erupted into the sky, engulfing both Hugo and the White Devil and dramatically altering the terrain once more. If the prior explosion had resembled a bomb, this one was akin to a small nuclear detonation. The energy continued to surge for an extended moment before being abruptly suppressed by an unseen force. "You have slain a transcendent shadow, Maharaja." Disoriented and depleted of all strength, Hugo, now returned to Ben Tennyson's form, opened his eyes. He lay within a crater, his clothes completely torn and his body filled with scars and blood. A long, spiked rock was impaling one of his open wounds, having pierced completely through him. It was indeed a mortal injury, yet Hugo didn't really give it that much of a thought. Thank the gods that bastard died. The transcendent devil, Maharaja, was unquestionably among the most formidable and daunting foes he had ever encountered in his life, dwarfing the likes of the Crimson Terror. Its capacity to adapt to any and all phenomena was profoundly unsettling, making any prolonged fight with it basically suicide. Just then, Hugo heard the voice of the spell in his mind once more. "You have received a sacred treasure, 10 shadows." "What?" Still bewildered, Hugo removed the stone pillar from his body with a painful grunt, summoned the sunlight rings, and activated their healing enchantments, letting a golden mass of energy wash over his body, closing the wounds. He then summoned his runes, searching for the sacred relic he had just gained. Sacred treasure, 10 shadows. Description: when Shadow made death, he became death. All that Shadow consumed perished, and all that perished was consumed by Shadow. Death was an absolute law, rendering the ever-changing unchanging. Time was an absolute law, rendering the everlasting finite. Space was an absolute law, rendering the endless bounded. Wielding time, space, and death, the gods vanquished and imprisoned their foes. Yet, the Shadow God was not content to be the universe's grim reaper. Like his siblings, he desired creation. Thus, the god of death, shadows, solace, mysteries, and peace fashioned his first 10 shadows from the depths of his dark flame, creating the prototypes of all shadows, mundane and divine, that would follow. These 10 shadows reside within this treasure. Huh. So it's the same artifact awakened Ragna possessed. If I remember correctly, it functions as an aspect once assimilated. Harnessing 10 powerful shadows and acquiring a second aspect would prove immensely advantageous, exceedingly so, as it would allow him to avoid using his body as expendable fodder, thereby enhancing his safety and chance of survival. However, Hugo found it somewhat unusual that this sacred artifact was so enigmatic that even the omnipotent nightmare spell could not make out what it was. "Would you like to assimilate this treasure?" Without delay, Hugo responded, "Yes." "So be it." The spell suddenly halted, which was an unprecedented occurrence across all the realms. Then, nothing happened. When he attempted to locate the runes, he only saw the "assimilate sacred treasure" prompt at the bottom. Its golden hue faded to a lifeless gray as if saying this rune is not active. Could it be because I already possess an aspect? Or perhaps the Omnitrix does not accommodate additional aspects. The second reasoning seemed more plausible to Hugo. After all, Ben Tennyson was an awakened, yet he did not hold any other aspect besides the Omnitrix, despite not being bound to it as Hugo was. Which meant that Ben Tennyson simply could awaken another aspect. Great! I've obtained a sacred artifact crafted by Shadow God, and I cannot even use it. He muttered under his breath with a slightly annoyed expression. Maybe Sonny can use it? He does have a divine aspect linked to Shadow God, after all. It was not an unreasonable idea, though he would certainly need something in return as a compensation, should they meet again. Feeling a touch of nostalgia, Hugo prepared to depart when suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. Ho ho! A man, moving at an imperceptible speed, materialized before him as if from nowhere. If it isn't the esteemed Ben Tennyson, the man remarked, placing a hand on Hugo's shoulder. Paralyzed by fear, Hugo took a moment to recognize the individual before him. It was none other than Dr. Joseph Chadwick, one of the 7 transcendent Forever Kings. Then, before Hugo could utter a word, the Forever King thrust his armored hand into Hugo's eye sockets. In the next instant, he gouged out both eyes. Chapter 65, Hungry Shadow. In another nightmare, Kingdom of Hope, Red Colosseum. The Red Colosseum burned. One of the most sacred places of the Chained Isles had become a pyre of flesh and steel. Corpses of countless humans, nightmare creatures, and even noble creatures lay strewn across the shattered arena. None had been spared. Not even the war goddess' innocent worshippers that cheered and watched the cruel battles of the Colosseum. Deep within the fire, the sound of clashing steel and the sickening sound of moving tendrils filled the air. A tenacious stone saint, wrapped in an onyx carapace, moved like a hurricane of darkness, wielding a powerful blade and shield. Possessing one of the most powerful battle arts in the world. She was the Onyx Saint, of course, one who had risen to the transcendent rank due to the hard work of her master. Her opponent, however, was a formidable being as well. She fought barefoot amidst ruin, her chestnut hair flowing like silk in a storm of embers. Her silver eyes glowed softly, almost gently, as if this massacre was merely a nuisance for her. Her tattered red tunic fluttered against her bloodied skin and broken bones. Despite of that, her presence was vast and inconceivable, permeating the entire island with an oppressive presence. She was none other than Solvain, the priestess of war, and the traitor who unleashed the poison of hope upon this land. She was also the one who forced countless creatures into senseless fighting, causing suffering and death on an unimaginable scale. Her hands moved at an unimaginable speed, cutting through the air like a blade. She held no weapons in her hands, for she did not need one. Each strike of her fists was like a mighty thunderclap displaying her transcendent strength. Their clash continued for several more moments, reshaping the broken battlefield with each exchange. The Onyx Saint, despite being fused with Shadow Carapace and being a transcendent demon herself, would soon be overpowered by the priestess of war. Thankfully, the Onyx Saint was not alone. From behind, countless dark tentacles erupted from the shadows, each rushing towards Solvain with a force that could crush mountains. One of the tentacles was caught by the Maiden of War, showcasing her inhuman reflexes. However, that singe action gave the Onyx Saint enough time to drive her blade into the flesh of the immortal Transcendent, sending a storm of pain rushing through her body. Then, in the next moment, a towering fiend emerged from her shadow, possessing 4 mighty arms and a terribly long body. He was clad in a shifting mass of darkness, making his already unnerving appearance even more terrifying. The Shadow Devil grabbed Solvain by the head, pulling on her dark hair. Then, using another tendril, he drove the wooden blade, which held her fate, into her head, impaling her skull. The screams of the priestess of war thundered across the ruined island. However, the dark fiend was not done with her yet. Creating countless tendrils from his back, he lifted her into the air. Then, with his augmented arms, he started pulling her body apart. The Transcendent's body stretched impossibly, and Solvain's blood, which carried the lineage of War Goddess, spilled over the shifting mass of darkness bonded with the devil, getting absorbed into it and making the shadow even more powerful than ever before. In mere moments, the priestess's body was torn apart completely, her remains falling onto the ruined ground like a waterfall. Unceremoniously, the shadow threw her split body down, looking at her with a hateful expression behind his dark visor. Stepping on her upper body, he muttered in an inhuman, monstrous voice. "You were dead the moment you put a collar on me." His words carried such malice, such hatred within them that they felt capable of drowning the heavens themselves. Sylvain, broken and bleeding, simply offered him a faint smile before whispering in a low, tired voice, "Thank you for freeing me." Then her gaze turned elsewhere, as if looking at someone no one else could see. "Ader. I'm so sorry." With that, her eyes turned still, losing all the light within them. "You have slain a transcendent human, Sylvain, priestess of war. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory, dying wish." The voice of the nightmare spell whispered in Sunny's ears, or whatever the shadow spawn had instead of ears. However, he did not give them much thoughts at all. Sunny did not even bother to look at the new transcendent memory he had received. Instead, he walked toward one of the many corpses on the ruined Colosseum, the one that had a dark serpent head wrapped around it tightly, protecting it from the flames. The shadow serpent uncoiled when it felt its master presence, then it slithered back into him, returning to its tattoo form. Sunny was met face to face with the corpse. It was the body of a young man, possessing beautiful golden hair and light blue eyes that were once filled with youthful curiosity. The young man, no, the boy, was none other than Ilias, an awakened healer who had been captured by Sylvain and forced to fight in the Red Colosseum. Eventually, he had met Sunny and spent months fighting alongside him, becoming something akin to a friend for Sunny. And now, he was dead, killed by Sylvain before they could make their escape. Sunny stared solemnly at Ilias's corpse, feeling a terrible ache in his heart. By all means, Sunny should have been happy. The second nightmare had barely started, and yet, he had already slain one of the immortal saints, as instructed by Cassie, making the nightmare slightly easier for him and his companions. And while being captured by Sylvain was a terrible experience, it had still been incredibly beneficial, helping him move closer to his goal, which was to grow stronger. He had mastered the third step of Shadow Dance and even glimpsed a path toward the fourth step by turning into a formless shadow through Shadow Step, and fusing with the Shadow Symbiote, making him one of the most powerful martial artists in the waking world. The Shadow Symbiote, his transcendent devil shadow, had gained Sylvain's abilities through the Devourer ability and its Vessel attribute, granting the shadow an affinity for war. The Shadow Serpent had become an ascended devil as well, and Sunny himself had gained a large number of shadow fragments, bringing him closer to the Tyrant class. And lastly, he had improved his weaving by a great deal. The sorcery created by the Demon of Fate was something that Cassie had informed him about, by first guiding him to the Ebony Tower, made by the Demon of Destiny. In there Sunny had gained a part of Weaver lineage, Bone Weave, allowing him to interact with the weaves, making up memories. And through the experience in the Red Colosseum, Sunny had managed to improve his sorcery greatly, allowing him to interfere with the runic sorcery around the Colosseum, causing it detonate and kill his slavers. He had gained what he wanted. Power. Yet it was not enough. Once again, he had failed to save a friend. He was not strong enough. That single phrase kept repeating in his mind uncontrollably, nearly driving him insane as he was reminded him of how weak he was. When he was young, he was too weak to save his mother. Too weak to protect Rain, which led to her being adopted and forgetting him. Too weak in the outskirts, leading to constant bullying that turned him into a paranoid person incapable of forming bonds easily. Even in the Forgotten Shore, he had failed to save Hugo, twice, leading him to die a death zone. That failure had led Sunny to challenge the second nightmare with his friends and the Firekeepers. And now he had failed to save Ilias. I hate it. I hate it so much. Truly, being weak was the only sin in this world. Strength was the only virtue, and nothing else mattered. The weak had no rights and the strong decided what was right and wrong. On this day, Sonny's resolve, which had always been hungry for power, solidified even further. He swore he would never be weak again. He swore he would never be chained again. He swore to survive this nightmare, conquer it, and then challenge the third nightmare, the fourth nightmare, the fifth nightmare, and all of the nightmares there was, gaining power so that no one could decide his fate ever again. Second nightmare, Beast Realm, Forever Knight's hidden castle. Deep within the Forever Castle, hidden from all divinations by powerful sorcery, Sir Patrick, the transcendent human, stood before a room full of knights, each clad in imposing silver armor. Behind him stood a throne inscribed with the runic words representing Sun/Passion. Looking at the knights before him, the old man opened his mouth. The Forever Knights have existed for thousands of years, pursuing a myriad of goals. And yet, our true purpose has always remained the same, to eradicate the creations of the gods and sacrifice their flames to him. An ominous smile appeared on the man's face, as if something unholy and inhuman was hiding behind his bloodshot eyes. And tonight, we stand on the brink of triumph. He raised his hand, and the knights began to wail in ecstasy, tears streaming down their faces as they screamed toward the heavens. Then, a man wearing an advanced Forever Knight armor, indicating his high station and rank, stepped forward with unwavering eyes. "All eyes fall on you," said Sir Patrick, looking at the knight with pride. "Are you ready, Connor?" The man named Connor bowed to his king, his blue eyes never wavering. "I am." Sir Patrick nodded, then gestured for a group of knights to bring something into the throne room. Moments later, they carried in an advanced, sealed case of unknown technology. Connor looked at his king, then at the case, before saying, "Despite the fact that we couldn't extract any important information from Ben Tennyson due to the meddling of Dr. Joseph and his unique methods of interrogation, we still managed to secure a powerful weapon from one of the plumber's bases." Sir Patrick looked at Connor neutrally, processing his words before finally speaking. "None of our weapons have managed to slay the terrible dragon before, the last creation of Sun, untouched by the blessing of the void, so what makes you think this one would be any different?" said Patrick, although his tone held no suspicion, as if certain that the weapon would be successful. "My king, the quantum disassembler cannon is a powerful creation, originally designed for the first Supreme Azura prototypes. With the two of us empowering it, I'm certain that we can use it to deliver a fatal wound to the dragon." Sir Patrick nodded, convinced by his explanation. Then Connor gestured for the guards to carry the quantum disassembler cannon as he followed Sir Patrick into the lower depths of the castle. On the way, Sir Patrick inquired further about the situation. "Connor, I hear the mission to capture Ben Tennyson was a success." Connor nodded as they descended the stairs. Ben Tennyson was indeed captured by Sir Joseph and taken to his base. However, we suffered the loss of a powerful awakened possessing the sacred treasure of Shadow. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. "And as for that abomination, his fate is unknown, even to us. You should know this better than anyone else, my king. When the doctor gets his hands on someone, it does not end, even I shudder at the thought sometimes." Patrick sighed, stroking his beard. "That is true. However, the fate of that boy does not concern me. What worries me instead is what his supreme grandfather will do after he finds out." His eyes turned jet black for a moment before reverting to normal. "Even though the end is near, becoming the priority target of a supreme is not how I prefer to conduct my affairs." Sir Connor nodded. Eventually, they arrived at the lowest floor, coming face to face with a sealed door inscribed with complex runes that made sure no one could enter or leave the chamber behind. Even the metal the door was created from was special, coming from a long-forgotten era, making it capable of containing even supreme creatures. "Maxwell Tennyson will get what he deserves, my king. That I am sure of." Patrick nodded before waving his arms dismissively. "For now, let us focus on killing the—" Bam! Suddenly, the ceiling exploded into thousands of pieces. At the same time, an entire squad of Forever Knights fell to the floor violently, their armor shattered and their limbs mangled beyond repair. One thing was certain. They were all dead. In an instant, Sir Connor moved in front of Sir Patrick, protecting him while manifesting a blade of blue fire, drawing upon his unholy powers. Then, through the hole in the ceiling, a blur of red and white landed on the floor. Sir Connor narrowed his eyes as he saw the person responsible for all of this. Their attacker was none other than Ben Tennyson. No, something is wrong. Even though Sir Connor had only seen Ben Tennyson through recordings and videos, he knew for a fact that this was not Ben Tennyson. First, the attacker was an ascended human unlike Ben Tennyson, who was merely an awakened. That, Connor was sure of. That alone was enough to raise suspicion. But what truly confirmed it was his appearance. His hair was white instead of brown. His skin was pale as snow, giving him the appearance of a corpse. And Ben Tennyson's iconic green eyes were now dyed crimson red. The jacket he wore was red as well, with an inverted 10 symbol on the left side of the jacket. And most importantly, the Omnitrix, that abominable device the Forever Knights had sworn to destroy, had a different form. It was a red gauntlet of sorts, surrounded by a strange aura. The white-haired Ben Tennyson smiled darkly at Connor, Patrick, and the remaining knights. He wiped some of the blood smeared across his face, painting a gruesome scene. Bastards, do you realize how long I've been waiting for a chance to kill you? Vote for the aliens you want to see next chapter. 1. Heat Blast. 2. Diamond Head. 3. Blitzwolfer. 4. Feedback. 5. Grav Attack. 6. Forearms. 7. Humanguser. 8. Eye Guy. 9. Wrath/Wrath. 10. Armadillo. 11. Shock Squash. 12. Water Hazard. 13. NRG. 14. Something Else. Chapter 66, Red Titan. Sir Connor observed the white-haired Ben Tennyson for a moment, finally recognizing his identity. You. I know you, he declared, lifting his weapon with a venomous glare. You are the Galvan named Albedo, who adopted a form indistinguishable from Ben Tennyson. To seek to emulate human purity through such deception. How banal. How pathetic and utterly repugnant. In response, Albedo merely offered a sinister smile, the icy blue flames of Connor's blade mirrored in his eyes. The cold blue flames reflected in his crimson eyes, and yet instead of illuminating them, it felt as if the fire itself was being swallowed, drowned in a river of blood. Ah, of course. You would assume that. Connor raised an eyebrow, visibly perplexed by his words. Is that not what you are, creature? The rest of your race at least retains some type of dignity, maintaining the integrity of their non-human appearance, yet you alone choose to brazenly masquerade as a human, betraying your own kind. How despicable. Truly, your treachery knows no bounds. Albedo shook his head, observing as the awakened Forever Knights encircled him. How ironic that you, of all people, would utter such words. After all, are you not the very ones who venerate a profane deity? Sacrificing your fellow humans and innumerable others in his name, all while corrupting your very essence with its filth? Connor's eyes widened upon hearing this, clearly not expecting his deepest secrets to be revealed like this. Simultaneously, Sir Patrick approached closer, his own eyes wide with shock and trepidation. However, the darkness embedded deep within them also stirred, as if something, no, someone else was observing through them. How did you? Enough, Albedo interjected, denying the bewildered Forever King any opportunity to comprehend the situation. This end now. Today, I will kill you and your knights, and thereafter, Albedo fixed his gaze directly into Sir Patrick's eyes, though the Forever King knew it. He was not looking at him, but rather at the being observing through his eyes. After I'm done with your pathetic minions, I will come for you. White medium square, white medium square, white medium square, white medium square, and when I do, not even the dead gods will save you from my wrath. Then, without warning, a crimson radiance filled the chamber, blinding the Forever Knights as Albedo activated the red Omnitrix on his wrist. His body expanded unnaturally as his skin contorted and altered in bizarre manners. Orange fur, interspersed with black and white, emerged all across his body, while his head transformed to resemble that of a formidable tiger, with sharp teeth protruding from his maw. As the light dissipated, an extraterrestrial entity resembling an orange and white bipedal tiger stood where Albedo had been. It possessed a single black claw extending from each of its wrists. The creature was muscular, with vibrant crimson eyes and black stripes adorning its shoulders, head, legs, and upper torso, along with a white jaw, neck, chest, abdomen, hands, and feet. The crimson Omnitrix was positioned at the center of its chest, resting there like an imposing trophy. Wrath! Albedo roared the name of the alien. An action which was uncannily familiar. Observing the alien, Sir Patrick snarled as he assumed a combat stance beside Connor. "Boy, do you believe an ascended titan can withstand the light of two transcendents? And here I thought you were actually a threat, but it appears you are merely a fool." As he spoke, Sir Patrick brought his hands to his face and pulled, as though he was peeling away his skin. Shortly, a golden luminescence emerged beneath, then, impossibly, the light bent and wove a network of strands around the king's head, forming an unusual mask reminiscent of a sun. His body darkened, emitting a foul odor. This was unmistakably his transcendent form. "I shall extract your ascended soul, defile its purity, and offer it as a sacrifice to my lord," declared the eerie sun-masked figure, conjuring a bolt of lightning in its deformed hands. Albedo, witnessing the scene, merely smiled, almost as if the odds were not terribly stacked against him. "Let me tell you something, Forever Knights. This is not even Wrath's final form." Before the Forever Knights could respond, Albedo struck the Omnitrix on his chest. Yet something peculiar occurred. He was not switching forms, nor was he using that peculiar armor ability possessed by Ben Tennyson. Instead, for unusual claw-like lines erupted from the Omnitrix in 4 directions, accompanied by a surge of red energy that enveloped Wrath's form, transmuting it into something more potent, stronger, and ultimately more dangerous. Wrath now exhibited dark pink skin and white fur with red stripes, the clothes being most likely generated by the Omnitrix. Fur covered him entirely except on his feet, hands, chest, neck, and most of his lower jaw. Red bandages adorned his elbows, forearms, and wrists, with those on his wrists featuring 3 small red spikes. He wielded 2 large claws on his hands, and his fingers and toes now bore smaller claws. Additionally, substantial claws protruded from his elbows. He wore black shorts with a white belt adorned with silver spikes and a silver buckle. A red coat with red eyes and 4 yellow fangs was also present, giving him a menacing appearance. 3 large red spikes on his back were concealed by his coat's hood, composed of long, thick, black fur. His face was white with flipped-up hair and sideburns, and his eyebrows were now red and sharply defined. Sir Connor frowned deeply at the sight. Through his nature as a pseudo-void entity, he could discern the rank and potency of a being. Thus, he understood that the entity known as Albedo had become a transcendent titan. Whatever ability he had just utilized had evolved his form from the ascended rank to transcendent. This is dangerous. He must not be allowed to survive. With that, the 3 transcendents unleashed their powers. The awakened knights were instantly swept aside by the impact of the transcendence movements. Some even lost consciousness, unable to endure Wrath's terrifying pressure colliding with the other 2. Sir Connor initiated the assault, wielding a sword of condensed blue fire to strike at Wrath with ferocious intensity, causing the air around his blade to boil. Meanwhile, Sir Patrick remained at a distance, casting some unknown form of sorcery. Wrath, however, appeared indifferent to their attacks. He intercepted Sir Connor's blade with his 2 evolved claws, halting the flames as they attempted to spread across his body. Then, before the saint could react, he drove his leg into the knight's plated chest, propelling the transcendent through the air, and causing him to slam into the wall, forming a crater on it. Nevertheless, Sir Patrick showed no concern for his servant. Instead, employing his strange sorcery and aspect, he unleashed hundreds of thunderbolts at Wrath, each rippling through the air at remarkable velocity. Wrath, lacking defensive capabilities, utilized his transcendent agility to evade the assaults, contorting his body and leaping away from the bolts faster than the eye can perceive. He traversed the vast chamber like a specter, allowing the bolts to damage the interior while taking no damage himself. At one point, he even leaped to the ceiling, scaling it like a spider in an attempt to bring the entire chamber down. However, Sir Patrick was not a fool, and he seemed to have understood Wrath's plan. Thus, he changed his projectiles into sharp chains of light that followed Wrath around instead of simply shooting random projectiles at the wild tiger. How unpleasant, Sir Patrick thought, making sure to set defensive via runic sorcery. The more the fight dragged on, the stronger Wrath was becoming. And so even though he did not possess any sorts of unnatural abilities, his raw physical prowess and his adaptability alone made him able to contend with two powerful Transcendence warriors. Then Wrath, as if possessed, lunged at Sir Patrick from the ceiling, with both of his claws directed toward him. Sir Patrick was confident that Wrath would not be able to pass through the wards he had set up. However, the impossible happened. Before his astonished eyes, the transcendent claws in Wrath's hands glowed with a sickly crimson light, and then they simply cut. They cut the flow of soul essence making up the ward, causing it to fall apart entirely. Sir Patrick, being neither combat-oriented nor able to overcome his fear at the moment, could not avoid the strike. And more than that, he knew that even a scratch from those claws would mean his demise. Just as he was trying to find a way to survive, a column of blue fire extended from the crater where Sir Connor was buried. The wave of blue fire rose like a pyre to meet Wrath head-on, and at once, it slammed into his mighty frame, propelling him through the roof and shattering the reinforced walls of the castle. Boom! 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 The sound of multiple floors collapsing echoed through the castle as Wrath instantaneously traversed 7 levels, reaching the uppermost floor and beyond, breaking through the final ceiling and emerging outside. Connor, without glancing back, manifested 2 wings of pure blue fire and leaped through the apertures left by Wrath, pursuing the transcendent titan with unwavering resolve. Simultaneously, Sir Patrick materialized an electric disc beneath him, using it to propel himself upward and follow Connor's lead. Outside, Wrath soared through the nocturnal sky, his fur burning from the blue fire. However, his resolve was not broken and his rage was enough for him to survive. And abruptly, a blue star emerged from the castle he had just breached. That star was, of course, none other than Connor, the Transcendent Forever Knight. The Transcendent Knight was clad in blue fire, with 2 massive wings of blue fire emerging from his back. To anyone else, he would have seemed like a knight wielding the power of a mighty phoenix, brining peace and healing those in need. However, Wrath knew the dark truth about Connor, and the entire order of the Forever Knights, for that matter. Sir Connor harnessed his formidable flames to create a hammer of blue fire and swung it directly at Wrath mid-air, not giving the transcendent creature a chance to adapt to the situation. However, the fearsome tiger was not inclined to endure further assault. Rather than merely absorbing the damage, he seized the hammer of flame with his bare hands, feeling the incinerating fire spread through his body as he stopped its descent. The flames, empowered by corruption, burnt hotter than any natural flame could, reaching deep into his soul and spirit. And yet, he persisted. Using his other free hand, Wrath infused his claws with a wave of soul essence, augmenting them and transforming them into one of the hardest materials in the world, and then he drove them directly into Connor's chest, piercing his armor and slicing through his flesh like a hot knife through butter. But Wrath was not finished. He did not allow the Forever Knight to scream. Climbing atop of him, Wrath began mercilessly slashing the Transcendent with his claws, brutally dismembering parts of his body and completely destroying his armor. As a Transcendent, he did not perish immediately like a regular awakened would. However, the agony was still all the same. Gritting his teeth in anguish as he felt the Transcendent Titan tearing his flesh apart, Connor condensed the blue flames around his body, then channeled them through his core, circulating them in place of his soul essence, and ultimately detonated them, and at the same time, he activated his transcendent transformation, becoming a terrifying blue phoenix. Wrath faced a point-blank nuclear detonation, and a blue star illuminated the night sky, releasing a torrent of blue flames in every direction, ensuring no escape. And Wrath required none, for he had no intention of fleeing. Instead of succumbing to the flames, Wrath tore through the veil of fire, delving deeper into the storm of flame midair, reaching the blue phoenix. His claws seemed to pierce beyond flesh, penetrating shadow, soul, and spirit alike. And so, he cut. Wrath cut the fire. Wrath cut the shadow of the fire. Wrath cut the soul of the fire. And finally, wrath cut the spirit of the fire, inflicting severe damage upon the transformed Connor. You abomination! Amid the flames, Connor managed to emit a horrified scream as he desperately attempted to get Wrath off of him. The madman continued slashing, indifferent to his flesh burning, unconcerned even if his soul was consumed by the incinerating blue flames. His sole focus was annihilating the forever night, and so his rage, suffering, and misery all coalesced into a singular point, transcending the concept of weakness. He did not care that his own flesh burned. He did not care that his soul burnt. Pain no longer mattered. Only victory mattered. Only perseverance. However, the forever night was not an inferior being. He would not sit and watch idly as wrath tears him apart. He was an individual comparable to a transcendent, even if not technically a true transcendent due to not following the path of ascension. Thus, the blue flames shifted once more in the sky as the mighty blue phoenix flapped its wings, transforming the flames into a beam of radiant fire aimed directly at Wrath's face, intended to repel him. And so, he was repelled. Not only that, but Sir Patrick, who had been observing from afar, unleashed a colossal spear of lightning, exceeding what is naturally possible through atmospheric phenomena. The spear of lightning and the beam of blue fire merged, forming a dreadful canopy of death. But that was not the end of it. The blue lighting, saturated by fire, suddenly blossomed a dark flower in the middle of the attack. That flower transformed the attack, turning it into a beam of corruption and decay. This was an ability exclusive to the ones carrying the taint of the void, who were capable of manipulating the corruption within them, similar to how the gods are capable of manipulating the flame inside of them. Kaboom! The devastation wrought by this terrible attack struck the ground with wrath inside of it, causing a massive explosion to radiate in all directions. Had the two transcendants not controlled and concentrated their powers at a single point, a significant portion of America might have been submerged beneath the sea permanently, or worse, perhaps the entire country might have been destroyed by the attack. Connor, still in his transcendent form, surged forward as his phoenix form mended itself slowly. Reaching Sir Patrick and gazing wearily at the catastrophic scene below, Connor spoke in an exhausted voice. "My king, do you sense him?" Sir Connor's spiritual senses were rendered nearly useless due to the damage to his soul and spirit, weakening his connection to the world. Sir Patrick frowned as he concentrated on the still raging explosion down below. Was it his imagination, or was the explosion growing smaller? The ground suddenly trembled violently as the tremendous explosion appeared to be shrinking at an alarming rate, almost as if being siphoned by an external force. As the energy mass finally dissipated, a silhouette revealed itself in the desolate landscape. A tall humanoid figure with an onyx-black body, possessing a single red eye centered on its head, 2 antennae, and a tail with rounded plugs at their tips. Its 4-fingered hands were crossed as the 2 antennae on its head absorbed the explosion's energy. More disconcerting, however, was the creature's smile. Feedback. Albedo has finally used his most powerful transcendent alien. Chapter 67, Deal with a Devil. Albedo, now transformed into Feedback, smiled darkly as he looked up at the 2 incomplete void beings hovering above him. The energy of the explosion he had absorbed surged through his body like a raging storm. It flooded his circuits, raced through his veins, and poured through his soul with terrifying intensity, as though the power itself was begging to be released. Then, without giving the 2 abominable beings even a moment to react, Albedo raised both arms. All 10 fingers spread wide. The antennae behind his head extended and aligned themselves with the targets above as well. Then he fired. Realizing the danger too late, the blue phoenix that was Sir Connor tried to flee, dragging its master away from the attack and racing toward the horizon. But escape was impossible. A colossal pillar of lightning erupted from Feedback's body and shot toward the heavens at the speed of light. The air rippled violently and the very sky warped under the pressure of the transcendent power. Sir Connor barely had time to turn his head before the lightning engulfed him completely. His azure flames, which once burned with the darkness of corruption, were devoured in an instant. And just like that, Sir Connor was gone. The pillar of electricity continued upward, tearing through the sky before crashing into the massive concealment barrier that surrounded the Forever Knight's fortress. The barrier shattered like glass as well, revealing the Forever Knights to the entire world. Sir Patrick, however, managed to survive the initial blast. Drawing upon the unholy power granted to him by his god, he absorbed part of the lightning into his body. But even that was not enough. The sheer weight of transcendent power was far beyond what he could endure, and so that only made the damage worse. His body plummeted from the sky and slammed violently into the ground, tearing through the dirt. His transcendent transformation collapsed instantly, leaving behind a broken, burned figure whose flesh had been scorched black. Albedo descended silently behind him, still in his feedback's form. His single crimson eye gazed down at the fallen king with cold, murderous malice. Sir Patrick, one of the 7 kings of the Forever Knights and seat holder of the sun, crawled across the ruined ground like a dying animal. "Why?" he croaked weakly, barely managing to talk. "Why did you attack us? We had no quarrel with you." His voice was barely louder than a whisper, and at his words, Albedo only laughed. A mocking laugh, to be precise. "Oh, but that's where you're mistaken." His voice was calm, almost cheerful, but it held an unfathomable amount of hatred behind it. "I do have a quarrel with you. With you, with the other 6 kings, with that pathetic leader you serve, and most importantly." His eye shone with crimson light as it focused on the king's dying form. "With that thing." Sir Patrick coughed violently, forcing himself to raise his head to meet the insidious shapeshifter. "How?" His voice cracked with anger and disbelief. "I oversee every operation of our order. I know every mission we have ever carried out, and I'm certain that we have never harmed you or your race." He paused for a moment before adding, "At least not yet." For a moment, Albedo said nothing, only savoring the moment. Then he crouched beside the broken king and leaned close to his ear. He whispered something. He whispered the most dreadful truth of this world. Sir Patrick froze, as if the pain and misery he was no longer mattered. His eyes widened so violently that they looked ready to burst from their sockets. "No!" His voice trembled with fear and refusal. "No! That's impossible. You're lying. That cannot be true. Never!" His body shook violently as disbelief and madness shattered his composure. Albedo sighed in boredom, not interested in debating with the corrupted king. Then his antennae extended forward and gently touched the sides of Sir Patrick's head, plugging into his ears. "Oh, but it is true, you miserable wretch." A pulse of electricity surged through the contact point, entering Patrick's brain. Sir Patrick's body convulsed violently as he screamed in pain. "Find peace in the mercy of death, bastard. Even if it's more than you deserve." The lightning surged again. Sir Patrick's already charred body blackened further before evaporating and turning into dust. The wind carried his remains pitifully, not leaving a single part of him intact. And just like that, the King of the Sun was dead. Far away, deep within the most heavily protected chamber of the Forever Knight's headquarters, a massive round green stone tablet stood upon an ancient altar. Runic inscriptions circled across its surface, glowing faintly in the darkness. Before it knelt a lone figure dressed in pure crimson robes and wearing a golden mask. The figure was prostrating themselves before the altar in reverence, chanting hidden secrets and forbidden knowledge that could corrupt the brightest of flames. On the tablet, 8 glowing orbs protruded from the tablet. 1 in the center and 7 others arranged symmetrically around it. At that very moment, one of the orbs flared to life with a sudden golden glow. Something had entered the round tablet. The robed figures slowly raised their head, and beneath their golden mask, a quiet whisper escaped their lips. "And so..." A smile formed in their hideous lips, unseen by anyone. "Armageddon begins." Moving through the shattered remains of the ruined fortress, Albedo eventually stopped before a colossal black door, the same one that Connor and Patrick were about to enter before he attacked them. The surface of the door was covered in countless runic glyphs and layers of ancient sorcery. Seals overlapped seals, forming a defensive barrier meant to imprison something far too dangerous to ever be released. And that was exactly what Albedo had come for. He touched the red Omnitrix on his wrist and began rotating the dial, watching as the alien holograms flashed past one after another, until eventually, the dial stopped on a certain figure. A towering armored figure appeared above the device. Without hesitation, Albedo slammed the dial down. Crimson light swallowed him once again. His body expanded violently as thick, plated armor formed across his skin. His frame grew taller and broader, his limbs transforming into powerful mechanical structures. His head reshaped into something resembling an ancient Greek Corinthian helmet, with armored ridges forming ear-like protrusions on the sides. Massive jackhammer mechanisms formed along his wrists, elbows, and hands. When the transformation ended, a 10-foot-tall armored yellow alien stood in his place. "Armadillo!" Albedo shouted, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Then he slammed the Omnitrix symbol again. Four claw-shaped lines erupted from the device, spreading across his body as a crimson wave of evolutionary energy engulfed him. His rank surged upward. From ascended to transcendent. Armadillo's form expanded further. Massive drills formed along his shoulders, arms, and tail. His entire body grew slightly larger and the color of his armor morphed from yellow to orange, and his body suddenly gained the ability to compress into a rotating drilling machine capable of tearing through almost anything. Without hesitation, he activated the drills, transforming into a drill himself. The ground trembled violently as the colossal drill struck the sealed door. The dark stone began to crack and at the same time, the runic barriers shattered one by one. Even the ancient magical defenses struggled to withstand the force of a transcendent titan. And finally the door split apart. Fragments of enchanted metal collapsed inward as moonlight poured into the chamber beyond. Inside, an empty dark room revealed itself, and at the far back of it, a gigantic figure revealed itself. Its body was long and reptilian, covered in dark green scales. Bat-like wings folded against its back while a powerful tail curled behind it. Its face resembled a strange beaked serpent. The creature slowly opened its eyes, and as it did, massive chains revealed themselves, wrapped around its body from every direction, binding its limbs, wings, and neck. Its power was bound as well, and its vast soul had been crippled. Even its will had been shackled. Albedo cancelled his transformation, reverting to base armadillo form, and then returned to his human form, completely unfazed by the overwhelming pressure radiating from the imprisoned creature. Putting his hands in his jacket's pockets, he approached the chained creature calmly. My, he said casually, eyeing its form. A supreme dragon, created by the goddess of life herself, chained up like a rabid animal. He shook his head in pity, his white hair flowing around. How pitiful! The dragon shifted slightly, its chains clanking loudly as it opened its maw. You! It spoke slowly in ancient runic language. Albedo naturally understood its language even if he was not a carrier of the nightmare spell. You are not one of them. Of course not, Albedo replied with a grin. He raised his wrist, showing the Omnitrix in all of its glory. Would any of those animals carry this? The dragon's serpent-like eyes widened for a moment before narrowing again in focus. What do you want, wielder of the device that should have never existed? Albedo shrugged as he stepped closer. Oh, nothing too serious. He counted on his fingers playfully. First, I need to slaughter an army of awakened and ascended warriors, defeat 6 lesser void creatures, prevent the end of the world, and kill an unholy god. He suddenly paused, as if remembering something. Oh, and I also need to reclaim something that was stolen from me by a copycat. He smiled again. So really, nothing too difficult. The dragon stared at him silently for a long moment, before speaking, his voice filled with hope. And you expect me to help you? Albedo nodded. The assistance of a supreme devil such as yourself would be greatly appreciated, so yes. The dragon's voice rumbled through the chamber. And what do I receive in return? Albedo's grin widened slowly. Only the greatest lie ever told. He spread his hands widely as if embracing the dragon. Freedom. Chapter 68, Lab Rat once again. Somewhere, Forever Night Stronghold. A young man with messy brown hair was trapped inside a strange device that could best be described as a mechanical restraint system. The machine used dozens of articulated metal arms to immobilize his body completely. Thick clamps locked his shoulders, waist, and legs in place, while several smaller mechanisms held his wrists apart from his body. The restraints were carefully designed so that he could not be able to reach the device on his wrist. That device, naturally, was the most powerful device in the universe, the Omnitrix, and the young man was none other than Ben Tennyson himself. Or more accurately, Hugo, who had taken Ben Tennyson's place during the second nightmare. However, something about him was terribly wrong. His eyes, once bright green, were now nothing but ruined pits of flesh. His eye sockets had become red hollow, containing no sight within them. All around him stretched a massive laboratory filled with all manner of devices and containment chambers, and inside those chambers were living specimens of every race in existence. Noble creatures. Nightmare creatures. Humans. Animals. And even insects. Everything that had ever been created by the gods seemed to exist somewhere within this monstrous laboratory, showcasing how much of a monster its owner was. The owner of this place was none other than Dr. Joseph Chadwick, the most insidious and terrifying of the Forever Kings, feared even by his other colleagues. At the moment, he was calmly humming an upbeat tune while examining Hugo's restrained body, with darkness nestling in the depths of his eyes. Tubes extracted blood from Hugo's arm while several scanners ran across his torso, showing his skeleton through another device. Every now and then, the doctor glanced at him with open fascination. Ho-ho! Joseph ran his hands slowly across Hugo's body, pressing against muscles, bones, and skin as if studying an exotic specimen. What a peculiar thing you are. Suddenly his hand shot upward, grabbing Hugo's chin violently and forced his ruined face upward. Madness flickered in Joseph's eyes, as he seemed to lose his mind for a moment. Tell me, boy, no, creature. His grin disappeared, leaving no humor on his face. Who are you really? Hugo had only just begun regaining fragments of consciousness at the moment. After all, the pain of losing his eyes was still fresh, and more importantly, blindness swallowed everything he had ever known, forcing Hugo to experience a new type of fear that he did not even know existed. At that moment, he understood clearly how Cassie must have felt. His lips trembled weakly as he opened them, responding to the voice who had taken everything from him. Ben Tennyson. Dr. Joseph smiled once again, then, without warning, his hand plunged straight into Hugo's chest, his transcendent strength easily piercing the body of an awakened. After a bit of searching, he ripped Hugo's heart out. Hugo's body convulsed violently as blood flooded his throat as he tried to scream, but no sound escaped him. Yet before his body could collapse, the wound sealed on itself, his flesh regenerated and his bones repaired, and a new heart formed within seconds. The one who had initiated this process was Dr. Joseph, of course, using his unholy powers to heal the injured Hugo. He held the still beating heart up to the light, examining it with glee. Do you know what the difference is between you and the inhabitants of this world? Hugo remained silent, paralyzed by shock and agony, while Joseph slammed the heart into a strange machine beside him and began pressing several buttons, starting some strange process. Your body and soul make absolutely no sense. His voice suddenly rose with manic excitement. First of all, your soul does not fit your body. With the channels responsible for circulating soul essence through your body being completely different from anyone else in this realm. That could be blamed on that hideous watch bonded to your wrist. He pointed excitedly at the Omnitrix, which was hidden behind a mass of restraints. However, I disagree. Joseph shook his head. Because Ben Tennyson never possessed an aspect. I know that for certain because we have been observing him closely for 6 years now. He tapped several more controls on the machine. And yet, you have one. He turned back toward Hugo, eyes gleaming with interest. That aspect is currently overlapping with the Omnitrix itself, two completely incompatible systems existing simultaneously. Joseph suddenly grabbed Hugo's cheek gently. For a moment his voice became almost soft. Furthermore, you possess something Ben Tennyson could have never had, the nightmare spell. Joseph's grin stretched wider. Weaver's magnum opus, the omnipotent existence that devoured 6 gods and 5 demons. The false promise of salvation with the purpose of cultivating new gods, and trapping the oldest one in the 7th nightmare. Just as he said those words, a strain was suddenly put on Hugo's soul as forbidden knowledge entered his mind. However, he had built a little immunity to it by now, and so, a nightmare seed had not sprouted from his body. That, too, seems to have caught Dr. Joseph's attention. You are a carrier of the nightmare spell, which is absolutely impossible for Ben Tennyson, which means, you are not Ben Tennyson. The machine beside him suddenly activated. The heart Joseph had extracted was drained completely of blood, turning lifeless gray, and the liquid flowed through tubes into a glass chamber. Inside said chamber, the blood mixed with a mass of pure black matter and the substance turned completely black. Darker than the color black itself. The mixture was then separated into several glass vials, which Joseph lifted one of them and examined it with fascination. You must be some sort of parasite. He glanced back at Hugo, shaking his head. No, that's not it, the Omnitrix would have stopped you from taking over. He froze suddenly, as if realizing something that should have been obvious. His eyes lit up with manic realization. Yes! That must be it. He grabbed Hugo by the face, slapping him multiple times to keep him awake. You mantled Ben Tennyson. Hugo's cracked lips moved weakly once again, trying to keep the conversation going so that nothing happens to him. Mantled? Joseph nodded rapidly. Yes. Exactly. His excitement grew as he began pacing around the room like a little kid. Just like Maxwell Tennyson. He spun around dramatically. The old man mantled Quetzalcoatl, the fallen deity of Mictlan, and became condemnation. Inheriting the sorcery of the Azuras and also his fate. He paused for a moment, thinking deeply, but you don't even understand how you did it, do you? Joseph began explaining enthusiastically, as if it was his favorite subject, and Hugo, with no choice in the matter, listened. Imagine a person born within the grand tapestry of fate. Their life is written from beginning to end, with every moment being documented there like a story. He raised a finger. But then another being arrives, that being steps into the same path, takes that fate, and becomes that person, tricking the universe, and fate itself, into thinking that they are that person while in truth, they are only an imitator. An epigone, if you will. His voice dropped to a whisper. That is mantling, the ultimate defiance of the universe. The old man used it to quickly rise through the ranks and inherit the knowledge of the Azuras. However, he is slowly losing himself, and the light between his true self and condemnation has become thin, but that isn't important for now. Joseph chuckled slightly. In fact, the nightmare spell itself uses this very concept when it sends aspirants and awakens into their nightmares, making them mantle the fates of certain creatures that existed in the ancient era and then rewarding the challengers the more they deviate from the original fate. The civilization of Mictlan understood mantling better than anyone else, which is why they had such powerful awakened amidst their ranks. He walked toward a nearby display screen showcasing a gigantic skeleton. Then, he moved towards mechanical suits inscribed with strange runes, touching them slightly. The Sun Realm was indeed extraordinary. His tone turned almost reverent. They were the first divine realm invaded by corruption, and the first to fall to it. Well, to be precise, it wasn't corruption that led to their demise, rather it was the spirits the Sun Realm had given birth to. Condemnation, abjuration, abundance, anathema, the spirit of light, the spirit of animals. They were once supremes, you know. The only ones who have conquered the 5th nightmare in all of existence, but unfortunately, they lost themselves in their divinity. Joseph shook his head in disgust. A civilization like that, brilliant, fell because of that hateful divinity. Ugh! If only they had embraced corruption. For a moment he sighed. I almost thought the Sun Realm was actually the War Realm, due to how mighty and advanced they were. He laughed quietly. They were that advanced. He tapped one of the giant mech suits. And then there were the Azuras. His eyes shone with admiration. Inti, Quetzalcoatl brother, created them. From nothing but scraps and stone. He spoke almost breathlessly. A completely unique form of sorcery created by weaving soul essence circuits directly into armor, allowing the suits to connect directly to the soul and fusing with the aspect, further enhancing it beyond its natural limits. Those suits allowed mere awakened warriors to slaughter corrupted creatures, creating extremely powerful domains for the sovereigns of that realm. He turned slowly back toward Hugo. His smile faded. Then his expression shifted and something darker appeared in his eyes. "Tell me something." His voice became quieter. "Are you perhaps from one of the divine realms?" He grabbed Hugo's face again. "Is that where you came from?" His breathing quickened as he began listing. "Storm Realm? Shadow Realm? War Realm?" He began pacing frantically. "We have tried to reach them for centuries, but to no avail. Even now that the boundary of our home has been breached and we are no longer isolated from the rest of existence, we cannot traverse the frightening expanse of the fallen realms and reach the borders of other divine ones." He slammed his fist against a console. "We cannot invade them." His voice rose into near hysteria. "The Storm Realm rejects us. The Shadow Realm hides itself. And the War Realm." He shuddered slightly. "Remain silent, as if the nightmare itself is protecting it." Joseph's eyes twitched. "The Heart Realm has already been consumed by the Dream Realm, so it's useless and you cannot be from there." He suddenly leaned inches from Hugo's face. "So tell me." His voice trembled with obsessive curiosity. "How did you get here? How did you enter this realm? How did you cross between realms?" Hugo's lips trembled as the mad scientist screamed at him. His head shook violently and his body felt terribly cold. He did not want to be here anymore. Author's notes. 1. The Beast Realm is the third realm to get infected by the spell, with the Sun being the first, the Heart being the second. 2. Joseph knows there's something wrong with Hugo, but he's very off topic. 3. Remember the mantling thing, it's going to be important, it's an original concept made by me. For this chapter was yapping, but next chapter will be important stuff, and the nightmare is about 50% done now. Chapter 69, Metamorphosis. How long has it been since Hugo was captured by the Mad Forever King? That, he did not know. After a while, the passage of time became meaningless, especially with his sense of sight being taken from him and the fact that he drifted in and out of consciousness for the most of it. In his time being imprisoned, Joseph had done many things to him, many deranged and traumatizing things which included physical and mental torture that he did not wish to recall in the slightest. And yet, while the experiments he was enduring were indeed painful and perilous, they were also an important lesson, as they helped him set his mind straight and forget about his other problems. The only thing that mattered now was escape. However, Hugo could not do that. The restraining machine that he was placed inside of was of the transcendent rank, which meant that he couldn't break it. Furthermore, he could not transform because his aspect abilities were sealed due to sorcery. His connection to the spell was also cut, making it so he couldn't manifest his runes, memories, and echoes in the physical realm. Nevertheless, he still had access to his soul sea. The vast labyrinth of his soul had become a sanctuary for Hugo, where he found solace and comfort in its corridors. When he first entered it, he had the idea that he could enter DNA chambers and clear them so that he could get something useful. However, he had failed to consider one important thing. The function that allowed the Omnitrix to generate miniature trials was currently inactive, as his soul and the DNA chambers themselves were not corrupted at all. That was because the Omnitrix was currently linked to the primus of this nightmare, which was not corrupted, and thus his soul bore no trace of corruption. And so the DNA chambers were simply locked, limiting him to a single playlist composed of 20 aliens, with the remaining 10 being locked. And so, he did the only thing he could do. He simply sat and waited. Hugo sat on one of the ever-changing platforms of his soul maze, observing the entire landscape shift and reconfigure moment by moment, with new pathways forming and novel shapes emerging here and there. What a beautiful place. It's a shame that I'm the owner of it. Hugo thought with a peaceful expression on his face. He was tired, so tired. He wished for this nightmare to end already. And yet he could not afford to give up yet. I still have to prove to Sunny and Nephis that I'm the superior divine aspect wielder, of course. He smiled, thinking about what his friends would think if they saw him now. Would they be disappointed or impressed by his adventures? Knowing Sunny, he probably was fighting against saints as a mere awakened somewhere in the dream realm, while Nephis was challenging some unholy titan, proclaiming things like, "If that is my will, then who dares to stop me?" While Cassie... Well, he was not sure what the beautiful seer does in her free time, so he could not tell, but she was probably alongside Nephis and Sunny right now. Just as he thought that, something bright suddenly flickered past his eyes. In one of the perpetually shifting hallways, a fleeting human silhouette composed of pure light appeared. It was so brief and rapid it might have been an illusion, and yet, that was all it took to draw Hugo's attention. Jumping off the ledge, he walked toward the light. 7 days had passed since Dr. Joseph had captured Hugo. The paragon of purity remained within his soul sea, immersed in the glow of his 6 radiant omnicores. He was pursuing the light. The faint glimmer he had barely glimpsed had captivated him entirely, compelling him to devote every conscious moment to finding it. It was his only way, after all. His only salvation. 7 more days passed. Today marked the 14th day since his captivity, and yet he was still searching for the light. His soul was straining slightly. After all, no awakened was meant to spend this much time in their soul sea. Exactly 1 month had passed since his capture. Hugo had lost touch with concepts like common sense and even his goal of escape. Instead, he had committed himself entirely to a single purpose, finding the light, as if enthralled by it. He could feel his body in the waking world being experimented on, with that psychopath constantly injecting foreign substances into him, gruesomely changing his body. And yet, it did not matter. As long as Hugo found the light, all of his worries would vanish. The endless maze of his soul sea extended as far as the eye can see, almost if they were endless, but that did not make navigation impossible. Locating something within it was not impossible either. He simply needed to search more diligently. And just then, Hugo saw it. A small sphere of white light standing at the edge of one of the platforms, and as Hugo approached it, the Omnitrix on his hand suddenly emitted a beautiful green light responding to its presence. And the voice command function, which hadn't been deactivated due to it being a part of an attribute, activated. Anomaly detected. Type, spirit body, origin, heart god, classification, sentient relic. Hugo stared confusedly at the sphere of light, then asked in a tired voice, "What is the meaning of this?" The Omnitrix lingered for a moment before answering. Accessing database. Information found. Article 68, Server 7. The gods had many descendants and followers walking the path of ascension, and to aid them in their ascent they created a myriad of noble creatures that were not fully sentient, possessing no will of their own and fully reliant on their master's existence. Shadow God created the incomplete shadow creatures connected to the cores of his chosen ones. Storm Goddess created the mighty leviathans which grew with their master. War Goddess created golems which kept their master alive at all cost. Beast Goddess created the symbiotes which bonded with its master to augment their powers. Sun God created the sun maggots which showed the light to his chosen few. And lastly, Heart God created the wraiths, the specters, and spirit bodies which forever changed the existence of his chosen ones. However, the gods were not the only ones who created such creatures, for the demons too had replicated this process for their own benefit, which resulted in the creation of reflections by the demon of imagination, the whispers by the demon of dread, the darkness leeches by the demon of destiny, and many others. Hugo rubbed his chin, absorbing this new information. He had learned much from the Omnitrix's extensive archives, particularly regarding the gods and noble creatures, and so far, this knowledge had aided him in adapting to his transformations and deepening his understanding of what it truly meant to become a noble creature. And this too was a valuable piece of information, as it explained the nature of the thing in his soul. Wait, incomplete shadows, like Sunny's? It seemed that Sunny possessed incomplete shadows, or incomplete noble creatures to be specific, through his divine aspect like the stone saint and that shadow serpent of his. But why is such a creature in my soul? He suddenly paused, remembering something. The spirit seed. How could he have forgotten about it? After all, it was the key that helped him and the sleepers of the Forgotten Shore escape without fighting Dunlog and his men. The same echo which had a connection to the Heart God and had also absorbed thousands of souls alongside Dunlog's body during its strange evolution. And now, months later, it seems that the spirit seed had reappeared, changed and evolved into something else entirely. But this raised another question. Omnitrix, can I use those incomplete creatures or whatever they're called despite not having an aspect related to the god who created them? The Omnitrix answered rapidly this time. Yes. The Omnitrix is a tool containing the essence of everything that has existed and will exist, thus it is the ultimate bridge between all creatures. It seemed that he had discovered a new ability granted by his divine aspect. The ability to bind incomplete creatures to his Omnitrix. So shadows, leviathans, symbiotes, golems, specters, wraiths, spirit bodies, sun maggots, reflections, darkness leeches, and much more. It was truly astounding, this newfound ability of his, and fortunately, he had discovered it when he needed it most. Then can you bind this thing to me right now? Yes. The cost? Your spirit, or in your case, your spirit core. All right. Hugo mumbled. He was somewhat unique considering that he possessed a spirit core rather than a simple spirit. A while ago, during his time traversing the White Desert, Azarax and Yuri shared some intriguing insight with him regarding the path of ascension, such as the components making up a being, which were the soul, the source, then the body, functioning as the vessel of the soul, and the mind that served the conduit connecting them, and then there was the spirit, the engine enabling this process, which represented the I and the will. Lastly, there was the shadow, which was the death of a creature. All 5 components are essential for anyone walking the path of ascension. But Hugo was unlike other people walking the path of ascension. His spirit possessed a spirit core, forged from Omni energy during the harrowing experiments of the first Nightmare Crucible. What that truly meant, however, he did not yet understand. This was because he had not yet reached the higher ranks, transcendent, supreme, and sacred, where the spirit becomes a significant factor. If this helps me escape now but hinders my ascension later, then I cannot do it. But then again, beggars can't be choosers. Hesitating, he asked the Omnitrix again. Can you explain the process? The process of binding the spirit body is by simply fusing it with your spirit. Meaning the spirit body will become your spirit and grow alongside you. However, if it is destroyed, then your spirit will crumble as well. So that's what it meant. He sighed. It was certainly a gamble, and a big one, but if it meant escape, then he should do it nonetheless. Start the process, Omnitrix. The Omnitrix paused for a moment, then said, As you wish. Then Hugo clutched his chest as he felt unparalleled agony in the depths of his vast soul. His spirit core, which had been dormant until now, emerged from his omni-cores, descending gradually and gently toward the white sphere of light. The 2 orbs circled each other briefly, spinning rapidly before drawing closer to each other. Then, after a moment of spinning, they collided. And Hugo felt his very essence, the piece that contained the I and the self, shake as it was being transformed into something new entirely. It was such a profound change that even the most powerful of creatures would have had to use all of their will to retain their sense of self. However, surprisingly enough, Hugo did not feel that alienated by this process. Aside from the agony, it was quite a familiar sensation. This was because Hugo had undergone changes to his body, soul, and spirit numerous times already whenever he used the Omnitrix. His flaw, which changed the I subtly each time, also played a role, allowing him to retain his identity easier than anyone else. Consequently, Hugo not only endured the transformation of his spirit but also mastered it, ensuring the spirit body could never act against his will. As the orbs fully merged into a blend of green, blue, and gold, the pain finally ceased and Hugo sensed the alteration brought by his new existence. Strange. Am I so bland that even the literal transformation of my identity leaves me this unaffected? It was quite depressing after all. As if having a personality written by a third-rate fanfic author. Brushing the thought aside, he looked at the mass of colors above him. Then he heard the voice of the spell resound in his ears. You have received a spirit body. Chapter 70, Spirited Away. Hugo's spirit, which had fused and transformed with the evolved spirit seed, reshaped itself as it descended next to Hugo. It shaped itself into the silhouette of a man, then the essence it was made of reformed to become something else. It became flesh. The transformation happened in an instant, and Hugo found himself standing before a peculiar young man. He was surprisingly handsome, sporting a short beard and long blonde hair that gave him somewhat of an Irish look. He looked young, no older than 27. Hugo's contorted into a grimace, for he recognized that man. It was Gunlog, the Bright Lord of the Bright Castle himself. The tyrant who had committed countless atrocities upon the sleepers of the Forgotten Shore. So many children gone, and so many more had their purity stolen away from them by this vile man. But in the end, the spirit seed had consumed him, and now his body and soul had become a tool for Hugo to use. It was quite a bizarre sensation, but Hugo felt no remorse for it. After all, he had seen firsthand what this monster had done, and so it was only a fitting end for someone like him. Hugo summoned the runes of the nightmare spell, which functioned due to the fact that the sorcery outside only restricted his ability to summon echoes and memories, not his ability to check his runes. He scrolled down to find the runes about the spirit body. But surprisingly, it was neither in the echo section nor the attributes section. Rather, it was in its own section. Spirits, spirit body. Spirit, spirit body. Spirit rank, ascended. Spirit class, terror. Spirit cores, 6/7. Spirit description, the spirit seed defied the laws of the nightmare spell. First, it merged irrevocably with the tyrannical Bright Lord, consuming his soul and will. Then, it gorged upon the myriad souls of a long-extinct civilization within the Crimson Spire, draining their power and leading their weakened shadows to roam the Shadow Realm for eternal rest. And through this forbidden feast, it has undergone a cataclysmic evolution, shedding its seed form to become like its mother, a true avatar of a being greater than itself. Spirit attributes: hunger, sacred, spirit, heartwood, phase form. Spirit abilities: enthrall, harvest, soul fruit, soul weaver, bright lord legacy, awakened. Hunger, attribute description. As a child of heart, its appetite for growth is insatiable. It must consume to evolve. Soul shards, 0/6000. Sacred, attribute description. This spirit is of a sacred origin, possessing a connection to the domain of heart. Spirit, attribute description. This entity exists as a spirit. Its master can project their consciousness into it, directly controlling its actions and sharing its senses across any distance. Heartwood, attribute description. This spirit core possesses numerous sacred qualities. Phase form, attribute description. This spirit can shift between a spectre-like form and a fully physical form at will. Enthrall, ability description. This spirit can manipulate the minds of all creatures. Harvest, ability description. This spirit can absorb the souls of the fallen. Souls harvested, 0/1000. Soul fruit, ability description. This spirit can transform harvested souls into soul fruits. Soul weaver, ability description. This spirit can manipulate the souls of weaker creatures. Bright Lord legacy, ability description. Having absorbed the Bright Lord, this spirit can breathe and maneuver perfectly underwater. Awakened, ability description. This spirit has the innate abilities of a carrier of the spell. Hugo stared at the runes for a moment, and then his lips curled upward as an excited expression appeared on his face. How long had it been since he had gotten a good reward from the nightmare spell that he could use? The newly evolved spirit had not only reached the ascended rank, but it had also undergone a powerful evolution, gaining 2 new attributes and 2 abilities in the process. The spirit attribute allowed it to function as a second body of sorts, capable of being controlled by Hugo across any distance. That was a powerful ability, something that everyone in the dream realm, whether awakened or supreme, would undoubtedly covet for their own. In fact, the very idea of having a second body was probably a dream to all awakened in history. Its second attribute, phase form, allowed it to shift between a spectral and a physical form, which was another added boon granting it greater mobility. Hugo was strangely reminded of the infamous ascended hero, Smile of Heaven, Nephi's mother, who possessed such an aspect once before becoming a hollow. Let's hope Nephis won't take offense. There was also the fact that the hunger attribute seemed to grant the spirit body the same innate ability of any divine aspect wielder, which was the ability to form multiple cores. Although Hugo had paled when he had seen the 0/6000 soul shard requirement. Looks like I'm not becoming a titan in any of these bodies anytime soon. It was not a problem either way, as being a terror had a lot of benefits in the first place. As for its abilities, they had remained the same, except for two new ones. First there was Bright Lord Legacy, which was directly inherited from Gunlog's absorbed body, granting it powerful aquatic prowess. It was not as flashy as the other abilities, but it was certainly useful. If he ever left this nightmare, he could join the House of Night to receive numerous opportunities. But that would have to wait for later. As for its last ability, it was perhaps the most powerful and potent ability any creature could wish for in this era. The Awakened ability granted the spirit body the innate properties of a carrier of the nightmare spell, no doubt inherited from Gunlog, making it capable of not only wielding memories and echoes, but also receiving them. And even conquering nightmares. Hugo wondered what would happen if he made his spirit body enter a third or fourth nightmares. Perhaps he could find a shortcut to higher ranks through the spirit, but he doubted anything would be that easy when the nightmare spell was involved. Now, the runes outside stop me from summoning memories and echoes, but they shouldn't be able to stop me from summoning a spirit. He remembered that Sunny had told him that his shadows felt more like a part of him than the spell itself, and so Hugo assumed the spirit body would be no different. Hugo willed the spirit attribute to activate, and suddenly, his vision split. He was both looking at himself in his original body and looking at the physical spirit body, which was Gunlog's. It was a bizarre sensation, different from when he used Echo yet inherently similar. Even though his current existence was extremely bizarre and uncomfortable, he was still the most adaptable human, or perhaps creature, in not 2, but 3 whole worlds, and so, adjusting to his new form was easier than expected. However, through this whole exchange, Hugo was not heartless. Gunlog, just like the souls of the Forgotten Shore civilization, had been completely absorbed by the spirit seed. Hugo did not feel that bad about it because of who Gunlog was, and also because of the spirit body's description, which stated that their shadows now roamed the Shadow Realm. The same applied to Gunlog, which meant that the real him was dead alongside his spirit and shadow. Through the knowledge Hugo had gained from Sunny, Azarax, Yuri's, and, most surprisingly, Dr. Joseph in his mad ramblings, he realized that after death, the shadows of all living beings were sent to a place called the Shadow Realm. How or why, he did not know. But even with that realization, Hugo still felt uneasy whenever he looked at the spirit body he was currently possessing. The body he wore had committed countless atrocities against children, including murder and other unspeakable acts he did not want to remember. No. No. I should stop being an idiot. I have to use this. It's my spirit now, after all. Taking one final look, Hugo gazed into the spirit body's eyes, as if addressing the echo of Gunlog. May you find peace in the mercy of death, bastard. Even if you did not deserve it. And with that, he summoned the spirit body into the physical world. In Joseph's laboratory, the mad scientist was preparing for another experiment on the being who had mantled Ben Tennyson, humming an upbeat tune as he prepared his equipments. His objective was not to only break the being's mind, after all. It was to find a way to unbind that hideous device from him, which was protecting his soul and body from being destroyed. And after that was done, he would tear out the spirit of this bizarre creature, unraveling its identity. And just as he approached Ben's hanging body, he suddenly froze. A chill ran down his spine as he felt something terrifying crawl into the depths of his profane soul and mind. It was so insidious and so fleeting that anyone else would not have even noticed. But he did, for her was the most dangerous forever king, even if he was not the most powerful. And so he knew what he needed to do. I need to. He dropped the tray containing the experimental tools and rushed toward the other side of the lab, heading for another strange device of his. Said device was a mechanical chair as big as a car, fitted with a strange headset while being connected to another gigantic computer. Joseph activated the device and sat on the chair, ready to put on the headset, but just as he was about to do so, he suddenly paused again. What the? He looked around in confusion, examining his hands as if he was a newborn infant. What the hell am I doing? He got up with an annoyed expression, as if he forgot about his previous fear entirely. I shouldn't be wasting time like this when such a fabulous subject is in my grasp. And with that, he went back to experimenting on Hugo's body, completely unaware of the insidious hex crawling inside his mind. It had been a few days since the bizarre incident, and Dr. Joseph had noticed many similar occurrences happening throughout the entire facility. He would occasionally find himself in strange positions, seemingly about to do something, only to forget what it was moments later. Was he experiencing amnesia? No, that was not possible. Even if he was a corrupted rank abomination tainted by the void instead of a true transcendent, he was still someone whose physical body was saturated with void essence, which meant that no mundane disease could affect him. So strange. It's like I'm going insane all over again. It was true that Dr. Joseph had gone insane when he was first corrupted, however, that did not mean he would undergo it again, at least not until he advanced to the great rank. And more importantly, it was not only him who was acting strangely. It was also the batch of forever knights assigned to this place. There were around 1,000 of them, with most being awakened. And all of them were acting oddly as well, constantly gazing at the doctor for long periods of time, despite the fact that none of them had ever dared to meet his eyes before. It was as if they threatening him. But surely that was wrong, after all they themselves should be hexed by the sorcery the forever kings had created. And so even if they were not tainted by the void like the higher ranked members, they still shouldn't be showing such strange symptoms. That's it. Something unnatural is happening here. And that thing had only started happening when he captured and brought Ben Tennyson into his laboratory. Joseph stomped violently as he made his way toward the captured body of Ben Tennyson and grabbed him by the face, nearly ripping apart his jaw. Tell me, boy! What the hell are you doing to me? He screamed at the half-conscious Ben Tennyson, knowing for certain this abominable creature had done something. The young man stirred slightly before opening his mouth. Nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. His voice was hollow and exhausted, clearly showing mental fatigue he had accumulated over the last 2 months of torture. In any other situation, Dr. Joseph would have killed Ben Tennyson, or whatever being was possessing him, just to be sure. However, this time, he felt inclined to believe the words of the helpless boy. He was so precious, after all. So delicate and so beautiful. Even if he carried that abominable device. I should taint him with my seed, after I figure out how to take that watch off. Yes, that is the only way possible to make him mine. Joseph thought, letting go of Ben's face before resuming his work. It was only natural that he was stressed, especially considering that the plans of the Forever Knights was reaching its conclusion. And so he shouldn't let his anger and frustration on the poor boy. After all, everything was going just as planned. Chapter 71, Seed Holder of Nightmare. Joseph was sitting in his laboratory, wearing nothing but his lab coat and some worn pants. He slouched over a chair, his eyes hollow and his face exhausted. What was he doing again? Ah, right. Ben Tennyson. Why had he kidnapped Ben Tennyson in the first place? It was because he was the Order's biggest threat, after his grandfather. Yes, that's the reason. At that moment, one of the Forever Knight's new recruits, a youth in his late 20s, possessing beautiful golden hair and a neat short beard, walked into the laboratory. Strangely, his hands and face were covered in blood. And was he holding one of the awakened knights' heads? No. I must be imagining it. Joseph's memory had been feeling strange these days. Perhaps he should see a doctor. But I am a doctor. How will another doctor examine me? It was such a strange thought. At that moment, the youth, who was naked for some reason, walked closer, looking at the many azuras lined up around the room. Without any particular expression on his face, he turned to Joseph and asked, "So, what's the story behind those?" Joseph tilted his head. "Wouldn't you like to know, pretty boy?" His voice sounded dazed and drunk, but he continued. "They were created by Inti, the heir of the sun, and Quetzalcoatl's brother. The azuras, one of the greatest creations in existence, capable of enhancing the power of an awakened to a great extent. You know, they share many similarities with Nether's mantle of the underworld." He turned to the youth with a smile. "Isn't it funny? The heir of the sun god copying Nether, the son of the forgotten god?" The youth did not seem bothered by that knowledge at all, almost as if he were resistant to it. Although, he did seem intrigued. "I see. Which one is the best?" he asked. Joseph rose from his seat and walked toward the row of azure suits, stopping at an orb of white metal. He grabbed it and showed it to the youth. "This one. It's an exact copy of Nether's mantle, which makes it soul-bound. The plumbers are currently trying to mass-produce this, but to no avail." The youth examined the sphere for a moment before taking it. "Then, could you mass-produce it?" Joseph shook his head in disappointment. "No, unfortunately I'm not as great as Inti. I'm not even sure if the despicable Galvans can," he said with an annoyed expression. "I see." The youth then guided Joseph toward the hanging body of Ben Tennyson, trapped in the restraining device. "Heal him," said the youth, and strangely, Joseph felt compelled to follow his orders. Almost as if they were an absolute law. And so, Joseph extended his hand and touched Ben Tennyson's head, using his unnatural powers to heal Ben's eyes and extract the harmful chemicals from his body. The golden-haired youth then climbed the restraining machine and managed to disable it on his own. Then, he grabbed Ben's body, carefully placing him on the ground. A few moments later, Joseph was standing before the two men, each looking at him in a strange sync. It was almost as if they were the same person. But alas, that was impossible. "What is the ultimate goal of the Forever Knights?" asked the golden-haired youth. Joseph chuckled. "Stop jesting, young man. It's pretty obvious. Answer the question." Well, if I had to explain it, it's the death of all noble creatures to empower." He suddenly paused, as if he were restricted from speaking any further by a higher being, not exactly it, but still something greater than Joseph. "I see how it is," murmured the young man before, suddenly, a torrent of white sparks manifested in his hand. It was a gray mist, which quickly condensed into a long spear. Looking at the youth in confusion, Joseph opened his mouth to say something. "What are you?" And before he could even finish his sentence, the youth drove his spear into Joseph, impaling his chest. Hugo looked at the impaled Forever King from both the perspective of his original body and his spirit body. This man had caused him so much suffering, but now, he was within his grasp, completely enthralled. He could torture him as revenge, but Hugo knew better. Killing him and moving on was the best solution, especially considering that a higher being could be watching the scene unfold. Hugo had already gained good rewards for his time here, after all. His spirit body had massacred all of the awakened knights in this facility, harvesting their souls and increasing his harvest counter to a whopping 1,000. And he got the Azura, after all. From the spirit body, he commanded nothing to reform into thousands of spikes within Joseph's body. Thud. 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 Aga! The Forever King screamed in agony as thousands of spikes protruded from inside his body, piercing every point. Even his incredible healing factor couldn't contend. He thrashed for a while, and then his body suddenly went still, and the voice of the nightmare spell resounded in Hugo's head. "You have slain a $. Your Omnitrix grows stronger." It seemed the spell was censoring the name and race to protect Hugo from the influence of the void. But it did not matter. The man who bore the runes of nightmare and dreams was dead. Turning to his original body, the spirit body tossed the Azura sphere to Hugo. "Do us the pleasure." "Sure," he replied to himself, even though he was just talking to himself. He focused on the white sphere and then heard the voice of the spell. "Do you wish to bind relic?" Not hesitating, Hugo answered. "Yes." "So be it." The sphere of white metal unraveled into a mass of metal and latched onto Hugo, bypassing his body and entering his soul seed directly. Thankfully, it was not like the parasites he had dealt with in the past. Rather, it was just as Joseph had said, a soul-bound relic. Hugo felt changes occur in his physical body and soul, both taking on the properties of metal, very light metal. It was not as terrible a transformation as expected, not unlike his Omnitrix transformations or his awakening. After a while, the spell spoke in his head. "You have received an attribute." Hugo exhaled, feeling the change. Even his spirit body had been altered by the new attribute, which was an indication of how potent it was. Without wasting a second, he pulled out his runes to check. Name, Hugo. True name, Paragon of Purity. Rank, Awakened. Omnicore, 6/7. Class, Terror. Aspect, Omnitrix. Aspect rank, Divine. Aspect description, you have bonded with the first divine relic created by mortal hands, transforming you into a being woven from the primordial blueprint of life itself. Created by the greatest of minds in pursuit of a perfection forbidden by an absolute law of reality, you carry the potential to become any creature. Your existence is a testament to adaptation and the boundless diversity of the world. Innate ability, essence imprint. Ability description, no creature is alien to your existence. You possess the ability to imprint the fundamental essence of any being onto your soul, storing its template within the relic. Aspect abilities, morph, quick morph. Morph, aspect ability description, you can transform into creatures imprinted on your soul. Awakened ability, quick morph. Ability description, you can switch between your forms at will. Flaw, unstable ego. Flaw description, the line between your true self and that of your imprints is thin. Attributes, mutant, flame of divinity, extraordinary memory, anatomica, spirit core, shadowrend, soul bound, Azura. Opening the new runes, Hugo noticed the Azura attribute also possessed its own traits, which was a welcome surprise. Attribute, Azura. Attribute description, Inti, the heir of the sun, created the mighty Azuras at the request of his brother, the winged serpent. Using these mighty vessels, the winged serpent forged the most powerful domain in the sun realm. However, his brother requested a far more potent Azura to aid him in conquering the fifth nightmare, and thus Inti drew upon the work demon of the underworld, experiencing a revelation. That was how the first soul-bound Azura was created. Traits, shell, mantle, bound, last light, unassailable bulwark, essence conduit, morphic frame. Shell, trait description, this Azura exists in a dormant state within your body and soul, giving your body the properties of metal. Mantle, trait description, you can manifest the Azura suit from within yourself. Bound, trait description, this Azura is as strong as its owner's soul. Last light, trait description, when this shell suffers debilitating damage, the core will supercharge you with its reserves before shutting down. Unassailable bulwark, trait description, runes lining this armor absorb even extreme ballistic impacts, converting most of the damage into soul essence. Essence conduit, trait description, this Azura suit can release condensed soul essence from its emitters. Morphic frame, trait description, this Azura is forged from the bones of the Sun Killer, granting the shell the ability to change its size and shape. Who? Hugo let out a whistle, kicking Joseph's body with his foot. Well, main body, you've got yourself quite the prize. I'm sure Sonny will be jealous. He teased himself. The Azura attribute was indeed powerful. Not only did it change his body, but it also granted a new set of abilities that would prove useful in the upcoming battles within this nightmare. It was nice to be powerful without having to transform. Wanting to test the new attribute, he activated Mantle, noting that it required no soul essence. And just as he did, liquid white metal poured from the depths of Hugo's body, coiling and weaving around him like a spider's web. The strands shimmered, fluid yet solid, until they hardened into an intricate suit of armor that clung to every contour of his form like a second skin. It gleamed with a soft, otherworldly light, its surface smooth yet segmented with subtle ridges, a testament to the genius of its creator. Repulsors ignited in the palms, feet, and chest of the Azura suit, glowing white-blue. Every joint and plate moved as if anticipating his intent, flowing with him like an extension of his own body, which it was. From his spirit-body perspective, Hugo observed the suit's runic engravings adorning each plate, designed for the unassailable bulwark trait. Hugo clenched his fists, feeling a profound, exhilarating transformation. It was strange, yet invigorating, a state of power without requiring a full transformation. This was the second transformation he had received within this nightmare, and just like the one his spirit had undergone, this one was also going to make him powerful. Of course, Hugo muttered to himself, I'm still going to rely on the Omnitrix, but this is a nice addition. He then glanced at his spirit body and frowned. Oh right, you're still naked, he muttered, activating Mantle for the spirit body. Instantly, an identical Azura armor erupted around it. So the attribute can be used by my second body, unlike my aspect. The spirit body shared Hugo's access to memories and echoes, but it did not possess the Omnitrix, nor did it have the rest of the attributes. However, the Azura attribute seemed to be an exception. Much better. Hugo then recalled the armor on his original body, preferring to remain in his clothes beneath it. Then, he activated the Omnitrix and spun the dial until he landed on the silhouette of Swampfire. A mass of green light engulfed his body as he transformed into a tall humanoid swamp-like creature. Even in this form, Hugo felt that he was slightly stronger than before, which was also good for him. Swampfire, his original body, shouted as his hands ignited in flames. Hugo took one final look at the laboratory, not feeling to notice the dozens of other test subjects, all changed and corrupted by Joseph's cruel experiments. If they were not injected with corruption, then he might been able to fix them via the genetic repair trait, but unfortunately that was not the case. The only mercy he could give them now ID death. And so, Hugo unleashed the flames of Swampfire, intending to burn everything within this cursed place. Simultaneously, the spirit body, clad in the Azura, activated Essence Conduit, blasting condensed shots of soul essence through the machines and equipments. Within exactly half an hour, the laboratory and the facility itself were obliterated. Nothing was left alive inside, except for Hugo. One of the Forever Knight's many strongholds, the Nightmare Facility, burned under the night sky, bodies of countless victims and those of the Forever Knights fueling the flames. The stronghold, nestled deep within the mountains, was cloaked by a protective veil, hidden like the rest of the Knight's fortresses. No one would witness this inferno, except Hugo. Seated on the ground in his human form, his legs folded, he observed the scene with calm, unblinking eyes. Beside him, the spirit body remained in its physical form, equally silent. Both reflected the fiery devastation in their empty gazes. In moments like these, Hugo's mind drifted to emptiness, a space devoid of thoughts and emotions, simply existing. It was a bizarre sensation, likely a coping mechanism for the trauma he had endured since last year. It was the same thing he had experienced when thinking about the fates of the countless sleepers who lost their lives in the Forgotten Shore, and the civilization that existed on shore in the first place. This world. It was so cruel and so full of suffering. Hugo thought, wondering what terrible sins they, both humans and noble creatures, have committed to be punished in such a way. The other divine realms likely asked a similar question before their annihilation. It was just too cruel. A world where children like him were forced to become bloody killers in order to survive, ascend and gain unimaginable power. But even that was not enough. Hugo himself had survived so much, and yet he still felt unsatisfied. Even after everything, he found himself having more questions than answers, and that unsettled him more than anything else. Suddenly, the invisible veil shielding the nightmare facility shattered into thousands of silver sparks. Hugo was no expert, but he knew for certain that the veil had not been destroyed by accident. Rather, it had been destroyed by someone. And just as he suspected, the person responsible for destroying the veil appeared before him moments later, riding a hoverboard-like device that looked like a futuristic skateboard with anti-gravity tech keeping it aloft, similar to the technology created by the plumbers. The board hovered as the figure stopped and dismounted, bending down to fold it neatly before slipping it into his pocket. It was a young man who looked identical to Ben Tennyson, but with white hair, deep crimson eyes, and unsettling corpse-like pale skin. That person was none other than Albedo, Ben Tennyson's supposed evil twin. Albedo whistled as he approached Hugo, looking at the burning facility behind him with calm eyes. "Man, I've got to say, I'm a big fan of what you did to the place. I couldn't have done better myself," he said, oddly friendly yet ominous. "However, Cut the bullshit, Albedo," Hugo interrupted, finally turning towards him. "Or should I say, Ben Tennyson?" Chapter 72, The Truth. Ben looked at Hugo in silence for a long moment. The humor on his face had completely vanished the instant Hugo spoke that name. Then, expressionless, he asked, "So, you knew? Since when?" Hugo shrugged, pushing himself to his feet and dusting off his clothes. "I had my suspicions the moment I entered the nightmare and the spell addressed two brave ones instead of one, and more importantly, I saw how hesitant you were to fight Gwen and Kevin back when you escaped the plumber prison." His gaze sharpened. "That's when I figured it out. You were the esteemed Ben Tennyson himself, possessing Albedo's body. After that, everything started making sense. Your friends forcing me into this nightmare, you attempting to steal the Omnitrix, all of it." Hugo briefly paused for a moment, still unsure about something. "But tell me, how did you know I was coming to the fake Primus?" Ben's smile returned, but anyone with eyes could tell that it was a little strained. "No? Oh, you have no idea." He cracked his neck lightly, looking a bit disappointed. "I honestly expected you to figure it out by now, but I guess you're not the sharpest tool in the shed." Hugo stiffened slightly, his eyes narrowing at his words. He had thought about it, again and again, and his conclusion had always led him to the same outcome. Ben Tennyson wanted his body, and somehow, conquering this nightmare was the key to that. But why Hugo specifically, and why Ben needed a body in the first place? That, he hadn't been able to figure out. Ben took a slow step forward, opening his arms widely as if preparing to embrace Hugo. "Well, since you're going to die anyway, I might as well get this off my chest." His crimson eyes locked onto Hugo's green eyes, reflecting themselves in them. "Tell me, Hugo, have you ever felt like an intruder? Like you don't belong in this world? And by this world, I mean existence as a whole." Hugo frowned. The question felt random and out of place. What is he on about? However, the reason behind the unsettling feeling he got from that question wasn't just because of its randomness, but also because the answer was yes. There had always been something off when Hugo was around anything, or when he was around anyone. A faint resistance from the world itself, as if reality was rejecting him, denying his very existence. "What are you getting at?" Hugo asked, feeling disturbed with each word. Ben's lips curled up faintly. "What I mean is that you don't belong here. Not to this world and not to fate itself." Hugo's expression hardened. "In fact," Ben continued calmly, uncaring for Hugo's feelings, "you were supposed to be dead a long time ago." Silence swallowed the world for a moment, and all Hugo could see was the faint silhouette of Ben Tennyson, and then, Ben spoke once again, breaking the silence. "You were supposed to die with your mother, all those years ago." Hugo's fingers twitched uncontrollably as a vein pulsed visibly along his temple, his body itself not being able to control itself. A storm of thoughts surged through his mind. How did he know about his mother's death? Was he somehow involved? Why is he telling him all of this? And every single one of them lead to a very dark outcome. An outcome he did not like at all. If the next words out of your mouth are what I think they are. His voice took on a darker tone as a murderous fury washed over Hugo, nearly driving him mad. Then I will kill you. And I won't stop there. I'll conquer this nightmare and slaughter every last survivor of your realm. I'll rip them apart one by one. Ben raised his hands in mock surrender. Easy there, tough guy. He stepped closer, as if asking Hugo to attack him. Let me finish. Well, I guess it'll be more appropriate to say let me start because I need to explain the entire situation first. He stopped in his tracks and then asked. You've already figured out what destroyed my world, right? Hugo answered through clenched teeth. He wanted to transform and rip him apart already, but he needed to know the full truth first. The Forever Knights had a hand in it. And that dark deity corrupting them. Correct. Ben's voice took on a bitter tone, filled with regret and anger. It was an unholy terror, to be precise. It built its domain by corrupting the Forever Knights and the 7 Radiant Kings. His gaze drifted for a moment, looking deep into the sky. We found that out too late, and by the time we understood what it truly was, it had already manifested fully on Earth. A shadow crossed his face. I used Alien X to kill it, but the damage was already done, which allowed the Dream Realm to consume everything. An unholy terror, the fall of an entire realm. Speaking of such things was not something Hugo had ever anticipated, but something didn't add up. Alien X is a divine titan, Hugo said slowly. A race older than the primordial gods themselves, and yet you couldn't simply stop your realm from being consumed by the Dream Realm? Or revive your people? Ben let out a quiet breath, i.e. he was anticipating this question. Older does not mean stronger. He looked back at Hugo again, as if explaining a simple truth to a child. The primordial gods were not just ancient, they were a fundamental force in creation, born from the flames of desire itself, alongside the humans. Ben crouched to his knees, then he grabbed a stone pebble from the ground and tossed it towards to the burning facility behind Hugo, as he continued speaking. They fought things far worse than what destroyed my world, and to fight those creatures, which I cannot name because you will go insane, they had to create concepts and absolute laws. Can you guess what concept Shadow God created? Hugo looked at the young man in front of him. The answer was simple. Shadow God was the god of death after all. Death. Bingo! Pebble shot towards facility at an incredible speed, before slowly vanishing from sight. Death. Ben continued, his voice quieter now, isn't something a divine titan can reverse. It's an absolute law left behind by the Shadow God. A person can defy it, sure, but once your shadow gets claimed by the Shadow Realm, then all hope is lost. Ah! A sad thought appeared in Hugo's head. Even if he had somehow took control of Alien X, he would not have been capable of brining back his mother. Perhaps that was a good thing, in the end. Letting her rest in peace would be a better alternative than making her live in this cruel world. For now, Hugo understood why Ben couldn't bring back his people, which explained the low population of the survivors, but there was still something that didn't make sense. And the Dream Realm? Couldn't you have stopped it from devouring your realm? He gave Hugo a flat look, as if he had just said the dumbest thing possible. What do you think the Dream Realm is? I don't know, an unholy creature that's slowly consuming the bodies of the dead gods? Ben chuckled faintly. Close, but not quite. His voice grew heavier. The Dream Realm is an authority of sorts, born from corruption itself, but still an authority nonetheless. It is the power of the 7th god, the god of dreams and nightmares. Hugo froze. The knowledge about the 7th god wasn't enough to shake his soul and mind anymore, but it was still shocking to hear about it. A sealed god, Ben continued. Locked away in a place I cannot name by the other 6 at the dawn of creation. A faint, bitter smile appeared on his pale face. So no, I couldn't stop it. Just like I couldn't defy death. I couldn't stop it from consuming my world. He looked directly at Hugo, his smile slowly vanishing. I think you can figure out the rest. Hugo's eyes narrowed. He had already heard the rest from Gwendolyn Tennyson in the real world. You created a pocket realm that exists out of time and fate. Fake Primus to protect the survivors. Ben nodded. Correct once again. You know I should give you a treat for being such a smart boy, but unfortunately, I don't have any dog food on me. Hugo's gaze sharpened, ignoring the insult and focusing on something else. But what does that have to do with me? Silence lingered between them for a moment, broken only by the raging flames and the rustle of the wind. Then Ben sighed. My body and soul were damaged when I looked directly at the unholy terror, causing hundreds of nightmare seeds to sprout inside of me. A faint tremor passed through his voice. It was only fair, as he was recalling an unpleasant memory. I should have died there. In all honesty, the only reason I didn't was because the Omnitrix forced me into Alien X as a failsafe to save my life. Hugo's eyes flickered as understanding dawned on him. So that's why your real body is still in Alien X, Ben confirmed. Yes. He paused again, letting Hugo process all of this. I removed the corruption from my soul, and Gwen managed to turn it into a nightmare seed. Then his expression darkened. But that created another problem. Hugo didn't answer this time, for he already knew why Ben couldn't transform back into his human form. Ben smiled faintly. Looks like you figured it out. Of course he would. After all, it was something Hugo himself had experienced back in the Forgotten Shore when he had used the Omnitrix as a dormant human. It was the ache in his soul that he felt whenever he transformed from a dormant human into an awakened noble creature. The temporary transformation of the soul and body from the dormant rank into the awakened one, to be more specific. No human or noble creature was meant to jump in ranks like that, and naturally souls were not built to handle that kind of pressure. And so they would slowly crumble under their own strain the more they forced themselves to evolve. Hugo had felt pain whenever he rose a single rank above his original one. And so, he could not imagine the damage that jumping 5 ranks, from awakened to divine, would do to a person's soul. Perhaps that was the reason the Omnitrix had a timer in the first place. I couldn't go back, Ben said quietly. If I returned to my human form, I'd die instantly. The same went for all the other transformations, including the sacred ones, funnily enough. A hollow laugh escaped him, as if he was mocking his helpless situation. And staying as Alien X? That wasn't freedom either. His voice dropped, remembering something unpleasant. Every action, every thought and every breath had to be agreed upon by 2 other personalities who constantly argue. It made it nearly impossible to use Alien X's vast power, rendering the divine transformation useless. Hugo said nothing, understanding how terrible it must have felt to have 2 other people in your head. And yes, he did pity Ben Tennyson and his realm, but unfortunately, so far Ben and the Beast realm had done him nothing but hammer. But I had a plan. Ben continued. I convinced the 2 voices in my head to let me access something via Alien X power just once. His eyes gleamed faintly. The grand tapestry of fate. Hugo felt a chill run down his spine. As a mere awakened, he could not even begin to comprehend how fate functioned, and thus trying to imagine fate itself as a tapestry was nearly impossible. I should widen my way of thinking. Considering this man has existed as a divine titan for years. And search I did, Ben said. Across very realm and every possibility, leaving no place in existence unchecked. His voice slowed. Until I found it, a strand of fate, that didn't matter, a strand so worthless and pitiful that even the cosmic concept of fate did not care about it. Hugo's heart skipped a beat. He had an idea of who was the owner of that strand. The life of that strand had just begun, and it was about to end, unfortunately. Well, in my case it was a fortune, but that's not important for now. You know who that strand belonged to, right? Naturally, it could only belong to Hugo, or to be more precise, young Hugo, who was supposed to die alongside his mother when the Category 2 Nightmare Gate appeared in the middle of NQSC without warning. Hugo clutched his hands, feeling sick in his stomach. His whole life had been intruded into by a complete stranger. And so, I took a page out of the Nightmare spell book. And did something outrageous. Something that would not have been possible to do if the tapestry of fate was as powerful as it was in the Age of the Gods, where numerous divine and sacred beings existed alongside countless, fated, individuals, constantly altering it and shifting its scales. Ben's eyes gazed deep within Hugo's soul, as if looking into something beyond. And for the first time, Hugo felt as if he was looking at his own reflection. "I made you, who was destined to die, mantle my fate." Hugo froze as horror crept into his expression. From the explanation he had heard from Joseph, mantling was not just copying someone. It was literally becoming someone by inheriting their fate, both replacing and transforming into them. However, Hugo did not have time to voice his outrage or his shock, as Ben continued dropping more bombs on him. After that, Ben continued, "Everything fell into place. With you inheriting my fate, I made sure that you would not die. Or who knows, perhaps the real Hugo died back then, when his fate was changed and you are simply a shell carrying my fate. Did you not find it strange that out of all the people that died in that nightmare gate, only you survived?" Hugo was not only shocked at his words. He was horrified, and more importantly, he began doubting if he truly was Hugo, or simply someone who created for the sole purpose of carrying Ben Tennyson's fate. His voice grew calm again. "You survived when you were supposed to die, got infected by the nightmare spell and centered a very special nightmare, with the Omnitrix inside it, and of course," his smile widened, "it chose you." Hugo staggered back slightly, his mind refusing to believe his words. And yet it all made sense. All of the things that had transpired to him could not have happened naturally. He had suspected this back in the academy, but he did not expect the level of manipulation to be so deep. And from there? Ben continued, "It was only a matter of time, with some guidance here and there, a push here, a setup there, until you reached fake Primus." His eyes gleamed one final time. "And dragged me into the second nightmare with you." Silence, heavy and suffocating, fell between them. Hugo's mind raced with all of the new informations he had just received. It all fit into place, every piece, coincidence, and every moment of suffering, all of it. It was planned by this man. It was all because of him. However, what made it worse was because his reasons were all justified. Ben Tennyson could not become a carrier of the nightmare spell through conventional means due to the Omnitrix protecting him from it. And so, the hero of heroes devised a plan to make a person inherit his fate, a person so unimportant that the universe will not notice such a transgression. He then ensured they were infected by the spell and cast into a nightmare containing the Omnitrix, before guiding them to the fake Primus, where he would enter a second nightmare seed alongside him. And after that, Hugo was not sure what came after, but he could make a few guesses. No. This lunatic. He's planning to become me, not just take over my body. It was more accurate to say that Hugo would become Ben Tennyson. But there was still hope. The spell had clearly recognized Hugo and Ben as two different individuals, even if they shared the same fate, which meant there could be a way to prevent the mantling from completion. And it seemed that Ben's plan had not gone as smoothly as he's making it up to be. For he had inhabited Albedo's body, instead of the nightmare version of him, and Hugo had ended up taking the place of Ben inside the nightmare, thus making it things harder for Ben. Hugo, even though he knew all of this, could not handle but utter a single sentence. "You're insane." Ben tilted his head, not offended in the slightest. "Maybe." Then he smiled. But it worked. Hugo's breathing grew uneven. His entire life, his pain, his losses, his struggles, all of it, was caused by this man, this vile man. "Everything I went through," Hugo said, his voice trembling with rage, "that was all you." Ben met his gaze calmly. "I do feel bad, you know." Hugo's eyes widened slightly. How shameful could this bastard get? But can you blame me? And just like that, the small sympathy Ben had for Hugo shattered. "If I take over your existence," Ben continued, "I gain access to the war realm and save my people from their eventual doom." His tone hardened, showing his dark conviction anyone else would have made that choice, including you. Then a faint smile spread across his features. "And besides, you were supposed to die anyway, so really, he added lightly, "You should be grateful." Something inside Hugo snapped. "You piece of shit." His voice was no longer trembling, for he knew that being emotional right now would only make things worse. The truth, while important, did not matter. What did matter at this very moment was his survival. "Are you even hearing yourself?" "No, forget it." The spirit body walked forward, still clad in the azura mantle. It summoned nothing and shaped it into a spear. At the same time, a mass of white sparks manifested near Hugo as he summoned Zed. "For someone who had nothing to say, you sure do talk a lot." The Omnitrix glowed brightly as his eyes reflected that light, filled with cold fury. "Enough, your pitiful attempt at mind games end right here. You will not be leaving this nightmare alive." And with the world was engulfed in emerald light. Chapter 73, True Power. Hugo's body rapidly grew in size, expanding beyond the limits of human anatomy. His skin hardened into rock, and his neck elongated, twisting into something resembling that of a dinosaur. A tail grew from his lower back, while his legs and lower torso twisted into something monstrous. The transformation was swift, and when it ended, Hugo was in the form of Humongosaur. This time, however, he did not shout the alien's name, controlling the childish urge. The spirit body and Zed moved closer, the former raising the emitters in its hands and the latter baring their teeth against Ben. Ben, however, remained unbothered, looking at the trio. Eventually, he only clapped. "I've got to say, that was quite a show, but seriously, you took like a full minute to transform. What are you? A Power Ranger?" Hugo did not know what a Power Ranger was, and he did not care. What he did care about, on the other hand, was the extent of Ben's power. Ben Tennyson was one of the greatest champions in the beast realm, contending with Ascended and Transcendence while he himself was merely an awakened. Not only that, he also did not possess the nightmare spell, making everything he did far more difficult than what normal awakened could achieve. But what disturbed Hugo the most was that the person standing in front of him possessed all of his powers and more. Ben naturally had more time with the Omnitrix than Hugo did, more experience, and more imprints unlocked. He was also a Titan, while Hugo was a Terror, a gap that, while not as large as the one between ranks, was still significant. And so he was naturally wary of him, perhaps more than any opponent he had faced in the past. Just as he was about to move, Ben slammed the red Omnitrix on his arm, and a flash of red light engulfed the world, and when it disappeared, Ben was standing in the form of Humongosaur, nearly identical to Hugo's except for the fact that his eyes and the Omnitrix symbol were red instead of green. There were some minor differences due to the fact that Ben was a Titan as well. It was almost as if Ben was mocking Hugo, saying that he could defeat him in the same form. But Hugo was not done yet, as he still had one final trick up his sleeve. Without wasting time, he twisted the Omnitrix symbol on his chest, and as he did, thick orange and black plates erupted from the Omnitrix, spreading across his torso. They slammed into place with heavy, metallic clunks, then massive shoulder plates snapped outward, glowing faintly with green energy. Segmented armor spiraled down into his arms, forming into gauntlets and later expanding into heavy, angular plating. His claws, which had been nearly non-existent, extended, becoming sharper, more metallic, and more lethal. At the same time, a helmet folded over his skull, and his jaw was reinforced into a plated maw capable of crushing the sturdiest of metal. Green eyes burned brighter behind his new visor, then from his back, spikes extended and sharpened, shifting outward like deployed weapons. This was perhaps the most important upgrade the Omnikix could have offered the Humongosaur form. Eventually, the armor dropped over his thighs and shins, causing his feet to grow heavier, tank-like, and become more built for impact. And lastly, his tail elongated, with its tip assembling into a spiked, mace-like weapon with a final click sound. Hugo stood in his Omnikix armor, feeling his body being saturated with power. Being an ascended terror with the extra enhancement, Hugo felt like he could crush mountains with his palm. In truth, the Omnikix was far superior to the Azura, due to the fact it gave all the things the Azura attribute provided and even more, adding specific abilities to help each of his transformations specifically, which is why no two Omnikix armors were the same. Hugo, looking at Ben, couldn't help but smirk under his visor, regaining some of personality. Bet you can't do this, can't you? For all your talk about me being a copy of you, you sure seem to be the inferior one, right now. At this, Ben simply let out a loud laugh, looking at Hugo with a mocking smile. Oh, that's hilarious, but sure, I can't do that. He suddenly touched his Omnitrix, and the dial popped out from his chest, which was bizarre considering Hugo had never seen his Omnitrix do that. But you seem to be under a misconception. As of now, not only do I possess the Omnitrix albedo wielded at this point of time, but I also upgraded it to the Ultimatrix, courtesy of being omnipotent for a decade. What? Hugo asked, confused. He did not know what the Ultimatrix was, but he did not like the sound of it at all. Something was telling him that it was far more powerful than the normal Omnitrix, and that alone was a dreadful thought. I forgot that you're a little slow, so let me put it in a simple way for you. Not only can I transform into anything you can, but I can also evolve those creatures to their ultimate forms. Hugo's eyes widened, and at that moment both he, his spirit body, and Zed launched towards Ben in an attempt to stop him. But it was too late. He had already pressed the dial of the Ultimatrix. A wave of red energy exploded from the Ultimatrix, and Ben was engulfed in it, and just like that, his body began to morph. Humongousaur's body took on a greener tone, and metallic-like parts grew on his body, mainly on his chest and back. The morph lasted but a second, and when it ended, a humanoid, dinosaur-like creature stood there, clad in dark blue armor similar to that of an ankylosaurus. He was more burly and muscular than his pre-evolved form, looking more like a war machine than a living creature. He had camel green skin, and his helmet, or skull, featured 3 silver spikes running down the top of it, along with 2 downward-pointing black horns on the sides. His back armor had long spikes running down each side, while his plated chest and torso were dark blue with 5 spikes on each end, and his tail ended in a blue mace line with silver spikes. And finally, his knuckles had silver barrels on them, looking like they were waiting to shoot something from them. Ben Tennyson's presence, which had been subtle and dormant, awoke like a slumbering beast, washing over Hugo and making him feel feeble, weak, and incredibly small compared to the mighty giant. Hugo halted mid-launch, commanding both the spirit body and Zed to stop immediately. After all, if they engaged right now, they would all die. Cold sweat formed inside his Omnitrix armor as Hugo felt something he believed he would never feel again after everything he had endured. True terror. That's a transcendent titan. Before, Hugo had thought he could bridge the gap between an ascended titan and an ascended terror with the help of the spirit body, Zed, and the Omnitrix armor empowering him. But now, upon realizing that Ben possessed a power like this, all his hopes of winning this confrontation had collapsed. Meet Ultimate Humongosaur. A deep metallic voice rang out, and then, without giving the startled Hugo any time to process, Ben used his transcendent speed to appear right in front of Hugo and swung his gigantic fist at him, sending him flying in a single strike like he was an insect. At the same time, Ben spun and used his evolved hammer-like tail to deliver a blow to the spirit body, sending it flying as well and causing cracks to appear on the Azura suit. 4. Zed. Ben simply looked at it, and the alien dog, despite being a soulless echo, shuddered at the gaze of the transcendent titan, feeling all of its strength being sapped away, and then something unexpected happened. The ascended echo dismissed itself into Hugo's soul sea, refusing to come out. Hugo, slammed into the mountainside, rose to face the transcendent titan once more. But as he looked up, he saw Ben in the sky, having leapt a great distance to reach him. It was as if he was floating in the air, remaining in the sky by some strange force. His arms were pointed down, and suddenly they transformed into arm cannons? Dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of missiles, crafted from a strange bone-like material descended upon Hugo at the speed of a blink. Seeing this, he simply frowned and made a "I hate my life" face. Why couldn't he get an alien that shoots rockets? Even as that thought crossed his mind, Hugo pushed Humongosaur's augmentation to its limits, hoping to use its powers to survive the impact. Then he spun around and sprinted as far as he could, looking almost comical due to his enormous size. The rockets, however, just like Ultimate Humongosaur, were of the transcendent rank, so even a single one of them was far more potent than any human bomb could ever hope to achieve, causing the impact to spread over the mountain range and reach Hugo in a matter of seconds, rendering his attempts to escape futile. Ack! Hugo screamed in pain as he felt his body being thrown around due to the myriads of explosions erupting from all over the place. This would have likely vaporized his body before, but with the Omnitrix armor, Humongosaur's augmentation, and the passive, Azura, attribute, Hugo managed to survive, barely. As the shower of explosions stopped, he tried to rise from the ground, but just then, a shadow suddenly enveloped and drowning the world in darkness. Looking up, Hugo was met with Ultimate Humongosaur falling towards him at top speed. Thud. Crunch. Thud. The shockwave rippled across the devastated mountains, and Ben, his eyes fixed on the exhausted Hugo, began pounding him relentlessly. He hit and hit, each punch like a mighty hammer, slowly breaking the Omnitrix armor in an attempt to tear out Hugo's body from under it. However, just then, a blast of concentrated soul essence struck Ben's head, making it jerk slightly, though it caused no damage to the transcendent titan. The spirit body, controlled by Hugo, was using the Azura trait to send blasts of soul essence from its emitters. It was perhaps the only way for it to do anything, as its abilities naturally are not powerful enough to affect Ben at all. One, because Ben was a fellow Omnitrix wielder, thus immune to mind attacks. And second, because he was a transcendent titan right now and the spirit body was an ascended terror. Ben, as a result, simply unleashed a mighty roar. However, that roar was not a normal one. Instead, it was an ability of sorts, carrying Ben's will. The oppressive will washed over the spirit body, causing the body inside the Azura, which was that of an ascended terror, to freeze and fall helplessly, completely dominated by Ben's power. However, it had done its job well, for that single moment had bought Hugo enough time to do something. He opened his maw, and as he did, the spikes on his back ignited with green light, generating an ocean of soul essence that surged toward his maw. Of course, this essence was being generated by the Omnitrix armor ability, which converted physical strength into essence that could be shot. But the process did not matter much. What did was the fact that Hugo was right next to Ben. And so, he unleashed the beam of concentrated energy, which surged forward and engulfed the transcendent titan. Chapter 74, Two Frauds. The wave of energy, despite having been created by an ascended terror, was still something Ben couldn't simply shrug off. It was bound to cause him unparalleled agony, and so Hugo thought this essence-consuming plan would work, or at the very least, stop Ben from beating the life out of him. What he did not account for was Ben's inhuman pain tolerance. Groaning, Ben looked down at the battered Hugo, and then he pressed his arm against Hugo's chest, making sure to keep him pinned to the ground, and then slowly he used his other hand to block the blast. Ultimate Humongosaur's skin began to darken as it was being burnt by the influx of soul essence. However, Ben did not seem to care that much. He kept getting closer and closer until he reached Hugo's maw. Click! Ben ruthlessly grabbed the energy-unleashing maw and forcefully closed it, but he did not stop there. Instead, he crushed Hugo's mechanical maw completely, stopping him from releasing any more energy. Then, looking at the humiliated Hugo, Ben grabbed his lower body and raised him into the sky. You know, in a situation like this, I would usually start monologuing about power and the difference between us and all of that crap. He brought his knee up and, at the same time, Ben lowered Hugo's body onto it at a terrible speed, causing intense pain to wash over him as his back snapped in two. But you and I, we are not so different. Ben tossed the broken Hugo to the ground and walked calmly towards him. After all, we are both frauds, using devices to contend with extraordinary individuals. It just so happens that I possess the superior one and you got stuck with a knockoff. Hugo, hearing his words, stood up briefly, pushing his broken body out of the ground. He tried to slam the Omnitrix on his chest to morph into another alien, preferably something that would allow him to run away. But just then, another devastating punch connected with his head, breaking the helmet entirely and reaching his face. Another punch connected to his torso, breaking his lungs, then another, and another. Each blow brought upon by Ultimate Humongousaur carried the weight of a transcendent titan behind it, and it was not simply the strength a divine aspect wielder would possess if they conquered the third nightmare and possessed 7 cores. No, it was the raw, unfiltered strength of a noble creature of the transcendent rank and the titan class. And Ben did not stop at just beating him up. Instead, he savagely began tearing the Omnitrix armor away, not leaving Hugo a single chance to retaliate. Or so he thought. From afar, Hugo, in his spirit body, was still lying on the ground. His strength had been stolen from him not only by Ben's will, but also because of the strange ability Ultimate Humongousaur possessed, leaving him motionless inside the Azura mantle. However, Hugo was sure about one thing. The ability that had been used was something that affected the mind, a mind attack, to be specific. His main body was resistant to it due to the Omnitrix, but the spirit body, despite being one with Hugo, did not possess this passive ability and so it succumbed to it. But that was a good thing. If the spirit body could be affected by a mind attack of that caliber, then surely a mind attack created by an ascended terror would work on his own mind? And just like that, Hugo activated the enthrall ability of the spirit body on itself, corrupting its mind and tricking it into doing something. That something was summoning a memory. One of the transcendent memories that he had received from the treacherous inhabitants of the Beast Realm. The Null Void Grenade. The yellow futuristic egg appeared in a shower of white, falling into his hand. The spirit body then raised its head, looking at Ben, who was busy smashing Hugo's main body to a bloody pulp. And then, it tricked its mind into raising its hand and threw the grenade at Ben with all of its ascended might, making sure to activate its enchantment. The egg traveled across the distance at the speed of a bullet, like a hungry beast waiting to swallow its prey. Unfortunately for it, its prey was Ben Tennyson. Without even looking at the approaching grenade, Ben raised his hand and shot a bullet-like material from it directly towards the approaching grenade. The transcendent memory collided with the bullet, and just like that, it shattered. The last bits of it fell to the ground before quickly disintegrating into white sparks. Your memory has been destroyed. Fear dawned upon Hugo as his last trick had failed him. This entire situation had felt so suffocating, so terribly unfair from the beginning, and yet he thought he could somehow survive it like he always did. But reality was far crueler. Clever trick, color me impressed. Ben said, turning to the spirit body. Who would have thought you'd come across a spirit? Charmcaster would have sold her body and soul to get her hands on one of those. Then he shot another bullet from his hand, this one directed towards the spirit body. Hugo knew his spirit would be destroyed if he let it get damaged, and so he did the only thing he could, he dismissed it into his soul sea. Having been left alone by his spirit and echo, the last bits of hope within Hugo completely crumbled. I'm so tired, he thought, feeling the weight of reality crushing down on him. But in truth, that was the weight of Ben's fists. Hugo's will had already been dulled when the truth about his existence was revealed. But now, after losing this terribly to Ben, he felt so worthless. He could not even fight against his fate, which was decided by a being more powerful than him. Fight! Yeah, right, I can't even scratch this guy. Truly, weakness was the greatest sin of all, and strength was the only virtue. The reason Ben manipulated his entire life did not matter. What mattered was the fact he was able to do it without anyone opposing him. Hugo was not sure about it before, but now he was beginning to doubt. Perhaps he was not meant to live, and so like the miserable wretch he was, he should simply die and allow Ben Tennyson to take over him. At least, that would be the less painful path. Ben finally stopped punching Hugo's broken body, and at the same time, he stood up, looking down at his enantiomorph. For a moment, a torrent of guilt rushed through his cold eyes, but they disappeared as swiftly as they came. Ben had already made peace with himself. He was no longer a hero, nor was he a good person at all. But that did not matter right now. For as long as he could save the last remnants of his realm, nothing else mattered. That should be enough for you to learn. Now, just disappear and let me take over you already. In truth, Ben was not planning on killing Hugo. After all, he still needed him to fully mantle the identity of Ben Tennyson to become one with him, and by doing that, he would become a carrier of the nightmare spell, allowing him to receive a nightmare appraisal. If he doesn't get connected to the spell by the end of this nightmare, then he would be thrust right inside the nightmare seed, becoming a corrupted being. But how does one go about mantling someone if they themselves don't want it? The answer was simple. You must enforce certain rules upon that individual, slowly shaping them to become more like you in terms of personality and actions, and then break their spirit. In the case of Hugo, Ben had already made sure to make him become like him, which made the awakened boy grow softer each day. For the second part, Ben wouldn't need to actually destroy his physical spirit, rather, he would only need to break the will that said, "I am the paragon of purity." By doing that, he would be stripping him of his true name and his identity entirely. It was sort of like an act of defiance, which is used to advance to the supreme rank. So, how would he go about breaking Hugo's spirit? Ben had hundreds of ways to break the youth's spirit, really. Some included turning into pesky dust and making him relive his mother's death millions of times, or turning into vampire to hypnotize him into thinking he was Ben Tennyson. The list could go on forever, but Ben had to be swift. This nightmare was approaching its end, after all, with the Forever Knights preparing to make their final stand against the plumbers in the Black Hills of South Dakota, near the city of Keystone, specifically in Mount Rushmore. Just as Ben was about to finish his plan, something changed in the air. No, it was not the air, rather it was the world itself that was changing. It was as if something, or someone, had forcefully bent reality to their will, making it so they were the absolute law of the world. It was unfathomable and terribly vast, so much so that Ben couldn't even begin to comprehend that vastness despite the fact that he was a transcendent titan at the moment. Although Ben knew one thing for sure, that source of presence was undoubtedly the authority of a supreme. And one Ben knew all too well. That's enough. A voice cut through the air in an instant, coming from hundreds of miles away, and yet at the same time, being as clear as if someone was talking right in front of him. Then suddenly, a gigantic arm made of pure flame, connected to no body, slammed Ben away from Hugo's body, his transcendent strength suddenly becoming feeble and pale in front of it. In the sky, an old man clad in sleek white armor floated with quiet authority, a crimson cape flowing behind him. His tired gray eyes held the weight of countless battles and held a long story behind them. Around him, his insidious power took form, with an arm of beautiful crystals floating nearby, another made purely of molten rock, and spectral constructs of fire and energy all orbiting him gracefully, with all of them bending to his supreme will. Maxwell Tennyson, the sovereign of humanity, had descended upon the waking world. Chapter 75, Supreme Disappointment. The figure of Ben's grandfather grew closer as he descended from the sky near Hugo. Using one of the many arms floating around him, he grabbed him, now reverted to his human form, and took him away. Then, he shifted his gaze to Ben, who had just gotten back to his feet. "You!" Ben muttered, shocked and slightly terrified. He had just come across the one person he wanted to avoid in this nightmare. "I'm terribly disappointed in you, Ben," Max said, causing Ben's body to freeze. For a moment, silence swallowed the world as he stared at his grandfather in disbelief and surprise. His most kept secret was revealed in an instant. Eventually, Ben managed to say, "You knew?" Max nodded, floating closer to the ground. "That this world is a nightmare? And that you took the place of Albedo while that boy took your place?" "Yes, I did know. I had my suspicions at first, but after a while, I was sure of it. After all, Supremes are more attuned to reality than those of the lower ranks, and so realizing that this world was a creation of the nightmare spell was not that hard." His gaze drifted for a moment. "It's a terrifying feeling, you know, realizing that you and your people are merely phantoms." Ben let out a long sigh at his words. "Of course you realized it. Well, that's one more thing that has gone wrong in this cursed nightmare." Max looked at Ben for a moment, remaining calm and indifferent, although beneath his facade was a great feeling of pain not only because he had received confirmation that his world was fake but also because of what his real grandson had become. Eventually, he said, "I'm greatly disappointed in you, Ben. This is not how I raised you." Max did not know the full story behind what was happening, however he did know most of it. After all, he was listening to their conversation before the fight began. Ben detransformed from his ultimate form back to Humungosaur, then back to his human form, and looked at his grandfather with a solemn expression. I did what I needed to do so our realm can survive. At the cost of an innocent boy's life? That is not how I raised you. Ben gritted his teeth, feeling his frustration increase. He was fated to die anyway. I saved his life and gave him a chance to live, even for a short time. Without me, he would have been dead a long time ago. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think that justifies your actions? What, do you want him to kiss your feet and give you his life because of that? Don't be a hypocrite. You know that's wrong. Ben remained silent for a moment, looking at his grandfather. In truth, he did feel guilty about what he did to Hugo, but there was no other way. If there had been any other path, he would have gladly taken it, even if it meant sacrificing himself in the process. But there wasn't, that, he was sure of. After all, he had seen the future through the great tapestry of fate, and all other paths aside from this one led to the doom of his people. And so, he could not afford to stop now, not after everything he had done. He had to become a carrier of the nightmare, not only to save himself but to transport his civilization across the realms and save them from the abominations lurking in the real Primus. So what if it's wrong? Our world has been cruel since the age of the gods. It does not matter whether I'm cruel or not, what matters is why I've done it. For the first time, Max chuckled, although no humor was present on his face, rather it was a dark and tired chuckle. So the ends justify the means, is that it? Looking at him with a steadfast expression, Ben nodded. Of course. My goal is noble and just. If I have to sacrifice a single person to save millions, then I would gladly do so. He took a step forward, preparing his Ultimatrix. Now hand him over. This world might be fake, but mine isn't, and I plan to save it. If you are truly a phantom of my real grandfather, then you would help me. A dark frown swept over Max's face as the amalgamation of hands around him intensified, each carrying the weight of billions of people within his domain. You will not take the boy. From this point until the end of this nightmare, he is under my protection. Even if I am a mere phantom conjured by the nightmare spell, I will not allow such cruelty. Even if it means your grandson will die? There is always another way. Son, please, don't do this. So be it. Ben slammed his Ultimatrix, and a flash of crimson light engulfed the world. At the same time, a subtle shift rippled through the world, and Max's oppressive presence grew much deeper and terrifyingly sharp, as if it had finally awakened after slumbering all this time. The alien Ben had transformed into was. XLR8, seriously, Ben? Without another word, Ben looked at Max one final time and spoke. Beware of Dagon and the hands of Armageddon. Max's eyes widened, and for a moment he faltered, feeling a terrible sense of dread creep into his supreme soul. That moment was all Ben needed to run away, using his super speed to evade a confrontation with his supreme grandfather. After all, he might be mad enough to attempt killing a god, but he had a plan for that. However, Ben had no way of defeating a supreme monarch who had billions of humans in his domain and millions of noble creatures. And so, he did the only thing he could, he ran away. Max was left alone at the top of the mountain, staring at the sky with a sad expression. For a moment, a faint smile appeared on his face. Ben. Plummer Hospital, Bellwood, hours later. A young man with beautiful brown hair and emerald green eyes lay unconscious on one of the Plummer Hospital beds. His battered and broken body had been healed by doctors who all possessed healing abilities or aspects. However, the damage taken from a transcendent titan was not something a simple healing ability could entirely fix on its own, and so some rest was needed for the body and soul to recover on their own. Near him, sitting in a simple chair, was Max Tennyson, waiting for the youth to wake up. Hugo's eyes fluttered open slowly, facing the unfamiliar ceiling. His confused gaze shot around, scanning his surroundings as he got up slightly from the bed. Easy there, your body is still not fully healed, Max said, causing the boy to flinch. The youth, who was in the form of his grandson, looked at him for a moment, then said, "Grandpa? Where am I?" Max sighed, looking at the boy with a grief-stricken expression. "You can stop the act. I know who you are." Max was expecting the boy to flinch in surprise, appear shocked, or even slam his Omnitrix in an attempt to run away. However, the boy did none of that. "What are you talking about, Grandpa?" Max's eyes widened as he looked at the boy. On his face, there was no fear or shock, rather, there was just pure confusion. Max had been an awakened for a long time by now, having lived a long life, and so naturally, he knew when people were acting, faking, and when they were truly genuine. In this case, it was as if this boy truly believed himself to be Ben Tennyson. Did he get brain damage from his fight with Ben? No. That can't be true. The doctors said he was fine, and more importantly, he was not just thinking that he was Ben, he also acted exactly like Ben. Everything, from the way he moved his body to the way he talked and behaved. Even Max, who was a supreme, but above all else, a grandfather who knew his grandson best, knew this was not an act, rather, it was simply the way Ben would behave. "Grandpa, I think you should go easy with the croctopus. It might be messing with your head. Strange though, I thought you Supremes had vast minds and all that, but I guess I was wrong," he said with a smile, then his face took on a confused look once again. "Anyway, what happened? We were about to fight the Forever Knights, and then it all went dark from there. Did I get knocked out?" Max stared at the boy with a calm face. However, internally, he was feeling both deep sorrow and deep confusion. How had the boy's personality disappeared? Of course, there was a simple answer to that. "Oh, Ben, what have you done?" He knew his grandson was the cause of this. He did not know exactly how he had done it, as some of the conversation between Ben and this boy had been filtered by the nightmare spell, but he knew that this boy in front of him carried the key to Ben's survival, and apparently, the survival of the beast realm. Max was not sure about the situation of his realm in the outside world, but if Ben had become such a cruel person and devised such a plan, then that meant it was truly in a horrific situation. With a final sigh, he did the only thing he could do. He lied. "You have been struck by some strange device created by the Forever Knights, taking away your memories of the last few months. Nothing important happened in that time, but your body is in very bad shape due to your coma, so you will stay here for a while." "But Grandpa, what about the Forever Knights?" "They have been dealt with." Max got up from his seat and looked at Ben one final time. "I'll see you later, Ben. Get some rest for now." With that, he left the room, leaving him alone. And as he did, Max activated his dormant ability, which allowed him to create a network between people he marked and send a dire message to all the plumber personnel. After all, he now had an idea of what was going to cause the downfall of this world. "This is Max Tennyson speaking. New orders have been placed. We can no longer deal with the Forever Knights the way we used to. They have gone out of control and caused too much damage to be left alone or reasoned with, and so, from this day forward, I declare that all Forever Knights shall be hunted and killed, and those who support them shall receive excessive punishment, as well." And so, the war against the Forever Knights had begun. Back in his room, Ben felt a bizarre sensation tugging at his chest. It was almost like a spark. A spark of desire that had been drowned by a vast ocean, and yet somehow, it still burned weakly. It was so faint and small that it might not have been there at all. But then, something vast and powerful suddenly crushed the spark, and Ben was left in a state of confusion as he briefly saw images of strange scenes flashing before his eyes. He saw the home planet of the Galvans and their main laboratory. He saw a dark chasm, with green light hidden in a strange pod. He saw the Omnitrix, but it was blue for some reason. He saw an academy built to train sleepers and awakens, unlike any that existed on Earth. He saw a young man as pale as a corpse, with dark hair and onyx eyes that seemed to swallow all light around him. He saw a young woman, frail and weak, her golden blonde hair and blue eyes wandering in confusion as if there was no light within them. He saw another young woman, this one fierce and unyielding, her silver hair shining like sunlight, her white flames burning hotter than the depths of hell, flames that seemed capable of purifying all corruption and burning away all tyranny. He saw a horrifying place filled with crimson coral. He saw a hideous, hungry tree ready to consume the world. He saw a dark sea, born from a darkness unlike any he had seen before. He saw a castle standing on a forgotten shore, with a golden tyrant ruling it with an iron fist. Many similar images flashed before him, such as a ship as big as the world, carrying hundreds of people to their salvation. And lastly, he saw a horrifying spire that drowned the world in sorrow and agony. After it was done, the youth, whose name was uncertain, thought of a single question. All of these memories, were they his? Surely not. After all, even in the world of the nightmare spell, such a thing happening to him without his knowledge was simply impossible. But then again, he was Ben Tennyson and things more outrageous had occurred to him before. Just what the hell is happening? As he thought that, he suddenly noticed what channel the TV was set on. His eyes widened as he instantly forgot about the strange scenes playing in his head. Who's ready for Sumo Slammer's 7th live-action adaptation? The announcer on the TV said joyfully, pulling all of Ben's attention away. And at the same time, deep within his soul, a faint voice resounded in the depths of his spirit, unheard by anyone. You have lost your true name. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 4. Peace.